Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another Cephalodia stream, where for some reason my avatar isn't picking up my mouth again. Oh my goodness! I literally. Hello, testing, testing. It was working a second ago, and I have a new mic set up, so this shouldn't be happening anymore. Oh my god. Uh huh. Testing, testing. Alright, that's better. Weird. Hello, everybody. We are here to do some Zelda 2 Link's Adventuresome, which is the enhanced PC port by Hoverbat, sorry. And we're doing a randomizer. This is the latest beta that I've been given the opportunity to test. So yeah, I'm excited to get into this. It's been a while since I've streamed this game, but I really want to check it out. So, got some free time today, so why not? As you can see, I'm playing with the Wario sprite and some custom. Oh, not that button. What did I just? Okay, that one. I got some custom music by Kerpador, one of the members of the community. So yeah, let's check this out. For rando settings, I've got a bunch of stuff. I got like enemy spawns. Oh gosh, it's already a bit crazy. Can see how well I remember this game. I think I need jump to get that secret. Don't know. There's a worm in the palace. Okay, so we got the overworld twinkles. That's good. Okay, these give no experience, do they? Yeah, I'm glad we have the overworld twinkles because this would be a lot harder about it. Oh god. Oh, we're in for some punishment, huh? I made it so I start protect and heal though, so they're gonna help me a lot. Okay. Yeah, I'll take that. What would you describe this sound font as? I guess like Mega Drive, mate? No, I don't know. I'm not an expert when it comes to console sound fonts. But it's cool, whatever it is. There is a key up there that I can't get, so. Oh, that's neat. That's really cool, QRL. Oh, that's awesome. So is there still something here? I thought I randomized P bags. Is that not a thing? Oh, is there like a save and quit thing? I want to like double check my rando settings. I don't know how you'd save and quit in this game other than dying. I guess I could always do that. What's this again like? You hold down. Yeah, here we go. Okay, here's my rando settings. Yeah, P-bag locations are part of the shuffle. Okay. I do recall some stuff being this way as well, but I think I might need the glove to get it. And this is going to be a pretty low energy stream, so don't expect too much from me. Okay. Can I get down there? Hold on. No, I can't. I thought so. Yeah, I need the gauntlet. The power glove. Okay, piece of heart. So there was something down there. Cool. Oh yeah, I gave myself the candle to start with too. Dang worms. But it looks like the enemy rando isn't doing anything too crazy, which is good. Oh, that's a level up. I'll cancel. I think I want to attack, yeah? Yeah. But yeah, level experience requirements are randomized, and I think enemy experience is also randomized a little bit. I put, yeah, most of the settings on. We got key sanity. I want to experience the randomizer and everything it has to offer. I guess we'll check out our first town, which is also going to be randomized. Oh. God. Hello. Hello. What experience? Jeez. Okay. This is, let me see if I remember my Zelda town names. Is this Ruto? Mido, okay. This is the, subway. Why does that so cool? Okay, you need the flower. Is there anything I can do here yet? I need, like, a jump to get up there, I think? Yeah, jump. So I can't get that yet. So I guess there's not much I can do here. Some NPCs might give me hints, though. The meat is in the basement. Radio. Oh, that's right. These ladies save you again. I forgot about that. So I don't remember that cave. I don't remember that cave at all. Is that a new thing? Is that a rando thing? Huh? I don't remember that in Link's Adventuresome. Is that new? Oh. They must have added this at some point. Cool. Well, I need the thing that lets me push things to push that. Or the gauntlet. That might be a randomizer thing. That's kind of cool. I guess they've really thought about how to balance this randomizer. Let's go to the other town first. Wait, isn't Zelda meant to give me a hint where jump is? Oh wait, that won't really help. I know what where jump is. Is it this town? No, this is the first town. So this would be where you'd normally get protect, but I already have protect, so might not give me anything. Okay, shields in a palace. Yeah, he doesn't give me anything. I need to make sure I write these down, don't I? Okay. Subway here. That's cool. Okay, so even though the towns are randomized, the subway system is like corresponds to where each town is on the map. I think that's what's happening. So that's really cool. Oh, that's right. It's like a secret dungeon behind the town. I forgot about that. I think I need jump to explore that. So I'm not going to bother with that right now. But I am going to bother with this cave. Let's go, Wario. Nice. Oopsie. So that's the medicine, isn't it? Is that a vanilla location? No, it was a trophy you got here usually, wasn't it? Okay, so there's another secret here. Oh, flute. That opens up a lot. Now, I think I need the raft to progress up here, but there might be like a cave or something if I remember right. There's a cave that I can't access yet without the boots. So anything else over here? Doesn't look like it. Okay. So just me, is my mic kind of low? Maybe that's a bit better. And again, I guess, I don't know, it was probably fine. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna check out the desert now. And Parappa. Should be a few items up here. Let's see if I remember right. Yeah, there's one up here. Oh, hello, birds. Ooh. Ow. Amulet. Oh! No! No! Oh my god. Really? I did update them, Len. What does it say? Oh, yeah, it's not updated on Twitch for some reason. Cool. Thanks for letting me know. Is it updated now? Jeez. That's not good. Okay, there we go. Thanks, OBS. How's it going, Len? We are playing the Zelda 2 PC remake thing. Randomized. Let's grab that. Yeah, I don't have enough magic to use heal, unfortunately. Get out of here, fishies. Oh. What is this flame? Nani? Yeah, that hurts me. I had to check. No item here? Oh, right, that is an item spawner. It just spawned a flame for some reason, I see. I mean, enemy spawn, that's what I meant to say. This is new! There's lots of new stuff added to this game since I last checked. Awesome. Ow. Die, fish. Whoa. Whoa. No. Yeah, making it like one encounter instead of two is a bit more merciful. Oh, that was the right way. Let's go, Wario. Yeah, I guess I'll get more magic, because I might be able to use heal. I get 60. Oh. Oof. Alright. Parappa Palace. It's pretty cool remix. So I don't have a key, so I might not be able to beat this, but we'll see how far we can get. I guess technically I need, well, a couple of keys? Oh, there's a key. This is a secret slime room. I don't know if I should try and do this. Ah! Chance of death is very high. So I remember this, like, you couldn't access this from the start originally. I guess they changed it to make less backtracking. Die. Will Sophie do it? Oh! Nah. It's possible, but oh. Fire using protect. Yes! Yes! Star locked. Oh, that's awesome. Ah. Yeah, it's from Zelda 2. I'll show you the original. This is what it originally sounds like. Yeah, I killed the slime. So hey Days, how's it going? Oh, that wasn't the key for this dungeon. I see, I see. Oh, we have to leave then. Let's try a different one. We're just gonna keep looping? What the heck? What the heck? That's not right. That was a weird glitch. Huh. Might need to report that. I'm not sure what was going on there. Oh, that's annoying. Move. Move, dang it. Okay. Okay. So now we gotta go past the spider, I guess. Oh, wait, no. We got the gauntlet there, don't we? Oh, that overworld map is different. Why does it look like that? Huh. Well, so I'm gonna be honest, I forgot what the amulet does in Zelda 2 Link's Adventuresome. Just, I don't know. Is it a health thing? No. Hmm. Oh yeah, I can't downstab yet either, so... Ooh. Love all these random enemies. But he should still give no experience, yeah. Hot piece. I'll take that. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Ooh, Stuffless. Unfortunately, I can't heal. Yeah, the overworld map has weird proportions. Why did they do that? It's not a glitch, is it? Hmm. Hey, Days. My volume is. One second, you're not showing up on Discord. Let me fix that. I don't know why it keeps. Oh. Maybe if I change that setting, it'll work better. Can you say something now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, that's all good. I'll turn your voice down a little bit. How's it going,
Yeah,
Days?
it's going pretty decent. Besides the fact that I haven't had a good night's sleep since I got back from Ecuador.
Oh,
I actually didn't have a good night's sleep while I was in Ecuador.
you didn't have one while you're in Ecuador?
Nope,
No.
because I'm not good with planes. So when I get off the plane, I'm just exhausted. But also, I'm like
Hmm.
in that weird feeling where like I'm exhausted but also not sleepy. So like, I think when I went to Ecuador, the night that I got there, I got no sleep that night, and then like every other night, I got like 6 hours of sleep or less.
No. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it could be worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, like last night I woke up early and then I kept getting up and going back to sleep for like an hour at a time.
Oh, I hate when that happens. God.
But it's better than falling asleep for like 4 hours and not going back to sleep at all.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, I got up around like noon today. It was like really late when I got my day started.
Oh, I got the ring. This one makes me it always gives me protect. Still don't remember what the amulet does. It might be a quest thing.
So is this like a mod of Zelda 2 where you play as Wario?
It's you can play as anyone. I just got a Wario skin at the moment. Um
Oh, I've never played Zelda 2. I actually haven't played most of the top-down Zeldas. The only one I played was I played Four Swords Adventure on 3DS, and I played Minish Cap on 3DS, and I didn't beat either of them. Four Swords, I remember I think it was on the final boss, and I was like playing it in school, and I think I died to the final boss, and I
no.
I, I was like middle school, and then Minish Cap,
What did you play
uh,
with friends or?
no, because
Uh
nobody else had the game.
oh no.
I was just playing in school. I was just playing in school because I had nothing else to do because I finished my work because I was so good at, finishing my work on time.
Fair enough.
And then Minish Cap, I never finished it because I got lost at some point. I had no idea where to go next. That was also like a long time ago. Because you know how when the 3DS when it first came out it was really expensive, and then they lowered the price, but then
Yeah,
all the
yeah,
people who
yeah.
bought it got all those free games.
The
So like I just have
ambassador
a bunch of those.
program.
I still have.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I still have that. I have like Ice Climbers. I have like one of the Mario Kart games. And I think that's another game I played, Metroid Fusion, and I never
Yep.
beat that because it
Yep.
also got lost.
There's Metroid Fusion, Mario Kart Super Circuit. Uh, I think Wario Land 4 was one of them.
Yeah, I got actually no, I don't think I can download them all anymore because didn't they shut down the eShop for the 3DS? So I wouldn't be able to download the ones that I don't already have on there.
Or you might. I think you can still re-download games you already own. You just can't buy new ones. So you
Oh,
might still be able
even if
to.
I couldn't, yeah, even if I couldn't, I could probably just what do you call it, jailbreaking the 3DS. I
Yeah.
haven't done that, but since like everything's out of print. I'd still buy the game if it was like available physically and it wasn't being scalped. Like I bought Kid Icarus Uprising because I had the game a long time ago,
Ooh.
but back then I had to sell games to make enough money to buy more games, so I eventually sold the
Yeah.
game.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I sold it for like $20 because it wasn't like out of print then. And I'm salty I ever did that. I shouldn't never have done that because the game's so good. But I ended up buying it for like $50 on eBay because it was going on eBay for like $60, $70 for a while, and I saw it for like $50. I'm like, you know what, that's fine.
Yeah.
So I got it for about 50.
Game over. Return
I
of
played a
Canon.
little, yeah, and I played a little bit of Kid Icarus Uprising when I got the physical copy again, recently, and then I haven't touched it since because I forgot I had it.
Kid Icarus Uprising is so good though. It's like
Yeah, it is one of my favorite. It's literally one of my favorite games of all time. Like,
the
if I
only,
wasn't so busy playing other games, I'd be replaying it some more
literally
because
the only problem is the control scheme. Like, and that is a big
even then,
problem because it
I
dep-
never really had a problem back then. But then when I got the 3DS XL, it started getting a little bit more difficult to control. I guess I just wasn't as used to it because when I was playing it, a few months ago when I got the new physical copy,
mm,
uh, I was having a bit of trouble. I'm like, wait a second, what the fuck? It used to be so easy for me. And I remember, like,
yeah,
most of the time was the old 3DS because I ended up getting a 3DS XL like a few years later after getting the original one. So
yeah. I don't know if it's the XL or
definitely easier to
what,
play.
or if it's my just getting older, but I tried playing it the other day when the servers were shutting down, and I was like, oh my god, my hands hurt. Like I used to be fine with it, but now it's just yeah, something changed.
Yeah, it could be that as well. I don't know.
The game desperately needs a Switch remake, is all I'm saying. You could easily, like,
Yeah,
replace the touch controls with gyro controls, and it'd be just as good.
definitely, bro. If the game was on the Switch, I would lose my mind. It would actually be like, I mean, the only thing that could be more exciting than a Kid Icarus Uprising HD announcement on the Switch would be a Kid Icarus Uprising sequel or another Xenoblade game. Like those are like the only two things that'd be more exciting than a Kid Icarus Uprising um, HD on Switch.
You know, it's really, like, understated, but, like, Masahiro Sakurai, I feel like all of the games he works on have really cool, like, good writing. Like, Smash Bros. Is kind of limited in the kinds of writing it can have, unfortunately. But, like, if we're talking, like, Kirby or, like, Kid Icarus Uprising, those games have great writing.
Hey, Kirby games have writing.
Kirby Superstar had great writing. Fucking, like,
Because
if you go to
I
like
haven't played.
Revenge of Meta Knight, that thing is basically a whole anime. Like it's great.
Oh, because I've never really thought of Kirby as like a writing type of game. Like even I haven't played many Kirby games. I played Amazing Mirror and the Ambassador program on 3DS.
Yeah,
Never
yeah,
finished that because I got lost.
yeah.
There's a pattern here. I get lost. And then there was the Kirby game, the 3D one, Return to Dream. Not Return to Dream. What is it called? Forgotten World. Yeah, I think those are the only Kirby games I played. Oh yeah, I also played Crystal Shards back on the Wii. 'Cause you know how you
Mm.
could do the what did they call it back then? The Wii Virtual Console. Is that what they called it?
Yeah. Wii Virtual
Yeah. So
Console.
I played. I also think I didn't finish that game as well. That might have also been because I got lost, or maybe it was
Mm.
because I got stuck on a hard boss or something. I don't know.
Mm.
I was really young. Like I was like 9 or 10. Like I really had no idea what I was doing.
But I also think writing is more than just like actual text. Like it can just be like the direction and like the presentation and like just anything that sort of communicates a story. And I feel like I go back. Maybe it's definitely a bit nostalgia, but I go back and play like Revenge of Meta Knight, and it really feels like an anime. Like it's just so like dramatic and like it's literally like Kirby like raiding this fucking like enemy base, and it's just got this great vibe to it that I really appreciate. And I
Yeah,
feel
I've been thinking about playing more. I've been thinking about playing more Kirby games because, like I said, I haven't played very many of them. And they all
hmm,
look like fun. Oh yeah, it actually reminds me, I played one of them on 3DS, and I
oh,
also dropped the game not because I got stuck, but because I was pretty bored with the game.
okay.
And it was like in middle school, I think I was playing this, and it was weird because I think it was in the final world. Like I made most of the progress, and I just didn't feel like playing anymore.
Was this Robobot or Triple Deluxe?
A little Lux. Yeah, I never
Y-
played Robobot.
Yeah, I think Robobot's a bit better. But Kirby games, I don't know, they're
They're
very
not,
hit and miss. Like
aren't they mostly really easy? Because I remember
they
the game
can
being very
be,
easy.
they can be. But what Kirby games often do is like the base game will be incredibly simple and easy, but like they'll include some like challenges for people who want 100% completion. They get insanely hard.
Yeah,
No,
that's with the I keep forgetting the damn name. It was the Forgotten Land. With that one, the game was pretty easy for the most part, but what I liked about it is that it felt like the focus wasn't on being difficult. It was just like a really fun game to explore,
yeah,
you know, there's all these secrets and stuff. But for the most part, it was really easy. I actually was trying to 100% that game, but the problem is that some of them are like, beat this boss without taking any damage. I'm like, okay,
yeah.
I'm gonna use Ice Kirby and hold shield until the enemy stops. and I got really tedious after a while. I think I did it for almost every single fight except for I think the King Deity fight and the final boss fight. I think those might have been the only ones where I didn't do it for. Or maybe I
Yeah.
did do it for the King Deity fight. I don't remember.
That does sound very tedious. Oh, that's heaps of experience. Let's go.
Yeah, and if you lose the fight, you have to start over because that's the challenge. You have to finish the fight without getting hit. So I was like, oh great, 5 minutes of holding shield. I accidentally let go and got hit. I guess I got to start over again.
Come on, Wario, get up there. Yeah. This is my first time playing this randomized, so it's...
Honestly, I feel like Sakurai really should try to focus more on, I don't know, unique stuff like Hitter's Uprising.
I would
'cause, like,
love that. Smash Bros might not be
feel
the
like
same without him, but I want to see more of his stuff that just isn't Smash Bros, and I think he does too. I think he probably
thing
feels
is,
restricted by Smash Bros
I
as
feel
well.
like his design philosophy with Smash Bros is just really weird, and I don't understand it. Like, whenever he talks about his design philosophy, I'm just like, so this is why it's a problem, you know? Like,
What do you mean?
I don't know. Like, a lot of the decisions, like, remember how in Smash 4 he was like, yeah, I'm not gonna do a story mode because of,
Oh, yeah.
cutscenes online. I'm like,
That's a bit of a weird one, definitely.
yeah, but I feel like
Oh god, what is this? What the fuck is this? This is
just, I don't know, I
ridiculous.
feel like since Brawl, like, I feel like Smash 4 and Smash Ultimate are just, like, not really well-designed games overall. Like, they have a lot of content and stuff, so if all you do is just play, like, regular Smash with items and stuff, I feel like it's, like, good, but then, like, outside of that, it's just not good. I didn't like any of the Smash 4 modes.
Did you play the 3DS one?
And then Ultimate... yeah, I played both the Wii U and the 3DS. I didn't like any of the modes.
I think Smash Run's fantastic.
I didn't like it. And then Smash Ultimate, same like, I don't really like any of the modes. They had World of Light, and it's the most tedious shit ever. It's funny, World of Light can be interesting to watch if you're watching a streamer play it with no spirits, because it's like, because then it becomes super difficult, and it's really funny to watch streamers rage really hard.
So I'm eating some fish jerky at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of that difficulty is from the fact that, like, you get hit and you take like 60 damage, so like you can only get hit like 2 or 3 times. But, like, it does feel very cheap because you were intended to play it with spirits, so just watching them have to fight a boss for like 10 minutes because they have like infinite HP and they do like no damage, and then they lose after fighting for like 10 minutes, it's so funny.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think I agree with you that they're not the most interestingly designed games. I think custom moves was a great idea, and I'm sad that they didn't commit to it.
Yeah, I'm sad they got rid of that. Makes sense with all the characters and stuff, but still.
Yeah.
Also, like, as a competitive game, I just don't think Smash is very good. I mean, like, people say that Ultimate is the most balanced Smash game, which it is, but man, there's so much stuff in Smash Ultimate that's infuriating, and they never patched it out, because you know how they did, like, balance updates?
Yeah.
It feels like the balancing team just didn't know what they were doing half the time. There were some good balance changes, like, they definitely buffed some characters to make them good, nerfed some characters, but then there's a bunch of really just obvious things they should have done that they didn't do, or certain things that they did do that they shouldn't have done, and I just don't know why. Like, there are some really crazy zero to death that you can do that's been known for so long and they never did anything. There's just some really cheap stuff. Like, have you ever seen what Game & Watch can do? That character is so triggering. Like,
I haven't actually.
oh my god. So I used to follow Smash competitively, like religiously, Smash Ultimate, and like the more I watched it, the more frustrated I got. Because some of these characters are just designed to make less skilled players win, and it's like, it just becomes less fun to watch, because instead of watching like, man, I'm excited to watch these two really talented players go at it, it's more just like, man, I hope the Game & Watch player doesn't win again with this cheap trick. Like, it became less fun because it wasn't just like, ooh, what's gonna happen? It's more like, man, I hope the cheap character doesn't win. You know? Like Game & Watch, for example, has an up B, you know, the move where he like springs into the air.
Yep.
That move is invincible, and it's really fast, so you can break out of most combos in the game just by spamming that move.
Huh.
And it's invincible. Like other characters have like good combo breaks, but they're not invincible. But this is invincible, which means you can basically spam it.
Right.
He also has. Do you know that move with the bacon where he starts like throwing the bacon at you?
Yeah.
Well, if you use that move on the ledge, it has like the perfect arc so that it covers all ledge options, so you can't get off the ledge. The only way you can get off the ledge is to hope the Game Watch player messes up, because no matter what option you use, you either get hit by the bacon or or he can let go of the bacon and then hit you with an attack. And because they decided to give that move like no lag, you can just attack immediately after you throw out the bacon. Like there's supposed to be a window after you throw. I don't remember if it was either 4 or 5 bacon. There's supposed to be like a small window where you can like punish him, but that window is so small that it's basically non-existent. Like they should have given that like 120 frames more lag or some shit. Like I do not understand. It's like they designed this character for people who don't want to learn how to play the game. So once you just throw him off stage once, you can just get like, I'm not even joking, I've seen Game Watch players get like 100 damage for free just on the ledge. And then once they're at kill percent, he can just, because you know how when you're on the ledge, the higher your percent, the less ledge invincibility you have?
Yeah.
So eventually you get to a percent so high that you can't even wait on the ledge anymore. So even when you're just holding the ledge and you're invincible, your invincibility will run out and the bacon will start hitting you while you're on the ledge. And because the bacon has like no back, after you hit him with like 5 bacons in a row, you walk up 4 tilt and you kill them at like 100. You can do it every character in the game. It works better on certain characters. Like if you're Bowser, just die. I don't know. Just give up. Like, bro, if you're Bowser, throw the controller before you even start the set. It's not happening, you know? And don't even get me started on Steve. Like, the designers were on crack when they made this character.
Yeah.
And they never balanced this character.
Because it was one of the later ones, yeah.
And I don't understand why the Smash community won't ban this character. This has got to be like the most obvious shit in the world to ban this character. Like, he's so unfathomably powerful. Like, if you lose with this character, you should be embarrassed because there's no reason to ever lose with the character. He's insane. But, like, they won't do anything. And what really frustrates me is that the community is so stubborn about banning characters. Like, oh, we can't ban characters. It's unfair to the players. We can't ban characters. It sets a precedent. If we ban one character, they'll ban all the characters, they say, as they ban literally 0 characters. But at the same time, they will ban every single stage for the tiniest things. Like, I understand you gotta ban stages with hazards for competitive play because they're, like, random. But they'll ban a stage because, like, oh, the stage is slightly slanted at this part, so we can't have it be legal.
Has my stream become Dave's complaints about Smash Bros. Stream?
I hate Smash. I hate this game. I love it, but I hate it.
Oh my god.
Like, you know that stage Castle Siege?
Yeah, the Fire Emblem one.
Yeah, it's banned. Why is it banned? Like, they will ban stages that have walls because walls are like anti-competitive, right? Because there's cheap tricks you can do on walls. Steve can build walls.
Yeah.
He's the Donald Trump of this game. He wants to build the walls.
Oh my god. Fuck, well.
And what's crazy? Like, the building blocks aren't just good for camping because you can build blocks and hide behind them and then camp for materials forever, but they also help him with combos because it resets his jump. So people have figured out that you can just do like insane damage combo, like 80 damage, 100 damage combos just by like up tilting, which for some reason has no lag. And you up tilt and then you build a block and then you like up tilt again. You just keep doing it and you just keep building higher and higher and hitting them with more up tilts. Like, his up tilt's like Meta Knight's up air in Brawl, and you know how Meta Knight was in Brawl, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I hate this character so much. Like, I haven't even begun to tell you every broken thing with this character, because I could go on for literally like 2 hours and never finish. This character is actually like an acid trip of bad game design.
So maybe we should change the topic to something. What else have we been playing, Dave?
Oh yeah, so despite the fact that I'm currently in the middle of 2 games, I am now in the middle of 3 games. So you know how I was playing Lightning Returns, and I've been playing that for like 2 or 3 months or something like that?
Yeah, you're not enjoying it, are you?
Honestly, not really. Like, I don't know, the whole like side quest focus is kind of like whatever to me. Like, if the side quests are more interesting, I guess, but they honestly aren't that much. The combat's like decent. Okay, what's weird is that the combat, I decided to play on easy because people said the game was stupidly difficult. So I was like, okay, I'll play it on easy. And for the most part, since I'm playing on easy, the game is like really, really easy. Like a lot of the enemies die in just a few hits.
Hmm.
But when I got to Caius, you know, in like in the wildlands, whatever they're
Yeah.
called, like the plains, and I fought Caius there, and I'm like, wait, what do you mean he's taking out like 80% of my HP with one combo? What the heck? I'm playing
Yeah.
on easy mode. What would this be on normal mode?
That
He would
battle
take out
was
like
definitely a difficulty spike.
Like, yeah, if I was playing on normal, how much my HP would he take out? Like 150% of it? He would take out my HP I don't even have. I was so mad because I was like, this is easy mode. I actually switched to one of the equipment that like it increases your defense when you block or whatever. And that's how I was trying to use it.
Mm.
Also, for some reason, so you know how he has like a stagger mechanic when he's in commando mode, you have to use like physical attacks, and then when he's in the Ravager mode, you have to use magic. So I was trying to do that, and for some reason, he wouldn't stagger no matter how many times I hit him. So I was looking online, like a guide or whatever, and someone says like, yeah, use like Spark Strike or Frost Strike or whatever because it counts as both magic and physical. And for some reason, on both modes, that was working. And I'm like, okay, so you're telling me that when I did overclock like 7 times in a row with physical attack while he was in commando mode, I couldn't stagger him, but I could stagger him using Frost Strike or Thunder, was it Bolt Strike? I don't know what it's called. The Electric Strike. I think that was the one I was using. And that worked in like a very few amount of hits. That was so weird. I was like, is this bugged or something? Or is there some secret mechanic I'm not privy to?
Yeah, it's been a while since I played the game, so I couldn't really tell you. I think I just kind of struggled against him for a while until eventually I won.
I mean, it's like they saw that bonus fight in 13-2, you know, the one where you fight him, it's like a
Oh.
special mechanic or whatever. Because you know you have to fight him multiple times, and then the more you lose, you get like slightly more powerful or whatever. It took me like 2 hours to do.
I talked to
Do you
Buggy,
remember
but I don't have his note. God damn it, Rando. Sorry.
Do you remember the part I was talking about in 13-2?
Say again?
It's like after you beat in 13-2, you know how after you beat the game and Final Fantasy 13-2, there's like a special mode where you know it's just Lightning versus Caius, and then you just have to fight him. Like,
Yeah.
amount of time. And then each time you lose, you get like slightly more powerful.
Yeah, that
It
was so
reminded me
weird.
of it's like they wanted to have you relive that.
Yeah.
That literally took me like 2 or 3 hours to complete, and it was so annoying. And I'm like, I did this for nothing. If YouTube this. But yeah, like, I don't know. I just long for the days of the original Final Fantasy 13. Like each game just gets worse from the first one, because like the first one was just like a really good, fun, you know, it's a good adventure. You know, a good story, fun combat. It's just a solid package. Like people are like, oh, it's so linear. It's like, I don't care. You know.
Yeah.
It's what I like in a JRPG, right? And then
Yeah,
13-2
I
comes
agree.
along with all the time travel BS, and it's like, eh. And the combat was also way less balanced in 13-2, because 13-2 was like really easy for most of the game, and then because I didn't do the side content, the final dungeon was just like, yeah, you die in one hit. And then now I'm playing on easy mode, so obviously it's going to be like easy, right? But then it's just like, oh well, now you have the hardest boss in the game, even though every enemy before this dies in like 2 hits. Yeah.
Well, I guess you can
And
always
also-
leave and like come back later when you feel a bit more stronger. That's one benefit of Lightning Return.
Yeah, I guess.
Do more side content. I don't know.
Yeah, I was probably able to
I
try the fight, because I heard that, don't you like lose a day if you die? I guess I was playing on easy, it doesn't make you lose a day, it just goes back to your previous...
I don't. Do you lose a day? Is that
I remember
right?
hearing something about that, where if you die, you like, it just advances to the next day. I don't know if that's true, that's what I heard.
That doesn't
I'm playing on
sound.
easy, like,
Hmm.
yeah, like on easy, you'll automatically recover your HP after every battle on easy.
Okay.
So there's less like management or whatever. Yeah, I'm just wondering how the heck I would ever do this on normal. Like, what do you mean if I played on normal, I wouldn't get my HP back after every battle? What? And then also like the story, like I said, I'm not really a big fan of the side quest focus. In terms of the main story, there are some aspects of it that I like. I think there's some cool ideas here.
Mm.
Like I thought the part with Null and the part with Snow, those were like pretty good.
Yeah.
Then the Kaya stuff, and they start bringing back like the chaos and Yule and the reincarnating, and I'm just like, what the hell are you talking about? This doesn't make any sense.
I agree. I think the Kaya stuff was a bit forced. It doesn't really relate to the rest of the story all that much.
It felt like they were trying to like explain the plot from the previous game.
Yeah.
And the plot of the previous game made no sense to begin with, and the clarifications didn't help. They're like, so Yule reincarnating over and over is what's causing the chaos to appear because reasons, metaphysics. Okay.
Oh, but
I guess
I have the hammer now.
I don't know.
But yeah, it's a bit of a shame that Final Fantasy 13-2 is kind of an incomplete game. Like,
yeah, which I'd be fine with.
It definitely ends on a to be continued, but then the continuation doesn't feel very satisfying in that regard. It's like something completely different.
Even that, I just didn't really like the story direction in 13 too, because 13 like feels like a complete package. Like obviously there are elements of 13 where it's like, because you know how in 13 they're on Cocoon, but then like it's implied that there's like a whole history and culture of Grand Pulse that's existed way in the past. So it felt like, you know, they could explore that, right? Explain some of the things that were kind of left unsaid that weren't necessarily important to the overall plot, but kind of feels like they exist in the background. So it felt like a good opportunity to do that, and so they tried to do that, but then they did it in the worst way possible by making the story not make any sense at all, you know? Like, they could have done more with Grand Pulse and its cultures and advancing, like, the lore of, or the history of the 13 world. But, like, honestly, at this point, I would say, if I was recommending people to play 13, I would be like, yeah, just play 13, complete game, nothing else happens after that, happy ending, you know, everything good. You know what I mean? I don't know, I still have to finish Lightning Returns. Maybe there'll be some more good moments. Like I said, there were some good moments in the game. I did like the part with Snow. I did like the part with Noel. Maybe there'll be some cool stuff that happens later in the game. I don't know.
Trying to think of this.
It's like, it's not one of those games that I feel compelled, like, all right, I gotta play another 5 hours today, you know? Like, I'm planning on taking a few days of a break from this game. You've
probably seen a lot of the good that game has to offer already, so I don't mind if you quit. I mean, all three games. I
still want to see where it goes, you know? I still want to see where it goes, at least.
It has a surprising ending, I'll say that.
Well, I do like surprises.
But,
well, maybe not all surprises. 13-2, happy ending! Oh, wait, she's dead.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, to be honest, I love the ending of 13-2. It's just so, like, bold and crazy that I can't help but appreciate it.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like how good it is kind of depends on the follow-up, and since the follow-up isn't that great, it kind of spoils it, you know what I mean?
I know what you mean, yeah. But I still appreciate it.
It would be like in a trail, because a lot of the Trails games end on cliffhangers, because you know there's like arcs for the Trails game, like Trails in the Sky and then Trails in the Sky second chapter.
Yeah.
Trails in the Sky ends on a cliffhanger for second chapter, or Trails of Cold Steel 1 ends on a cliffhanger for Cold Steel 2, Cold Steel 3 ends on a huge cliffhanger for Cold Steel 4, etc. Like, if I played on that huge cliffhanger and then I got to the next game and I was really disappointed in the next game, I would be extra disappointed in the next game and the previous game.
Yeah.
Luckily, I do like all the Trails games, so that's a good thing.
It definitely seems like this running theme in all of the Fabula Nova Crystallis games that just... There was lots of promises made that couldn't be delivered upon, you know?
Oh yeah, so what about Versus 13? I know that turned into Final Fantasy 15, but like...
Correct.
I'm just wondering how, because isn't Final Fantasy 15 like a completely different world with different characters and stuff?
Yeah, like, it's completely different. That? Apparently, Noctis was meant to be in like the 13 universe originally, and they changed it all.
Oh, yeah. I'm wondering what would have happened. Like, was it supposed to be like a sequel to Lightning Returns, or would it take place in the universe of the first game? Like, how would that work?
No idea. But apparently lots of people are still mad that the game never came out because the trailers look so cool.
And like, Final Fantasy 15 is also a very divisive game.
Yeah.
for many reasons that I've been bombarded with and can't remember in great detail. But like I know a lot of people don't like the combat because it's like it's an action combat system. Obviously, a lot of people like turn-based, but also I heard it's like a really boring action combat system. Like it's kind of
Yeah.
mashy.
Yeah, it is.
I haven't played it. That's just what I've heard. I've heard some people say that the story is disappointing. It's just not very interesting.
Yeah.
I think the thing that I find weird because I remember I think there was an interview where they were inspired by games like Call of Duty and shit. I'm just like, "So you trying to get me interested in a JRPG or not? Like
Yeah.
that makes me not want to play it. Like everything I see about the game kind of feels like they're trying really hard to appeal to like a more mainstream anti-JRPG audience. I mean, I kind of got that feeling from Final Fantasy in general, but especially with 15, and especially with 16 as well.
Right.
16 just looks like a game. Like they were just like, all right, we're just gonna make a Western RPG for people who hate anime. That's what it looks like to me. Like maybe it's not like bad or anything. But it just looks like that's what the game
Apparently 16's good. Like I've heard good things. I haven't played it.
I don't know.
But
it also seems to be pretty divisive. Not as much as 15. 15 seems to be like the most divisive.
Spike,
I have heard.
Spike, did you play
complaints
16?
about 16.
I want to know. But yeah, it's definitely less divisive.
Less than 15, but I have heard some people some people say like the combat's not that great. I've not as much as people say with 15, but I've heard some people say that. I've heard some people say stuff like the story is not that interesting. The game doesn't really treat women very well. Although I guess they kind of say that whatever. I mean, maybe I'll try it one day, but it's not like Final Fantasy 15 and 16 are not top priorities for me because like there are other things I'm more interested in. Like I want to start getting into indie games, and probably like next year gonna start getting into a lot of indie games because
Nice.
like I've never really was interested in indie games for like most of my life, but all of a sudden there's all these indie games that came out like in the past like 2 or 3 years and also are coming out in like the next 2 or 3 years. That just look really cool. So I just want to. Like,
we're in a golden age of indie games right now. We're getting some really good shit. You should play Crosscode. It's really good.
Wait, what did you say?
You should play Crosscode.
Crosscode. Oh,
It's one of the best RPGs I've ever played. It's really good.
Crosscode.
But
yeah, I've seen this. Yeah.
But you also need to like be into like Zelda type puzzles. If you're not, you probably won't like it.
Yeah, my experience with Zelda type puzzles are the 3D Zelda games and the ones I've dropped, the top down ones. I mean, I actually dropped. I haven't beaten that many Zelda games. Like I dropped Wind Waker and Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. So Ocarina of Time, I was really young, didn't know what I was doing.
Hey, rough.
Majora's Mask was a situation where I didn't really not the side quest focus, but like the time limit just felt really stressful for me, and I don't know, I wasn't vibing with it. Wind Waker is a funny thing because I loved Wind Waker, but then when we got to the treasure chart portion where you have to like find all the pieces of the map or whatever, I had no idea what the hell to do, and I was looking up guides to try to help me, and the guides didn't help, and I was like, whatever, I'm done. I was just too salty to continue. I probably should have maybe like looked up a YouTube video or something.
A lot of people quit at that point.
Yeah, and what's weird because I heard that in the Wii U version, because I was playing the HD version, I heard that they fixed it, and I'm like, what do you mean they fixed it? I don't know where to go.
Wait, were you playing the Wii U version?
Yeah, the Wii. I never played the GameCube. I watched a walkthrough of the GameCube
Okay,
version, and I was
wow.
Like,
so you still found it annoying even on the Wii U. That's pretty funny.
Well, remember, yeah, because I watched a walkthrough of the GameCube version, but that was like when I was in like elementary school, so that was a long ass time ago. I didn't remember anything really.
Yeah.
But when I was playing on the Wii U, supposedly they made it easier. I'm like, what do you mean they made it easier? I don't know where to go.
Yeah.
Like, was it worse on the GameCube? How can you get worse than this?
It's definitely worse on the GameCube.
I don't know, and it was weird that I couldn't find a guide that I could explain it well, because you would think there'd be a guide for such a popular game, but I couldn't find one.
That's very strange. There should definitely be many guides.
But yeah, I did. I mean, there were guides, but the guides didn't help.
I mean, the basic thing you gotta do to get those Triforce shards is play the game. Like, you just need to do the side quests and stuff, explore the world, and you'll get it eventually. But yeah, if you're rushing to complete the game, I can see how that's frustrating. But I never had a problem with that because whenever I'm playing Wind Waker, I'm always getting everything.
You're supposed to like find some map, and like the map tells you where to go in the water or something.
Yeah, that's right.
To get those maps from side quests.
Yes.
But wasn't there a way to get it like from Tingle? Like you pay him a lot of money and he gives you a map or something?
No, he deciphers the map.
Oh,
You
okay.
still need to find the map, I believe is how it works.
What did they change from the GameCube version to make it easier then? Like, if it's from side quests?
I'm trying to remember and I'm having some difficulty. uh, like, what did they change? Maybe they took out the maps or something like that. And they made it so where you'd usually get the map, you just get the Triforce or something silly like that. Yeah, so you don't,
maybe
so
they
you don't need to dredge them up or something. That's probably what it was. Something like that.
So instead of like getting a map from an NPC, you just get the treasure.
Well, usually what you do is you go to a random island, you find a treasure chart with the Triforce on it, but you need to get it deciphered by Tingle, and then once you have it deciphered, you need to go to the location in the ocean and dredge it up from the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, they probably simplified it somewhere on that complicated path. But yeah, the Zelda games I have beaten are Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword, Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom. Those are the ones I actually finished completely.
Huh,
Like,
okay.
you also got to understand, I was younger back then, so like, it's a recurring pattern with me that I'm bad at video games, and that was worse way back then. Yeah, I did enjoy the ones that I beat, and also, like I said, I enjoyed Wind Waker up until that late portion of the game. I do want to try Wind Waker again one day, just because like the vibes are off the charts. Like, Wind Waker is one of those games that I use as proof of like how visual style matters way more than graphical fidelity, because like
absolutely,
you know how like every single like Western game show, they're like, all right, here's like 50 new AAA games that have been in development for 10 years and cost
tell me
$1
about
billion.
that. And they all look the fucking same. Yeah.
They all look boring. That's the important thing. They look boring. And then I'll look at a game like Wind Waker, not even just the HD version, even the original GameCube version, and be like, this looks fucking amazing by today's standards.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I genuinely think it's one of the best looking games ever. And then they made it better on the Wii U. So, like,
that's why some people don't like all the bloom effects and stuff, but yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, and that's why like art direction's so important. That's why when people say the Switch is underpowered, it's like underpowered if you're trying to play a super graphically intensive game. It's perfectly fine if you're playing games with really nice visual styles. Like obviously more power would help with stuff like frame rate and resolution, but just for like a general game look feel, like it's more than enough for a lot of the games that I play on it that I think look really good. The Xenoblade games look fantastic. Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom look fantastic, and it's because their art direction's so good. And that's also another reason why I'm getting interested in all these indie games, because I look at all these indie games and a lot of them have a really unique style to them. Like, I actually made a list of indie games I was interested in. It's really long, because there's so many cool ones that are either coming out in the near future or have come out recently. Let me actually pull up that list. Let me know.
Yeah, pull up the list.
If you recognize. Yeah, let me know if you recognize any of them. It's my games to buy list. These are not games in my backlog that I haven't bought them yet, but they are games that I'm interested in getting to one day. So I have a huge list of ones that are already released, ones that are upcoming. The only other game I'm getting this year that's upcoming is East 10. I was thinking of Metaphor, but I was kind of burned out on Persona 3 Reload, and like an idiot, I'm playing Persona 5 Royal right now. I guess it makes sense though, because like if I burned out on this game, then I know okay, wait for a sale on Metaphor, right? You know, but I did like the original Persona 5, but you know my taste changed. Maybe I didn't like Persona 3 as much because I'm just not as into Persona anymore. I don't know. But let's see. All right, here are the indie games. I don't remember which ones are already out or which ones are coming out. Well, I know some of them are already out, but I don't remember which ones are already out later in the list. So Wave Tale.
Yep. I have that game on Switch. I haven't really played much of it yet, but I have it. Looks cool.
Sea of Stars.
That game. Be warned. That game gets a lot of hype, but I've heard some like shit things about it.
I know. So here's the thing. What I've noticed is like mainstream game outlets love this game.
Yeah.
JRPG fans fucking despise this
game. That's what I've noticed too.
the JRPG subreddit is constantly like, this game's complete garbage.
Okay.
The main thing that I seem to notice is that it feels
he's a play. That's cute.
It feels like the game is trying too hard to be an homage to Chrono Trigger, and not trying hard enough to just be a good game on its own
Yeah,
merits.
yeah, absolutely. I watched a pretty good takedown of the game recently, which is just like
Yeah, like the visual
this
style
is a,
looks
this is a
cool, but
reference
like
to Chrono Trigger, but it has no like thought put behind it of like how that fits into
yeah,
the
like the
plot.
visual style looks cool, but you also need to like make an interesting game. Like if I was to
Yeah.
make a game, like obviously I'd be inspired by the JRPGs I like Xenoblade, Trails,
Mm.
Persona, whatever the JRPGs I can't think of at the moment. I would be inspired by those, but I wouldn't like shamelessly copy it, not come up with original ideas because like the story, like that OC I drew, like there's a whole story I have involved in it. And, like it's obviously inspired by these JRPGs, but there's also ideas that I came up with on my own that don't even exist in any JRPG ever made.
Mm.
That would make it like my story, and like I would want that to be a major like point of
Crossover.
like interest for the game. I wouldn't want people to just be like Xenoblade clone.
Exactly. Because if you're a clone and you're not offering anything new, then why would people play your game? They'll just play what you're cloning. Yeah.
Anyways,
So
let's see.
why is it on
Hollow
your list?
I want to try it at least. I heard it's not that long, like 20 hours or something, so I might as well.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and the music, I heard the music's great, the visual style's great.
Yeah, it looks nice. It sounds nice.
Yeah, so Hollow Knight.
Yeah, good game.
Omori.
I didn't get into that game personally, but it might have just been a me thing. Lots of people love it, so yeah, I can't.
Yeah, it compared to Sea of Stars, it seems like people because you know how it's like an Earthbound type of game.
Yeah.
Or at least from what I heard. Well, Omori fans don't seem to think cheap knockoff with no like original ideas. People actually seem to really like the game.
Yeah.
That's nice. Let's see. Opus Echo of Star Song. I
don't know
it's
that
like a
one.
side-scrolling game. I think it's like a side-scrolling game in space.
Okay.
All right. I have Ori and the Blind Forest and Ori and the Will of Wisps.
Are they indie?
That looks. I don't know. I think they were indie, and now they're.
I don't know.
By a big. I don't know.
Either way. I know those games.
Hi-Fi Rush. Is Hi-Fi Rush considered indie?
No. But
whatever. Yeah, the thing. So you heard about how Hi-Fi Rush, the studio went down, but then like some company like bought the studio and then like brought back every single person.
Yeah.
That's never gonna happen again. It's never gonna happen. It's the one good thing that's ever happened. In the gaming industry.
Oh my god.
But yeah, Hi-Fi Rush looks really cool.
Yeah.
I can't wait to play it. I've heard great, like just endlessly good things about it. So yeah, I'm excited to play it. What's the Azure Striker Gunvolt?
Oh yeah.
Let's see.
I guess that's indie. But yeah, it's just it's very like what Mega Man, like It's like inspired by modern Mega Man games. Yeah, I guess more the ZX games.
There's a game called Icy. I think that's like a side-scrolling action game.
I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah, let's see. Assault Spy. I think it's like a beat-em-up game.
Okay.
Let's see. Haven.
Don't know that one.
I think Haven is a game made by the people who made Hyperlight Drifter.
Okay, right.
I think it's. I might be wrong here. Let me look this up. Haven game. Yeah, I think it's like an exploration game where it's like a. Let me see. Two lovers gave up everything and escaped to a lost planet to be together, glide through a mysterious landscape, explore a fragmented world, and fight against what's trying to tear them apart in this RPG adventure about love, rebellion, and freedom. Yeah, cool. What I can see about this game, it has a really interesting color palette, and they walk around this planet, except they're not walking; they're actually kind of like floating. And there's like goo all over the planet, and then like wherever they float over, the goo like disappears.
I'm getting someone knocking on my door. I will be right back 1 second.
Okay, let me look up the creator while you're gone.
Hello, I'm back.
Okay, yeah, so I was looking up the developer. I was wrong. It's by the developer of Fury, which I actually own.
Fury. I know that name. What's Fury again? Oh yeah, Fury.
Fury?
Fucking yeah. That's the game that fucking Dekisheed runs. Dekisheed's like the world record speedrunner of that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I saw a streamer playing it. I'm like, what the hell is this bullet? This isn't just bullet hell. This is like worse than hell. Like, what the hell? It's so. I'm just watching the gameplay, and this looks insane. And it probably is going to make me rip my hair out, but I will give it a shot because it looks cool.
Yeah.
But yeah. So that's what Haven is. I was thinking of a different one for the people who made Hyper Light Drifter. That's a game called Solar Ash, which is like a parkour game made by the people who made Hyper Light Drifter.
Right.
And that looks pretty cool. It's also on my indie game list. Let's see, there's a game called A Space for the Unbound.
I've heard that name, but I don't know anything about it.
I remember, I think this is it the Filipino game? Oh, Indonesia. Yeah, it's a slice of life text adventure in Indonesia.
Oh.
And has a really nice pixel art style. It's like a high school, and it seems like the world's being destroyed or something. Definitely give me some 13 Sentinels vibes.
Yeah, okay, cool.
And it has overwhelmingly positive on Steam. Alright, let's see what else. Ender Lilies? What was that? I actually don't remember.
That's a Castlevania, Metroidvania like fucking.
Oh yeah, yeah. I see. Alright, let's see. Ooh, Rakugaki. You seen that one?
That's the one that's like Parappa?
It's well, I don't know what it's based on, but it's like a action platformer with like a graffiti style.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and also the main character is voiced by Emmy Lowe, who's a really good voice actor who voices a lot of characters I like Mao Mao in Apothecary Diaries, and a bunch of other characters. So yeah, and they even narrated the trailer. I remember, and I was like, oh, I gotta get this game now. Thanks for showing it to me. Have you heard of this game? It's called Tales of Kenzera Zhao.
It sounds familiar, but I don't know much about it.
Yeah, it's a game made by an let me. I don't want to get it wrong. What's the Wikipedia page?
Go, fat Italian man, go.
Abu Bakar Salim. Yeah, so he's a black man. I don't remember which country, but he based it. Oh, it says right here. The game was heavily inspired by Bantu cultures and Salim's own experience with tribal groups while filming Raised by Wolves in South Africa. So yeah,
wow.
it's very inspired by his own like African culture, and it's a it's a cool looking like action platformer type of game. And what's so obnoxious about the discourse surrounding it is that the people who hate the game are all literally Hitler.
Yeah.
Like, did you see that big drama? Because I remember the
I don't think I did.
Guy who made the game. Yeah, like he was getting harassed because you remember that it was that big thing about SBI, the Sweet Baby Inc. Like anything this company touches is like woke propaganda or whatever, and
wow.
This, like, it was like the Gamergate 2 they were calling it, and it led the harassment campaigns and stuff, and people saying like, oh, these people are evil. Everyone who works for SBI is evil. Consultancy is evil. Like it was some really weird conspiracy theories revolving around it, as you'd expect from the worst people to exist online. And yeah, they harassed the creator for this game because I think he made a post just talking about like diversity is cool or something like that, and people got really mad at him.
Wow.
And then they looked up like, oh, SBI helped you with your game, and he said the reason why he hired SBI because they're like a consultancy group. And some people don't seem to know what they do because they seem to have a pretty like broad range of what they actually do. But supposedly, because they're just like, oh, well, why do you need a woke consultancy group to teach you how to write about your own culture? And he's like, yeah, I've never written a game before, so I just asked him to help me write the game. And like, it's not like some deep conspiracy theory. It was just he hired some writing assistants basically.
Yeah.
and he got a lot of harassment for that. But what ended up happening is after the harassment, he put out like another video where he kind of just like tears down these people, but not in like a condescending way, and more of like a just like a positivity type of way, like fight negativity, positivity type of way. And then he also announced that he'd be discounting the game because he knows that there are people in other countries that can't afford games, and he wants people to play the game as possible. So he lowered the price. I don't remember if it was just on Switch or if it was on all platforms.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, so I only had like the game like on like the super side radar, but then when I saw that thing, I was like, all right, I'll add it to my list. Because I actually like looked at the gameplay. It has a really nice visual style and everything. It's definitely a labor of love from the guys who made it. And it is a Metroidvania, apparently.
Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard of it.
Demon School. I think Demon School was it's like a tactical RPG, kind of like a Disgaea vibe, except the art style is not like Disgaea at all.
Okay.
That looked pretty cool. Let's see. Sacrifier. Oh, Sacrifier was like... Sacrifier, I'm pretty sure, is like a JRPG-inspired game that actually looks really freaking cool. If I remember correctly.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know that one either.
Yeah, Sacrifier has, like, just one of the coolest styles I've ever seen. It's kind of crazy to think that this is an indie game. Like, what do you mean? This style is so cool, and the battle system looks really interesting. As in, I have no idea what the hell's going on.
That's a good sign.
I feel like
I love weird RPG system.
It's definitely really hard to make an RPG combat system that's like wholly unique, because like you'll have like a base and then you'll design unique elements around that base. This feels like it's not doing that at all. Anyways, next one, Abyss X-Zero. I actually don't remember what this is.
You probably heard me talking about that. That's
this is like it's a 3D Metroidvania.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's supposed to have like a PS1-esque style.
Yeah. You should like, it's like the internet just collectively decided that Mega Man Legends had the best art, like, polygon art style of any video game, and now everyone's trying to copy it. And they're kind of right. Mega Man Legends looks amazing.
Right, this one, Urban Myth Dissolution Center.
Before you go on, if you're checking out Abyss Zero, you should definitely check out their previous game, Unsighted. It's really good. It's like extremely like gay and like it's a top-down Zelda like, but it's more of a Metroidvania. Like, it's a good time.
I've heard of this.
Damn it, I died.
Oh yeah, so Urban Myth Dissolution Center. This seems to be some kind of like mystery game, and it has like I don't even know how to describe this style. It's a pixel art style, but it's like one of those like heavily detailed pixel art styles where it just kind of looks like an anime style. You know what I mean?
Like an old Japanese adventure game?
Yeah, kind of like those, but it's also got like a really muted color palette.
Okay.
It's like all blue. Like bluish, green, tealish color palette. Yeah, it looks cool. Alright, let's see. Among the Stars. I don't remember what this is.
Don't know that one.
Among the Stars game, since Google's not helping me.
Oh gosh.
Is this even a real game? Oh. Latin American Games Showcase. Okay, that's why, because Google is racist.
Oh no.
I'm only finding the like promo art. I'm not trying to play a YouTube video because then it'll play the audio and it'll mess with the audio of your stream.
But you won't hear. I won't hear it unless it comes through your microphone. Oh, you mean you won't? I don't know.
Well, anyways, let me see if I can find an image of what it looks like, because I don't remember what the gameplay is like. But it has like a kind of anime-ish style. And I'm finding board games on Google.
Fuck, I'm not finding this line. This is too hard with me at this level. And you get
I
stronger.
can just go. Wait, is this the one? Of course, this is a different game, the one I found on Steam. So I guess they very unfortunately named their game after an already existing name of a game.
Oh.
Phenomenal. Yeah, and I'm finding board games called Among the Stars.
It's a pretty generic title, I guess.
Okay, well, let me just click on the YouTube link and then pause the video and then just go through it to see. Of course, it's a fucking ad. Alright, I muted the YouTube video. Yeah, because I had to have added it to my list for some reason. Players will engage in turn-based combat and experience a story about native Brazilians filled with puzzle-solving action.
Okay.
Yeah, that must have been it. Yeah, I remember they gave they had this like really cool anime-style trailer.
Like
yeah, I see. It's like it's a side-scrolling RPG.
okay.
Kind of like, I don't know, I guess like Odin Sphere. I don't really play side-scrolling RPGs, but
There's not very many of them. Alright, I can't go here yet.
yeah, still yeah, that looks cool. I can't remember the name of every game, or I can't remember the details of every game I listed here, so I have to like look some of them up. Right, Sky Ocean's Wings for Hire. I think I know that one. That's the one that has like a Wind Waker-esque style, and it's like in the sky, and it's like a JRPG type of game.
Okay.
I think. Let's see. Yeah, so yeah, it's got that like pilot, like sort of like not really steampunk aesthetic, but it's got like the airship aesthetic, you know? Like,
Yeah.
everyone's a pilot, I guess, but then it's also like a turn-based RPG.
Okay.
Oh, people compare it to Skies of Arcadia. Is that what it's called? The
Right,
GameCube
yeah,
RPG?
yeah. I never played that, but yeah.
The art style is not really like that. The art style is a very like maybe not Wind Waker, but it's got a silly little art style.
Cell
Like,
shaded?
it's like a level 5-esque art style, I guess.
Okay.
You know, like the people who make Inazuma 11 and
Yeah,
and
yeah.
stuff like that. I've never played any of those games, but I know what they look
Yokai
like because I've been waiting
Watch.
for that. Yeah, I've been waiting for that Deca Police game that's been delayed into oblivion. Apparently, they're finally going to show some information about that game this September, so that's cool. All right, let's see. Motor Slice. What the hell is Motor Slice? I don't remember.
Ow.
Oh, this is it's like a part. So you play as like an anime girl with a chainsaw, and like I guess you parkour through some weird ass environments, and then you like use your chainsaw to like destroy construction machines or something.
Yeah, it's Adventure of Wario Fanta.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Risma. What is this? I do not remember.
Wario! Please. Punch him.
Is this the game? Oh, I think this is the game about taking pictures. It's got like a really cool art. It's like an anime art style, with like really detailed like backgrounds and character designs and stuff, and it kind of looks like you're playing an anime in a way. Trying to think of a game with a similar style. There's another indie game with a similar style that I've never played, but I've seen before. It's like a cooking game or whatever. Might be by the same developers. I don't know. Let me see. Is it the same? No, actually, it's by the developer of Chris Tales. What are the odds?
A game I haven't played.
But yeah, this picture taking game. Mostly, it's like an art. I heard it's like an RPG, right? Let me see.
Picture taking RPG. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. It has a cool style, so I put it on my list. Let's see. Yeah, it is a captivating 2D Japanese-inspired RPG featuring innovative turn-based combat with never-before-seen strategic use of camera, lens, and filters.
That's an interesting proposal, yeah.
Yeah, and the trailer's just got this really sick style.
Now imagine.
Yeah, notice in the trailer, parts of the trailer are like black and white, and parts of the trailer are in color. I'm just wondering like what they're gonna do with that, because like obviously you could take pictures with and without color. I'm wondering if that's gonna be like a gameplay mechanic or whatever. Yeah, this game looks really cool.
Well, there ain't no way Wario's getting through this alive. Wario is fucked.
Alright, Unbeatable. I think I posted about Unbeatable in
Game over.
Discord
Return of
server.
Ganon.
Unbeatable, I think, is that like music game.
Ah, right.
Yeah, it's like an RPG, but with like rhythm elements, I think. Yeah.
Oh, we
And
changed
it's
the
kind of got
character
like a
sprite too.
trigger-esque style. Yeah, this Unbeatable game looks really cool. It's like an RPG with
Dude,
rhythm
Kong looks
mechanics.
silly. Oh, this is very silly.
You know what they should put in this? They should put the Nisekoi girl like they did in Mario Maker.
Sure, why not?
That was the most random shit I've ever seen. I'm like, what the hell?
I know. When I saw that, I was just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, this Unbeatable game looks sick. I'm just looking at the images. It gives me Trigger vibes, you know, Trigger, Studio Trigger. Yeah, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, is that considered an indie game? Because I have that on my list too.
I think technically.
Right, let's see. Until Then.
Oh, see, he's pogging. What the hell?
Okay, Until Then. I
This
think
is ridiculous.
Is this the Filipino game? There's a game called Until Then. This is a yeah, unforgettable Filipino journey, whatever.
He attacked with his tail. That's great.
This looks to be some type of text adventure game as well. Kind of like, oh shit, the volume just blasted my ears. Yeah, this like that other game I mentioned, A Space for the Unbound. This seems to be in similar vein to that.
Right.
Alright, I'm almost done with the list. I have to look at some of these games I actually don't even remember what they look like myself. I just saw a cool looking game and I added it to the list. Full Circle. There's a game called Full Circle. Holy shit. I know why I added it. It has it's like a pixel art type of game. It gives me vibes of, you know, the Star Ocean 2 remake?
Yeah.
That's the visual style it kind of reminds me of. Yeah, this looks sick. This looks like such a cool game. Man, this is what I want from like Western developers. I want games that are JRPG inspired that actually look like JRPGs, you know? And that's what this looks like. Looks sick. Okay, I think this is the last one on my list. Called Alabaster Dawn. What the heck?
That's the Crosscode sequel. Play Crosscode.
What are the odds? Oh, maybe I'll add that to the list too. Let me go ahead and do that.
Go, Diddy, go. You can do it. Ow. Which door is it? Is it this one? No? Ah.
Yeah, that's the whole list, and there's probably more, but if I look up more, I will double this list, and I don't want to do that. And I have a huge list here of, like I said, I also wrote down a list of other games I'm interested in. Like I'm interested in the Metroid series, the Pikmin series, Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, Mario RPG, Baten Kaitos. Obviously, the rest of the Yakuza series, because I only own up to 6, but I plan to play them all eventually. I'm currently playing 4 right now, actually.
Okay.
Like I said, I was playing 3 games at a time.
So you go a fair way through.
Yeah, so I'm like halfway through the series, I guess. Yeah, because you know I said I was kind of getting burned on Lightning Return, so I wanted to like play multiple games at the same time. I was also playing Atelier Chally recently, but I beat that really quickly. I beat it in like 5 days. Because it was like 25 hours long or something like that. A little bit shorter than the other Atelier games that I played.
The new Atelier trailer looked pretty crazy. Like, I didn't know I was looking at an Atelier game at first.
They definitely upped the visual style. In terms of other aspects of the game, I don't know how they compare. The thing is, I've only played the Dusk trilogy, which a lot of people are fond of and have like nostalgia for. So some people think they're like the best Atelier games, but they definitely do seem more dated than the older ones, than the newer ones, I mean. But who knows? New doesn't necessarily mean better.
Yeah.
Like the thing about Atari games is that they're all a little bit different. Like they all have different crafting systems, for example. Like the
Yeah.
Dust trilogy, there's like similar elements to each of them, but the crafting, like the crafting's effectively like math problems, but the math problems are slightly different in how you approach them in each game. I think that's a pretty cool idea.
He's in a barrel. But yeah.
But yeah, I'm not really like each of the games are like a 7 out of 10 for me, so they're not like top priority. I do plan to play the other Atelier games, like there's the Mysterious trilogy, then there's the Ryza trilogy, and then maybe I'll get into Yumiya, but I'm not like in any rush to play. These aren't really like top priority. I did write it down because, like I said, I write down anything I'm interested in this list. But yeah, I wrote down, let's see, Star Ocean Remake, you know, Star Ocean 2 Remake. Even though I thought Star Ocean 6 was complete dog shit, I've heard nothing but good things for Star Ocean 2, so maybe it's not complete.
You know? Yeah.
I've heard great things. A lot of people say that Star Ocean was good up until 3, and then it got worse after that.
Yeah.
In fact, I actually played Star Ocean 4 way back when, like a long time ago, like 2011, 2012 or whatever. And I got lost, like I do every other game, and quit playing. But the thing is like Star Ocean 4 had like this huge world to explore and no map markers telling you where to go. And I'm just like, alright, yeah, I give up. It wasn't interesting enough for me to continue anyways. Yeah, like Star Ocean doesn't really seem like a series that I'm all that interested in. Just Star Ocean 2, because everyone says the game's great, and it does look great. The visual style looks cool. I heard the action combat's really good.
That game...
Hopefully the story...
Yeah, that game does look cool.
The story is decent. I hope the story at least is decent, because I thought the story in Star Ocean 6 was complete dog shit. It was like, it felt like they were insulting my intelligence. Like, yeah, we're a deep story. Like, the ethical implications of this hypothetical scenario that doesn't actually make any sense when you think about it for 2 seconds. They're so deep, as the game says, as it doesn't explore it ever again. Yes, the deep philosophical implications that you're telling us to think of because you didn't think of it yourself.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've been on a bit of a Mizukami binge at the moment. I watched through Planet With. I'm obviously watching Sengoku Yoko. And I've started on Biscuit Hammer. I was reading the manga. I was reading the manga, and then I'm just like realizing that I really do prefer anime over manga most times. So I'm watching the anime, even though people say it's bad. I'm still enjoying it. So,
Yeah, I don't know why I stopped, because like I watched the first episode. Like it was a decent first episode. Like it wasn't like terrible or anything. I just heard the direction and like it's kind of rushed and over the place. Like it doesn't feel like they had a clear vision because, well, they didn't. Because so what I heard is that the I think it was like the producer or something wanted to make a bunch of changes to the story, and the author didn't. And that kind of led to stuff being delayed and them having to redo a bunch of stuff, so they kind of just rushed it out.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What's so weird, though, is that the show has, like, this really solid line art that you'd expect from a show with really good animation quality, and then the characters just don't move.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
But I'm also like, I don't know, it's like, people say, like, the animation isn't exciting, the combat animation is bad, but I was reading the manga, at least what I read, the fights weren't that interesting anyway, so I don't feel like I'm missing out on much.
Yeah, like, the fights aren't anything crazy, that's for sure, but...
Maybe the fights get better later on,
anime,
but...
You kind of want, if you're watching an anime, for it to move, because it's kind of like the point of animation.
Sure,
Yeah,
but I get a lot... when I'm watching an anime, I feel like I get a lot out of just adding voice acting and music. Like, if the animation sucks, at least if they have those other two things, then I can enjoy it.
Because there are certain scenes that I really want to see voiced, because there's some really good-ass scenes in the show.
Yeah.
So, like, I am going to give it a shot at some point, because, like...
And the dub's pretty good, too.
How bad can it be? Yeah, like I said, I watched the first episode in dub, and it was pretty good so far. The main character was voiced by Lee George, who voiced the Pigtails dude from Appare Ranmen. So... And that was really good as well. It was actually a phenomenal performance. There's like a lot of like really good scenes that I want to see.
Samidari's English voice actor is really good. I think it suits her perfectly.
Yeah, she's got such a gremlin voice.
Yeah, yeah. Really, and you want a gremlin voice for that character.
Yeah, like I can't imagine it being that bad, because like the thing is that like 24 episodes for 10 volumes isn't like that bad. Like it's
No,
doable.
not at
It's
all.
not ideal, but it's definitely doable.
Look, I come from
And like
the trenches of Tuaru, like Index
yeah,
adaptation and Umineko adaptation. Like, I've seen the worst of it. Rewrite
yeah, and like
adaptation, fuck.
the original story is really good. So like the show's got to at least be decent. So I
Yeah,
definitely gotta give it another
exactly.
shot. I just keep forgetting to watch anime because I'm playing games.
But
Like I
yeah,
have like 20 different anime that I'm behind on. I
and I
still haven't finished Vinland Saga season 2 despite starting it like
and I'm almost
4 or
definitely
5
gonna
months ago.
read Spirit Circle once I'm done with this.
Oh yeah, Spirit Circle is so good. I actually like Spirit Circle more than I like Biscuit Hammer.
Yeah, I've heard good things by
Like
people who've read it.
yeah, like the vibes are just so good. It's just got it's so heartwarming.
Yeah, I
Like
mean,
the thing about
honestly,
Misakami,
Biscuit Hammer is pretty fucking depressing, but I feel like it's gonna have a good message at the end of it. But like,
that's the thing. Like the thing about Mizukami that makes him like such a good writer is that like every story starts off like a shit post, and then it becomes like the most like thorough takedown of like nihilistic thought.
yeah, yeah,
Like
absolutely.
he writes
That's
such hopeful stories, and that's of all the ones I've seen so far. Like Planet With, very hopeful.
yeah,
Mystic Hammer, very hopeful. Spirit Circle, very hopeful. And I'm kind of getting the vibes from Sengoku Yoko, which
absolutely.
I need to catch up to as well because I've
S-
not started season 2 yet.
Season 2, very hopeful.
Yeah, like, and the thing is, that's what I think makes him such a good writer because like he writes depressing stuff, but like
Mm,
finding that balance of writing depressing stuff, but then also still having a hopeful message makes the hopeful message hit so much harder.
yeah, it's like he seems to have a a, a what do you call it? A through line in all of his work where he's like his mission statement is to confront like moral nihilism and like show that being positive is based actually.
I mean, he must have played a lot of JRPGs. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I think the dude is a massive Gurren Lagann fan. Like especially after watching Planet
Yeah,
with. Like,
probably.
there's so many references to Gurren Lagann in that show, but it feels like a response to Gurren Lagann in many ways. Like taking
I felt like it was like
the central philosophical question of Gurren Lagann and like adding to it with his own take.
also like Evangelion too. So like, do you remember the part?
Mm,
So you know like the famous thing in Evangelion, the whole get in the robot thing, and it's supposed to like represent like the stress of like the whole world feels like it's like out to get you
yeah,
and like pressuring you to do things you don't want to do. I feel like Planet With took that very idea and like expanded on it in a way that was like it was such a small moment that felt mind blowing to me. Cause like, do you remember the part where the dude, the guy who's like the hero guy from Planet With?
yeah,
He was like, you got to get in the robot because you know that he's gotten the robot many times before, but because he's like super depressed at the moment because of some
yeah,
shit that's happened, he's like, I don't want to get in the robot.
yeah,
And he's
yeah,
like,
yeah,
you don't want to get in the robot? Then I'll do it for you.
yeah, yeah.
You gotta wake up.
I didn't think about it, but that is a fucking Evangelion, isn't it?
Yeah, he was like you don't have to get in the robot. I'll be the hero and I'll save the
Yeah, it's
world
fucking
for
like
you.
fair enough. Like
Like
you're clearly like very depressed. You've been through a lot. All right, I understand. I'm not going to force that on you anymore. And like that's fucking awesome.
I'm really salty that Planet With never got a dub though because they
Yeah,
released the they released a physical version and it didn't get a dub, so it's donezo. It's not getting a dub.
that's so sad.
Because like, man, there's so many scenes like that. If it was dubbed, I'd probably bawl my eyes out because like because there's so many good moments in the show, especially towards the end.
I got very teary watching that show.
Yeah, trust me, it was one of those shows where I did not expect it to be as good. Now it's like one of my favorite anime.
Yeah, I think like it's up there now. This is just one like I'm a different person after watching it now. This is one of my favorite anime ever now.
Been known to happen.
Uh,
Oh yeah, so my list of games to buy, I still haven't finished. Soul Hackers 2, you know the
oh yeah.
not Persona that everyone hates. Um, from what I heard, it seems to be kind of just like I don't know, like just not Persona. You know, it's like why is this not Persona? It's so bland. That's what I've heard.
Then why do you
Maybe
want
it's
to
a
get
decent
it?
game. I don't know. I mean, it's the one Atlas game that doesn't have a silent protagonist until Metaphor, of course, because you know Metaphor is gonna have a talking protagonist, which is cool because I hate silent protagonists.
Yeah. I don't know.
I
Metaphor
think
looks
that's
really
what
fucking good. I think that's the one you should probably be looking at first.
Honestly, I think that might have been why I got so burned out. Because like the more I play games with silent protagonists, the more frustrated I get. Because they don't need to exist.
No, they don't. I don't get it.
It's like, I mean, if it's like a not a super story focused game, whatever. But if it's like a JRPG, like I don't understand.
If it's a story-based game, it shouldn't have a silent protagonist.
Yeah, like I've seen people defend it, like, oh, but the dialogue options give him personality, and I'm just like,
No.
it's fake though, because like
Yeah.
the thing is, since you have dialogue options, the character's personality isn't set in stone. And some people will be like, oh, well, that's cool. You can make your own personality, and like you can self-insert. And I'm like, well, first of all, I don't want to self-insert. I want a good story.
Yeah,
Like,
same.
but also like, no, it's still like fake personality because it doesn't mean anything. Because something I've noticed, if you notice with silent protagonists, is that nothing you say actually matters beyond the immediately following dialogue.
Yeah.
It has no effect on how other characters perceive you.
Yep.
And that sucks, because the way a character acts should be reflected in how other characters act towards them. But with silent protagonists, it's also... So I think this is generally bad writing advice when it's kind of just said like without like specificity, but it is a good example of show don't tell, because that's effectively all silent protagonist characterization is, I'm doing air quotes, you can't see me, but I'm doing air quotes, is just telling. It's telling you how to feel about the protagonist, or it's other characters being like, the protagonist is like this.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I would have liked it if the protagonist showed me them being like that.
Yeah.
Doing things, you know? Like,
I think,
talking.
I think Joker from Persona 5 could have been an amazing character. But because he's stuck being a silent protagonist, it's just,
Yeah, I mean,
there's
like,
nothing there.
his whole character is like, it's a guy who is fucked over by society and like trying to make it better by being the leader of the Phantom Thieves to fight against injustice. Like,
Yeah.
there's so much you could do with that, and they don't do anything with that. They do it with the other characters because the other characters actually speak, and you do it from their perspective. But then Joker is just there along for the ride to be like,
Yeah. Yep. Yep. And the funny thing is, like, you can still have, like, dialogue options and a voice character if you really want. There's no reason they have to be mutually incompatible.
True. I mean, there are games that do that. Like Trails does that sometimes.
Fire Emblem does that?
Yeah, this is another thing. Like, so like this is one thing that makes me like Trails more than East. Like, obviously East isn't as story focused compared to Trails. You know, East is like the action combat of Falcom compared to Trails, which is the turn-based. But East has a silent protagonist, and he's been the same silent protagonist character for every game in the series, except East Origin, which has 3 different protagonists you can choose from, and they're basically like alternate story routes, and they talk, and they're actually like decently interesting protagonists. But then Adol just doesn't talk, and so his character is just everyone being like, oh, Adol, the guy who always gets into ship crashes and loves adventure, which is his 2 character traits, of course. Yet he still gets a harem. No, he doesn't actually get it. It's not a harem in the sense that all the girls like him. It's a harem in the sense that there's one girl that's kind of hinted to like him in each game, and then he leaves because he only loves adventure.
God.
And like, there was a moment in East 9, which has a bad story, by the way, where like he speaks, because like in East 9, if you don't mind me spoiling the story because it's very dumb.
I don't mind. Like, East 9 spoilers incoming, folks.
The bad guy is like cloning all the characters and like also like creatures from like past East games, because of some ancient magic that lets them make clones or whatever. And there's like an Adol clone, right? And they're trying to like turn the Adol clone into like an evil god or something. I don't remember the specifics. It was dumb. I didn't care about it. But then like the Adol clone talks, and so if I remember, because there's 2 Adols, right? In the game, there's the clone, which is like in prison, because at the beginning of the game you get sent to prison, right? I would have loved it if they did a thorough takedown of the prison industrial complex, but they didn't really do a good job at that because the game sucks. And yeah, so like when you start the game, you like escape from prison, and now you're like the Phantom Thief, because you're kind of like Phantom Thieves in this game, right? They call them the Monstroms, but you're basically Phantom Thieves. And so Adol escapes, but then there's certain segments of the game where you're playing Adol in prison. It's like, why is there a second Adol in prison doing like sort of like a pseudo prison escape, where like they're planning a prison escape over the course of throughout the entire game? And then you find out like, oh, it's a clone Adol, and like I guess they want to turn him into like the evil god that will destroy the world or something. Yeah. So
this map is confusing the fuck out of me. The fuck is up with this map? I feel like it's broken.
Like, Cold Steel 1, no, Cold Steel 1 and 2, how imperialism kind of like
Sorry,
a thing.
Daisy, you're like cutting
Yeah.
out. I don't know if there's something like network problems or something, but you're cutting out.
Let me see.
I can try changing the location, I guess. Are you East Coast, West Coast?
East Coast.
Alright, change to East.
Can you hear me?
I can now, yes.
Yeah, so like what I was saying with East 9 is like I hated how poorly they handled imperialism because like in the Trail series they handle it pretty good because like Crossbell wants their independence and that's not framed as like a bad thing.
Right, we're talking about
But-
Trails now, not East.
Well, yeah, well I'm comparing it to East because the way East 9 did it is so there's the Roman Empire spelled R-U
Yeah.
N, right? And I want to chalk this up to them not really putting much effort into the world building of East because they don't really like question. They're not critical of the Roman Empire the way that they're critical of imperialism in the Trail series, and it was just really dumb because like one of the main motivations of one of the bad guys in East 9 is he basically wanted to use the clones of these monsters and people and shit to get revenge because the place that you're in is a place that used to be independent and then they got taken over by the Roman Empire and now they're ruled by the Romans and it's led to bad things happening. And they basically tell him to get over it because there are some good Roman people or whatever.
Oh, yikes.
And then you beat him and then you find out he was a clone the whole time and he didn't know. and then he dies.
Wow.
And then you find out there's this evil wizard mastermind who is just using him for his evil clone plot. I don't remember what his plan was or why he wanted to do anything with. Oh yeah, also all the Monstrum characters are clones of ancient heroes from the past. That explains why they were all adopted because they never had parents to begin with. Which would have been a much more interesting plot point at that point if I wasn't already pissed about the really bad imperialism handling.
Jeez.
But at that point, I'm just like, okay, whatever.
This sounds very convoluted.
I mean, that's kind of it. I think I just explained the whole story.
Oh my god.
But yeah, there's also like a 100 years war in the past. Something about, I don't remember why that's important.
Oh god. Have you been watching... Fair enough if you haven't. Have you been watching My Hero Academia?
I refused to I watched 2 episodes and then never again.
Good. No. I'm kind of watching it for like... Well, I'm in this deep, so I may as well finish it kind of territory. But they did a fucking episode that felt like it was like trying to do commentary on Black Lives Matter from the side of the cops, and it wasn't a good time.
I mean, it had its own fair share of controversies with racism, with them making Mirko's skin color lighter in the anime compared to the original artwork. And I've seen people complain about that. The thing with My Hero Academia has some pretty cool character designs. So it's a shame that I have no desire to continue because I thought it was really bad. The first 2 episodes.
God, it's pretty propaganda, like it's, and I feel like that was really cemented in one of these recent episodes. Like, oh my god, it's like a riot's breaking out over like race discrimination, and they're obviously they're wrong because they're a violent riot, and it's like no, you're allowed to be angry, but not like this. It's just I hate that kind of rhetoric.
I feel like a lot of media aren't really like intentionally trying to be like pro-cop or anything, but I feel like some people are like super pacifist, so they think like, not like this,
Yeah.
Like, first of all, you gotta consider that oftentimes the riots tend to be like a really small portion. But then you also gotta consider the material conditions. Like, there's a reason this is happening, and you should be more concerned with the underlying issue than you are with the riots.
And they of course portray the rioters as like really like gullible and easy to manipulate by the villains. It's just like, oh, this is not on. Like they're trying to be like progressive and like but it's so clearly like the author's ideology and worldview is just not like really tuned
Like,
into like critical theory.
there are ways to make the whole like people are getting manipulated by the evil person type of thing to work, but you have to like you have to tackle the actual issue first
Yeah,
before you do the whole
exactly.
this was the evil
And
girl's fault, you know?
what's kind of worst, one of the worst parts is like the whole issue of like, it's like pseudo racism. It's like supernatural racism. Like some people in this world are just born with weird creature bodies. Like it's furry racism. But like it's never really been tackled in the story up to this point. Like this one episode is like it's suddenly a huge deal for these characters, but it was never brought up. Like it's like very rarely brought up in the series at all up to this point. And now it's like,
I mean,
uh,
that seems like the thing you'd expect from, that seems like the thing you would expect from a weekly manga.
yeah,
You know, like they kind of just come up with shit as they go.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
oh yeah, I forgot about the racism. Let me bring that up again.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, the thing you're describing is basically the same problem as East 9, where like the plan of the guy who wanted to get revenge on the Romans or whatever, and then it turns out he was just being used for the evil guy's plot. Like, it would have been fine if the characters were more sympathetic to him.
Mm.
And no, sympathy isn't, I understand how you feel, but get over it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, no, you know what really annoyed me?
This
So
isn't the way.
In East 9, one of the characters, the Raging Bull, is voiced by Erica Harlacher in the English dub. And the Raging Bull, she has pink hair, right? And then in Trails of Cold Steel 3 and 4, and Reverie, there's a character named Yuna who also has pink hair and is voiced by Eric Harlacher as well. So same English voice actor, same hair color.
Mm.
And they have pretty similar backgrounds to some extent. Like how minus like the orphan thing in because you know how, like I said, all the characters are clones of heroes from the past, and she was an orphan. But like the pink hair girl in East 9 has like brothers and sisters, and Yuna also has like brothers and sisters she really cares about. So like they have like a lot of similar aspects to them. And it's just funny how like their character arcs differ so much, because Raging Bull is like, get over it, and then Yuna's whole character arc in the Trails series is her wanting Crossbell to be independent. That is like the crux of her character arc. So I just find it so funny because they have similar designs, similar like backstories, same English voice actor, and just like the opposite handling of their respective like subject matter.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, it feels like Trails has just got a lot better writing chops than East.
But the thing is, like, older East games were not really story focused.
Yeah.
It was pretty bare bones, like, talk to someone, tell you about the ancient temple, find the thingies, take the thingies to the big thingy altar, fight the bad guy, and like that's it. It didn't really start getting really story focused until I guess East 7, but even then East 7 story isn't like super amazing. East 7's basically just died Xenoblade 1. And then East 8 actually I would say has a great story. It's not like a super politically deep story or whatever, but it's got good vibes. It's got the classic like JRPG hope type of vibes. And it's just like really interesting. It's got cool ideas. So that's why I was really disappointed in East 9 when the writing was dog shit. I am planning on getting East 10 though. That's coming out later this year in the West. It's actually coming out in a little over a month. It's coming out I think October 25th. So I do plan to get that game, and hopefully the story will actually be good this time.
What's this music?
I think I told you about that in the Discord where I actually asked someone on I asked on Reddit like, is the story like actually good for this? Because I didn't like the story of East 9, and then I got into some argument about like the policies of East 9. They were just like, well the slavery is justified because the story justifies the slavery, and I'm like, okay.
This is music I just put on.
Like, man, the writing's so dumb in East 9. Like, yeah, we have these prisons, and we have like slaves working in the mines that are prisoners because of the prison industrial complex. We're not gonna do anything about that though.
Yeah.
And also
can't actually do anything about the systemic problems. That would be silly.
The mining also caused pollution that's basically ruined the slums and made everybody there miserable. But instead of White Cat taking from her parents, her rich corporation parents, instead of taking their money and giving it to the poor, maybe she should, because if they do that, they'll like gamble and buy drugs or something. Instead, we should open a small business selling flowers that they can't afford there, and maybe that'll help the people there somehow, some such things perchance.
Maybe. Good praxis. Good
What's
praxis.
Yeah, and I didn't like do all the side quests because they're not like that interesting. You have to do like a certain amount to like progress through the story, but like you don't have to do all of them. But apparently there's some dialogue at some point that references that the economic like strategies by the company of the White Cat's dad is like the same economic strategy that led to the housing crisis in 2008 in the US.
Huh.
And because she was stealing money from her parents to give to the poor, if she continued to do that, it would have led to the economic collapse of the entire city if she continued to do that. And I'm just like, why did they come up with this stupid plot? You're making her seem worse for being based.
Yeah. Oh my god. Falcom seems like all over the place with this shit.
If you look at any studies, all the studies show that if you give people money, they will be happier.
Yes.
It's just logic. Every study shows all these rich people be like, you can't give them money because then they'll get complacent, they won't want to work. And like every study's like, yeah, I use the money to buy food for my family, and it encouraged me to get a job because now I realize that if I can get extra money on top of the money I make from the job, then I don't have to worry about making ends meet. And it's like, oh, no shit.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, it really does feel like they kind of just BS, because I feel like the Roman Empire in East, because they're kind of like an omnipresent, even though they're not like a major part of every story, they're kind of like an omnipresent force that just exists in the lore of East World. And it kind of just feels like they didn't really put much thought into like confronting the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
So they kind of just treat them as this thing that's not meant to be confronted, just like a natural part of the world.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, I get it. They're based off the real world Roman Empire.
You know, you can make an interesting story about the fall of the Empire, maybe. I don't know.
But I mean, instead of Adol becoming friends with one of the generals of the Empire, and that general being an NPC in East 8, and also an important character in East Memories of Celceta, maybe instead of helping her map out the world or the region of Celceta, Memories of Celceta, maybe he should be like, you know, these Romans, not a big fan.
Yeah.
Like, if they want to make it like this omnipresent like force that just like permeates throughout the game, that's fine, but at least have people recognize that they're not good.
Yeah.
Because the way he talks to some of these Romans is just like another guy you meet on your journey, because that's how he treats everyone he meets on his journey, because Adol has no morals. He just talks to people. Well, he doesn't talk to people, he's silent. He gestures at everybody with a smile, and then everyone's like, man, Adol the Red, the adventurer. That's the entire E-series.
Jeez.
Oh yeah, I was on Soul Hackers too. Aiden Chronicle, that's the next game on my list.
Oh yeah, the
Chronicle
circuit and spiritual successor.
Yeah, I've heard some mixed things about it. Apparently it's pretty, like, outdated. Like, it feels like an old game in terms of, like, quality of life or whatever. I also heard that the loading screens were terrible, especially on the Switch version. Like, if you load up the character menu to, like, check your stats and equipment and stuff, it actually, like, takes time to load on Switch. Apparently they patched that, though, so that's good. Yeah, I have heard mixed things about it, which is unfortunate, because people are hyping it up as, like, the biggest thing ever. And the game does look gorgeous. But I don't know how I'm going to feel about a game with 100 characters. I feel like it's probably going to be a bit hard to make a cast of 100 characters feel particularly interesting, unless you're the Trails series, of course. But
I could afford Heal again.
Yeah, unless you're the Trails series, because the Trails series has like a million words of text per game, but I'm assuming Aiden Chronicle doesn't have that, so balancing 100 characters, especially since they're all party members, is probably pretty difficult.
Yeah.
But, you know, who knows? I've never played a Suikoden game, so I don't know, maybe they're really good, I don't know. Yeah, the art style does look really cool. I heard that the battle system isn't that great, and that it's kind of like People say that because you know how there's like an auto battle mode. People say that you can use that for basically the entire game except for bosses, which is kind of a shame because like I get for like really weak mobs having like an auto battle is really nice because not having to focus on the weak mobs is just convenient. But I feel like you should still be like interacting with the game mechanics, and if you auto battle for every battle it's not a boss, you're basically just like not interacting with the game like 90% of the time, which kind of sucks.
Yeah, that's always an ongoing debate with auto battle and RPGs. I don't know
There's some
how I feel
there's
about it.
some games where like if the enemy's super weak, then if you like strike them from behind, they'll insta die if they're like way weaker than you, which I think is cool. That's a good idea because I don't want to spend time fighting an enemy that's gonna die in 1 or 2 hits anyways.
Yeah.
Like Atelier Aisha and Atelier Escanlaji had this. Apparently Atelier Shally has this, but I never acquired that skill, and I have no idea how I was supposed to. So that's unfortunate. Thankfully, the Atelier games, the games
Ow!
have not been.
No,
as
Diddy!
conservative.
No! Okay, still got one life.
I'm glad. I'm glad the Atelier games have not been as conservative as the first one. I think I told you right how like Atelier Aisha is like full of like
No!
conservative view of like gender.
Why did he jump then? Ooh! Anyway, go on.
Like remember I was saying how Atelier Aisha has like really conservative views of gender, like so much stuff about like women like sweet or girls like sweets, and girls are supposed to be like this, girls are supposed to be like that.
Yeah.
And then a bunch of bullshit, like how one of the characters' whole thing is like, all right, I have to quit being a minor because that's a girly thing, and I have to go back to my hometown and be a housewife. That's like unironically her character arc. And it was complete dog shit. Made ever more funny by the fact that she's voiced by Wendy Lee, and I don't know if you followed the recent drama with Wendy Lee outing herself as a racist, so it just kind of funny. I was like, no, not the character voiced by Wendy Lee being having a conservative character arc. No. Thankfully, the games after that don't have any of that bullshit. It seems to be a one-game stint.
That's good.
Yeah. Like I don't mind like because I know Atelier's whole thing is cuteness.
Yeah.
But, like if you're gonna do the whole cuteness thing, just commit to it instead of being like, yeah, this is the way girls are supposed to be.
Yeah.
It is kind of weird though. They're still kind of weird.
Like I do believe you can do like moe stuff without just being a shithead about gender.
There is still something kind of weird about Atelier is that their views of what is considered to be feminine, masculine, is still pretty weird because like they describe multiple characters throughout the series as tomboys, and I'm just looking at this character like let me see. I think it was Atelier, Lydia, and Suelle. Is that the correct one? Like I've only played the Dust trilogy, but I've like seen like the characters from the different games. I think it was Lydia and Suelle. Yeah, this is the one. Lydia and Suelle. So these characters are sisters, right? And like when the game came out and they're advertising the game, they're like, yeah, one character is the girly girl and one character is the tomboy. And then you look at both of them and you can't tell which is which because they're both wearing the girliest outfit to have ever existed.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I'm like, please Atelier, please learn what a tomboy is. Like, I know the term is like a vague term and like nobody can decide what it actually means, but it's not this.
I mean,
not this frilly dress.
But I don't know. Like, isn't that kind of policing what a woman wears at that point? You don't want to take it too far.
I know, but it's like nothing I've seen from this game, from this character, strikes me as tomboy. She just, I guess she uses guns as her weapon, and I guess that's why, I don't know. It's like, the thing is, some people, so like, I'm not one of those people who was like, in order to be a tomboy, they have to literally be indistinguishable from a guy. I think that's stupid.
Yes.
But the reverse, where they call anyone a tomboy because they're slightly aggro sometimes, that's also really dumb.
Okay,
Happen,
sure.
like, a character might be like a tsundere, or maybe a little bit hot-headed, or maybe she just plays sports and is feminine in every other aspect, and they'll be like tomboy. I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the vibe I get from this character. They also did the same thing for Atelier Ryza. Apparently, Ryza's a tomboy, and she does not give me tomboy vibes at all.
Mm.
As a matter of fact, it seems like with Ryza, they're really leaning into her assets.
Mm.
That's another thing I noticed, where I feel like a lot of creators, when it comes to tomboys, that they're afraid to fully commit to making them like overtly masculine or like leaning too hard into masculinity, because if they do that, it'll turn off the right-wing weebs who fetishize tomboys because they fetishize the idea of a girl getting embarrassed and then turning feminine.
Mm.
Or like a lot of times they'll give like a tomboy character like gigantic oversized boobs, and it's like obviously having big boobs doesn't preclude you from being a tomboy, right? Like that's you don't control your breast size unless you get like surgery or whatever. For the most part you don't. But like it's kind of obvious when the creators are just doing it for like fetish reasons or because they want to make the character more palatable to the audience. Because like let's be real, like characters like Rika from Pokemon don't appeal to the average cis guy, you know?
Mm.
I actually made a tweet a while back where I was just like, if you are a tomboy fan and you don't find Rika attractive, then you're a fake fan, or something like that, you know? Like, yeah, I'm gatekeeping here, because a lot of like I said, a lot of tomboy fans are just fetishists, and they don't really like care much for the aesthetic outside of fact that the character has gigantic boobs. Like a lot of these people just like sporty girls with gigantic boobs, or they like the other thing I said, like the idea of them getting embarrassed and then becoming more feminine or whatever.
Like
it's really cringe because
tsundere archetype.
Yeah, kind of like that. Or just they just want them to become more feminine, because the idea of forcefully feminizing someone or them having a character arc of them becoming more feminized is like appealing to them or whatever. Like that's why I didn't like Tomo-chan as a girl, because I was excited, because I was like, oh cool, tomboy anime, and then I watched the first episode and it just felt like a show made for Twitter tomboy fans, you know? That's what it felt like to me. Also, the comedy was just like not good. It was really cringy. Yeah, like creators that actually like commit to making their characters really masculine looking, I feel like that's actually like pretty rare. Like that's why I'm like so surprised if a character like Rika even exists, because I'm like, this character actually looks really cool. What the hell? You see, I have like the same taste as like your average like weeb lesbian, so so I see a character like Rika and I'm like, oh, she's so cool.
Yeah.
I don't even like Pokemon anymore, but I've retweeted so much Rika art, you know?
Good character design.
Yeah, or characters like Morag from Xenoblade.
Yeah, I like Morag. Morag's
really cool
super cool.
Yeah, just a cool character overall. We need more characters like that. They're just not that common, you know?
Yeah.
Like I think of a few. There's like, remember Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun? Remember?
Yeah.
Yukashima? Man, she was so fun. She was such a fun character.
Oh, come on, Diddy. Yeah. Oh, it's just a pee bag.
But another thing I noticed is I feel like a lot of creators are afraid to give their characters like any sort of like physique. For the same reason I mentioned before, that they need the characters to be palatable to like horny weebs. And like there are, you know, weebs who have like muscle fetishes or whatever, but they're not like a big enough portion that they will like consistently give a lot of female characters muscle. Because I see a lot of characters where you think like this character probably should have muscle when you consider what they do. Like they don't even have to be like hyper muscular, like, you know, those like super shredded, ripped or whatever, but just give them some muscle tone, and then sometimes they just don't have that at all. Like gacha games are very guilty of this, because, you know, gacha games, they gotta like sell like $1 bajillion worth of characters, right? The waifus, you know, so like they will make sure that their waifu characters only have like paper thin physiques. And it's like, come on, man! Like this character uses a giant sword, and they're in the lore. They're like, everyone's like, this character's super strong. They can lift.
Just zero muscles.
They can lift a ship out of the water and throw it across the sea, and yeah, zero muscles. Like even Arknights have this problem. There's this one character who's like you don't even know the character's gender when you first meet her, right? Because she's wearing like this like, big suit,
Mm.
and then when you finally see the suit like taken off, it turns out she's like paper thin underneath. Well, first of all, she's a girl. That's surprising. Everyone thought she was a guy, right? But then also she has like a paper thin physique, and it's like, why she's so huge with the suit on? Like, I guess the suit, the magic expands the suit or something. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It's stupid. But that's the lore, and I'm sad about it.
Oh, a key. Nice. Power up a key. Awesome. I need that. Let's go.
I keep getting off topic, but let's see.
Do we have a topic? This is like ADHD ranting.
It was my list of games that I am considering getting in the future.
We still haven't finished that.
Persona 5 Tactica. Like I said, I'm playing Persona 5 Royal right now.
I don't like that game.
Persona 5 Royal or Tactica?
Tactica. Royal's great.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because it's been like 5 years since I played Persona 5, the original. So like, I do want to like refresh myself on the story and also see all the new stuff because I heard the new stuff was really good.
Right.
See, I'll get to that eventually. But I still have Persona 5 Strikers to play because I bought that a while ago and never played it.
Right.
And then there's also Tactica. What's wrong with Tactica? Is it like
boring?
Is it like not really strategic? It's boring. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty early, but I gave up because I just wasn't having any fun. It didn't seem very.
Yeah, the visual style looks really cool, but that doesn't necessarily mean to be fun.
I don't like the visual style either. I don't like the whole like super deformed thing with those characters.
Well, let's see. There's the last story.
Oh, that's
not Final Fantasy.
The original, the Wii game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I've been interested in that for a while. I should have bought it back when it was like $30.
Good game. Good game.
Like 10 years ago, because it's out of print now. Whatever. I'll have to pirate it if I can't find it for cheap. Yeah. I've heard good things about it. I think it's by the Final Fantasy guy, right?
Yeah.
Also, I want to play Lost Odyssey,
What's
but
his name?
Can't play that. You can't play Lost Odyssey now. It's also by the Final Fantasy guy. Like, I heard great things about Lost Odyssey, but it's only on Xbox, which I don't have. I had one way back when, but I don't have one now.
Can you emulate Xbox games yet? Not that we would encourage illegal piracy or anything, but
if I can't get the game, I'll pirate it. I don't care. Like, if I can get the game, I'll buy it. I'd rather buy a game, but if I can't,
sure.
Whatever. But I think you can, but it's like a really convoluted process or something. I don't know. It's not like, because you know how like for like older game like GBA, NES, whatever, you can just download ROMs. I don't know if there's like a really consistent, easy way to get ROMs for Xbox games.
Yeah, I don't know about that either.
Why don't they just put it on PC, like put it on Game Pass or something, you know? Like, people want to play that game, and I think the Xbox Store is shutting down soon, right? So you won't even be able to play it ever again. Yeah, last story seems pretty cool. I know that was the Operation, what was it, Operation Rainfall, is that what it's called?
That's
Xenoblade
right.
Localization. Yeah, it has the British dub like Xenoblade, so I kind of want to, hear more British dub.
Hehe.
Alright, there's all the Bravely games, Bravely Default, Bravely Second, Bravely Default 2.
Yeah,
Fun fact, I played Bravely Default 1 on the 3DS way back when, and I dropped it because I didn't like it at the time. But obviously my view back then of games were more limited, like my tastes were more limited, so I feel like I'd like it more now than I did way back then. So I do want to give it a shot.
Have you played the TWiWi games?
I played both of them, yeah. I played on the DS, and then I played Neo.
Excellent. You don't need my recommendation to play that.
I played the original a long-ass time ago, so I don't remember that much about it. I actually watched the anime to recap myself on the story.
Yeah, that was a good time for the anime to happen to do that for people. That's pretty much why it existed.
I played Neo. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really like Neo that much. I thought the story was really good, but I didn't like the gameplay at all.
Okay, I like the gameplay and the story.
The thing about the gameplay is it just felt kind of mindless, and like I know there are like crazy combos you can do if you like plan out and shit, but it felt like most of the time you didn't even have to do that because spamming was just more effective.
Definitely on easier difficulties, yeah.
Yeah, I did not really enjoy the gameplay at all. I kind of got bored of it after a while. Let's see. Chrono Trigger's on my list. I do want to try that one day and be a real JRPG fan for
Oh,
once.
really? You're a fake JRPG fan?
Yeah, I haven't played Chrono Trigger. I'm fake. I haven't played the
I'm joking, but yeah.
I haven't watched Naruto. You're not a real anime fan. People will say to a person who's watched like 500 anime. I remember
Yeah.
that was a big thing on Instagram where people would be like, "You're not a real anime fan if you haven't watched this thing." And it's always the people who watch like considerably less anime than me, or like only watch the popular
Yeah.
Battle Shonen.
Yeah. Yeah. It's always Battle Shonen.
Like the Instagram days were so like back then they were frustrating because I hated everyone there. But when I look back on them, I kind of feel nostalgic for the days where I had to deal with the dumbest people imaginable. Because like I don't really see this much anymore. But do you remember the days? I don't know if this was a thing on like what are social platforms you were on, but the days of like anime elitism. And not just like general elitism where you're just kind of a douchebag about anime, but like the very specific archetype of an anime elitist where they have a very specific set of taste, and it's always the same few anime, you know, like Legend of Galactic Heroes, Evangelion,
Right. Yeah.
and like the intellectual shows, and they'll be like, if you don't like these, you're stupid and dumb, and if you like anime that are not these, it means you have shit taste, and they would do this to, like everyone. Like that was a common thing on Instagram, and like it was frustrating back then, but it's just kind of funny looking back on it now. It's just like, bro. And what's funny about these people is I guarantee you these people probably didn't even understand these shows at all. They probably just wanted to feel smart.
I don't know.
Because I don't know.
They're probably just
Because
young.
like could be that too. Like because obviously these aren't the only good shows. The show doesn't have doesn't need to have the aesthetic of intellectualism to be good and mean anything. Like. But I feel like a lot of these people, they just see a show as like considered to be smart, and then they feel smart for watching it, even if they don't actually understand anything the show has to say.
Well, yeah, but at that point, I don't want. It sounds a bit gatekeepy to like imply that people are only watching these shows to feel smart. I don't know. Like,
I mean, that's like I'm not doing this for every person. Like I'm talking about specifically the elitist because like I feel like to have such a narrow-minded view of art or of a medium like anime kind of shows your ass. You know, like how can I trust anything you say if you say this really dumb shit? You know, like if you're the type of person to be like everything is shit except the things I like because these things are smart, I can't imagine they themselves being very smart. You know?
yeah, well, definitely.
It's like no, I don't think any these shows probably aren't bad. I haven't seen many of them. I've seen like Evangelion. I thought Evangelion was good, so I assume like most of the elitist anime probably are pretty good. But to say they're the only good ones and then anything else, if you like it, you're dumb for liking it, is just like, come on, man. You know?
Yeah, of course. I mean, traditional gatekeeping.
Yeah, I don't really see that much anymore. Like I don't see like the archetypal elitist anymore, which is good because. I also think I guess it made more sense back then because anime wasn't as popular back then. So the groups were more insular, so you wanted to set yourself apart from like the rest. But now that anime is so big, if you're one of those anime elitists, you'll just get pounded by power scalers. You'll just get ratioed by a meme where it's like, deep philosophical themes. Now watch Goku go Super Saiyan, you know?
Yeah. I don't know if we're in a better place or a worse place, to be honest.
I don't know. I mean,
or at least like when we celebrated more of those, you know, interesting shows with more to say.
Yeah, like, I mean, I would say that people in general are celebrate because, like I said, the elitist anime aren't the only good and smart anime. There are anime that don't necessarily have the aesthetics of intellectualism, but I think are very intelligent shows. For example, Planet With.
Planet With.
Earlier.
Yeah.
Planet With is not. Planet With's not really an elitist show, right?
No.
I feel like back then, Planet With would have been just dumped in the trash after one episode, and all the elitists would be like, trash, garbage, you're stupid if you like this. But nowadays, I feel like it's not like a popular show, but there's fans, there's people who appreciate it for what it does well, you know? So I feel like we're kind of at a time where people are more open-minded, and people are more willing to find appreciation in these types of shows. Like, I feel like we're kind of expanding the elitism repertoire, you know? Like, I feel like there are certain shows that, like, just don't get any criticism from anyone. Like, Sound Euphonium, like, nobody says anything bad about this show. That show is, like, very heavily praised. It's not, like, the most popular show ever, but the people who watch it love it. Which reminds me, I still need to watch season 3 and the movies. I watched up to season 2 while it aired, and never anything after that. So I really
It's
want to
like,
rewatch it.
I guess like when anime was smaller in the West, like there was a lot more homogeneity in terms of like the kinds of shows that people would watch and recommend. Like it was always the same like 30 shows
Yeah,
for everything.
I would say for the most part, for most anime fans, it kind of still is the same. Where like it's the same battle shonens that are the most popular.
Well, it isn't,
But
it
it
isn't.
feels like
Hmm.
yeah, because at the same time, the like the base for what's like for like how much people watch. Because back then it was like either the most popular show or nobody watched it, right? But now there's like higher levels where the battle shonens are more popular than they've ever been. But then there's like a tier like right below where it's still pretty popular, but not like mainstream battle shonen popular. And there's more stuff like that. A lot of isekais are like that. A lot of rom-coms
Yeah.
are like that.
Yeah, I
Or
think
like basically your seasonal flavor. Now because these are like the seasonal flavor, they don't really last. Like people don't talk about them as much after the fact. But there's still more shows that people talk about while they're airing. Like you can actually get an anime that has more than 1 million people watching it. That's not a battle shonen, you know?
yeah. Yeah, I think there's just more people watching anime. So like of course there's going to
But I
be
also
some that
feel
are
like
like mega mainstream and they're always going to be the battle shonen, but like everything on the level below that of like you know, has a cult following or has like at least 1 million people watching it is a lot broader now. Like that
yeah,
encompasses a huge number of anime.
a cult following is a lot bigger of a number than a cult following from way back then. But it still is kind of sad to me that it still seems like the most popular shows are almost always the battle shonens because like it
Cool.
still feels because there's still the classic, you know, battle shonen fan who's only ever watched battle shonen and is like
Yeah. Anime sucks now,
basically,
whatever.
basically like these people are basically meatheads. Like they don't really think about stories. They just want to see cool fights and shit.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, like it's fine, but it's like there's still like the amount of people who have expanded the repertoire has increased, but then the low floor of people who've just watched battle shonen also increased exponentially. So it's
Sure,
like,
yeah.
so like that's why, because you know how a lot of celebrities would be like, I like anime, and then they always list the same generic battle shonen. Because back then, when a celebrity said I like anime, it was like, oh my god, a celebrity likes anime. Anime's becoming cool now. But now when it's like every celebrity watches anime, so when they say like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, I watch One Piece, I watch Naruto, and I'm just like, don't care.
But every now and
It's
then,
cool to like,
you'll get a celebrity that's like, I watch like, what, Darling in the Franxx? I'm not saying that's a good anime, but that's at least like not.
yeah,
It's a bit.
that was so weird.
It's a step away from the fucking traditional, which is
Yeah, that was
interesting.
weird. Remember when Lil Nas X dressed as Gilgamesh from Fate?
Yeah.
That was insane. And like obviously Fate is like super mainstream in Japan. Fate is like battle shonen mainstream in Japan, but
Yeah.
in the West, you know, it's popular, but it's not like battle shonen popular.
Yeah.
So that was still like pretty. That was crazy, right?
Yeah.
I feel like there was a few other incidents. Oh yeah, this was so. You know Edward Snowden, the guy who's like trapped in Russia because he like leaked some shit about America.
Mm.
He tweeted about 86.
Oh my
Let me see if
god.
I can find. I think there was an article about this. Edward Snowden 86 anime. I think yeah. NSA whistleblower Edward Snowden comments on 86. Where's the full title? I'll load the article. Oh, comments on 86 anime.
Mm.
And then it was an image of the 86 logo for the anime. He said, even anime is contemplating how we shift the burdens of war.
Damn. Fuck yeah.
I think that's all he said about it. Unless there was a reply. Nope, no replies. Oh yeah, interesting thing about 86, the author, so I guess it's from an interview or something. She got the idea of 86 when she was reading a news piece on drone attacks and how it might be useful. She decided to write a light novel series about the ethics of that and how soldiers work in the battlefield.
Wow. God, I hope we
It's
get an
funny.
86 season 2 announcement.
Oh yeah, trust me, I love 86. One of my favorite anime. I bought the light novel series. I think I have all the ones out in English so far. I have only read like 15 pages of the first volume because I started it and then forgot. But I do want to continue it at some point. But out of curiosity, because I was looking to see how long, because I want to, you know how I want to like write a story or whatever, and I was thinking like, okay, how long is a light novel, right? Because I was curious about that in terms of like page to word count like ratios. And I saw online that 86 Volume 1 is about 75,000 words. So I opened up my 86th light novel in Volume 1 just to see how many pages it was, to see like sort of get like an estimate of like the ratio.
Mm-hmm.
And then I opened up to the last page, which is the afterword, right? And you would think for a book like 86, the afterword would be, you know, very like thoughtful and art, like I don't know, just something that feels professional. And like, I'm not even joking, the first thing I saw was the author being like, aren't garter belts cute? Lena wears garter belts, isn't she cute in garter belts?
That's
I'm not
very
kidding,
very
like,
common for light novels, but yeah, I would have expected something a bit more highbrow for 86.
there might be more. I didn't read the whole thing, but let me actually pull it up here. Yeah, I have it right here because it's been sitting on my desk for like a year.
Don't tell me this is just for a pee bag. I got enough pee.
Okay, well, to be honest, there was quite a few things I had to painstakingly omit from the final version so I can submit it to the contest. Yeah, Volume 1 was a contest thing. That's
Yeah.
why because you know how the anime, the ending of the anime in Season 2 was actually the ending of Volume 1, and they like skipped over that to do it later. Like,
Wait,
the ending
what?
of Volume 1 takes place after... Yeah, the ending of Volume 1 takes place after the end of Volume 3. And they rearranged it for the anime. Because it was submitted for a light novel contest, and I guess you wanted like a happy ending or whatever. But anyways, so yeah, they said, I ended up adding one of them, the scene portraying garter belts, during a later revision of the book. Garter belts were cute, aren't they? Sexy too. Sexy and cute. I hope you fellow garter belt lovers enjoy Shidabi's cute, super cute, and lovely illustrations of Lena and the garter belts adorning her sexy thighs. And for those of you who haven't awoken to the appeal of garter belts, please leave me to my creepy ramblings. Here's a few addenda regarding the story. And then it gets into the more serious stuff. It says the story uses elements, and then it says the story uses elements from World War II, specifically a certain country from the Axis powers and a certain country belonging to the Allies. Certain dark aspects of
It's nice to hear that confirmed by the author too. It's like, yeah, wait, this is about Nazi Germany.
This is funny though. The story uses the word pig as a spiteful derogatory term. I would like to clarify, however, that I bear no ill will towards pigs. If anything, I love them. They're delicious. Pork cutlets are great too.
Holy shit. Oh, that's so good. Oh my god.
I love how light novel authors just shitpost in the fucking afterward.
Yeah, they always do.
Fucking reading Kamachi's afterwards, and it's like, yeah, I came up with this idea like 20 years ago, and I'm finally glad to ship you volume 3 or whatever.
Yeah.
Alright, back to my list that I'm almost done with.
Yes.
Oh, I'm basically done with the list. It's a whole Atelier series. Well, that's the list of the games that are already out. I made a separate list for games that are upcoming.
Oh boy.
Which is East 10, Metaphor. Why did I spell this wrong? Deca Police, which might be propaganda because it has police in it.
Yeah.
But it looks cool.
Whatever. I enjoyed Astral Chain.
Yeah, let's see. There's Witch Spring R. That might actually already be out. I'm not sure. Mio, Memories in Orbit. That was that really cool looking side-scrolling action game.
Yeah.
From Direct.
Yeah, I remember that.
Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom. Oh yeah, did I add the other Zelda game? Was it Link to the Past, the one in the same style? Is that the one in the same style, or is it a different one? Is it Link's Awakening?
I'm pretty sure there's only one Zelda game announced coming out.
No, I'm talking about the previous one. It was already out in the same style as Echoes of Wisdom.
Yeah, that's Link's Awakening.
Yeah, I should play that first before getting the Echoes of Wisdom.
You don't need to.
Anyways. I don't know, just...
It's a good game, I mean, but, yeah.
Anyways, let's see. I want to play all the Zeldas eventually.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, Mario and Luigi Brothership. I've never played a Mario and Luigi game, but this looks cool, so...
It looks like it's going to be a really good one, so, yeah. Fingers crossed.
Metroid Prime 4, I still need to play 2 and 3. I actually have 2 and 3 on the Wii U.
Because
I bought the trilogy on Wii U. I started Metroid Prime 1, and then I dropped the game because I got lost.
Oh,
You know, the recurring thing
this is
that I
a
dragged games
recurring
for.
thing. Yeah.
But then when Metroid Prime came out on Switch, the HD one, I played it. You know, I enjoyed the game. It was fun. And now I'm hoping that Metroid Prime 2 and 3 get remastered so I can play them on the Switch before Metroid Prime 4. Because I want to play Metroid Prime 4. That game looks really cool.
Metroid Prime
Like
2 is
Ace
really
Attorney,
good. I can highly recommend that one.
Ace Attorney Investigations. I've played all of the mainline games. I never played the
Did you see
Investigation game.
Did you see there's an Among Us collab with Ace Attorney Investigations?
I saw that was so weird.
You could have an Edgewave skin.
Yeah, Ace Attorney Investigations. I know I think it was the second game, right, that never got localized.
Yeah. Did the first one get localized? Or neither of them? I don't know. Either way.
I don't know. But yeah, I do intend to play that at some point because you know, just play all of them, I guess. Last Defense Academy. That's the Danganronpa strategy game, strategy RPG.
2Q.
I'm excited for that game.
2Q.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm excited for anything. Like, there's no guarantee I'll like the game, but I mean, it's got the Danganronpa art style, which I like. It's got Danganronpa vibes, which I like. It's got, you know, cool character designs, just a cool visual style overall, and it's a grid-based RPG, so definitely want to see where they go because they've never done an RPG before. They always do like the adventure games, right?
Yeah.
So, seeing Kodaka and Uchikoshi do an RPG, I'm interested in that. You know, what's so weird is that when they advertise the game, they're saying something about like 100 different endings or something like that, and I'm just wondering, is like, are you gonna get like an actual ending if you lose the level? Because it's 100 days, right? So I'm assuming one level per day. Like, just imagine like every day you can lose the level and die and get like a different ending or something.
Yeah, something like that.
I honestly don't know how the game's gonna work. Maybe it's gonna be like Fire Emblem with permadeath, where like you'll get cutscenes for characters dying if they die in battle or something. I don't know. But yeah, I'm very interested in that game. Let's see, Romancing Saga 2. You know, the remake of Romancing Saga. I've never played a Saga game. I don't know if I want to, but I might as well try one. And I've heard great things about this one, and it's getting a remake, so I'll probably give it a shot at some point. The thing about Saga games, I hear they're like really difficult because you can't grind in them. Because like the game has some like algorithm that like when you level up, the monsters level up with you. I mean, I guess Final Fantasy VIII had that, but you can also choose Final Fantasy VIII.
I don't love level scaling in RPGs.
I hear you can't. Yeah, I hear you can't cheat Romancing Saga. It cheats you, is what I've heard. Dragon Quest III, I actually did not enjoy. I played the first like 5 hours of Dragon Quest XI, didn't enjoy it at all. But I might give Dragon Quest III a shot if I
just haven't been able to get into a Dragon Quest game. I don't know.
The thing about Dragon Quest XI is that, first of all, silent protagonist, so that's an instant turnoff. And it's really dumb because there's like these emotional moments and he's just staring with the most blank expression imaginable.
Yeah, I heard the game's writing gets really good when you have a full party, but it's still, you're stuck with that silent protagonist for the first 10 hours or so yeah.
I mean, you're technically stuck with him the whole game.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you know, when it's like one party member or two party member, there's not a lot of character writing that can happen.
Yeah, it's just, it was so boring. The combat system's pretty generic. And
I mean, that's Dragon Quest. Yeah, that's Dragon Quest.
That's the thing, like, when all these JRPGs are doing all these cool things, I don't want to play a game that's just like the generic JRPG but polished. I want to play the cool JRPG but polished.
Yeah, I know. I know what you mean. It's really hard for me to get in the mood to play a Dragon Quest game for that reason.
And I've heard it like most Dragon Quest games are like this. I heard some people say that certain Dragon Quest games break the mold. I don't know if I can believe them. Dragon Quest XI is the greatest game of all time. Some people are like, when you get to the big plot twist, like 2/3 into the game, which is like 50 hours of your playtime, it then becomes the greatest game of all time. And I'm just like, okay.
Okay.
But I heard the Dragon Quest, 1 through 3 are a lot shorter, so like I guess it's a time commitment. So I might give them a shot. Also, the visual style, because the visual style of Dragon Quest XI was kind of like whatever. The visual style of Dragon Quest III, the remake, looks really cool because it's HD 2D, and it's a really good HD 2D. So
I have very mixed feelings about HD 2D.
So when I first saw HD 2D with Octopath Traveler, I was like, this looks like shit. Because my thing was like, okay, so it's just an 8-bit style with fancy lighting. That was my view at the time. And I don't think that way anymore because there's been other HD 2D games that I think look really good. But with Octopath Traveler specifically, now that I've seen all of them, I'm just like, was Octopath Traveler like a tech demo? Because the thing is that in the case of the original Octopath Traveler, it basically just is a tech demo of Octopath Traveler. Well, the battles look really good. Like the battle animations, the enemies, the bosses look really good. But like when you're traversing the world, it's so bland. Everything is just boring. There's nothing interestingly designed. But then every other game they've released afterwards, well, maybe not Triangle Strategy. Triangle Strategy isn't like super visually interesting, but it's a strategy game, so it makes sense. Like you're not exploring a world or anything. So it looks good enough for what it does. But for like Octopath Traveler, the first one, it just looks bland. But then you get to Live Alive, and like obviously Live Alive's a remake, but they do a lot to really make the world pop with like really interesting artistic decisions that I think are just really cool. And then Octopath Traveler 2 just looks good. I don't know what to say. I think the game looks beautiful because they actually made the world interestingly designed. It's not just a bunch of generic plains and generic forest and generic caves and shit. Like they actually like design the environments to be more interesting to explore and interesting to look at. Like there's some genuinely beautiful locations in Octopath 2, like Totohaha and New Destia, the city that's like 1920s New York or whatever. Like holy shit, that place looks so cool. Yeah, and yeah, I think Dragon Quest 3 visual style also looks pretty good. So yeah, if every HD 2D game that comes out doesn't look like Octopath, the first one, then we're good. Maybe Octopath 3 or Live Alive 2. I heard them saying like we might make a Live Alive 2 if Live Alive 1 sells good. Which
Really?
would be cool.
Wow. That would be
Yeah,
interesting.
Live Alive's I really like Live Alive. That's a really fun game. It's just a really cool, like you're playing a bunch of micro RPGs and like they have the same combat system, but they still do individual things that make them unique, you know? It's just such a cool concept.
I have it on my Switch. I just need to get around to playing it.
Yeah.
It looks
Funny
really
thing is
good.
the last part of the game is the most like a traditional JRPG, and that's arguably the worst part of the game because I mean, it's pretty grindy and it's like doesn't have like the uniqueness of the other things. Like it's still a fun time, like because that's when you really start delving into like leveling up your characters and getting all the equipment on them and stuff like that. But it definitely loses the uniqueness of the previous chapters. But it's still a great game. The ending's great, so it's still worth it to get through that bit of a slog of a final chapter. I mean, you might not find it a slog. It depends on the person, I guess. Some people probably thought it was great. But I think it could have used some more quality of life features that the previous chapters didn't need. Like fast travel would have helped. But yeah, Live Alive is still a great time, though. The music's fantastic. Like, all the music's just remixes from the original game. But they just did a good job. I mean, the original must have been really good. Because that music's just so good.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, it seems like everything that's been HD 2D has had good music. Both Octopath games have phenomenal soundtracks. Triangle Strategy, I wouldn't say phenomenal, but it's very good. Like, I would say Octopath 2 is probably my second favorite video game soundtrack behind Xenoblade 3.
Really?
Like, I actually think it's that good.
Damn.
It's insane. These composers went crazy. Like, the Octopath 1 already has a phenomenal soundtrack. That's like a top 10 soundtrack of all time. And then Octopath 2 improves on it even more. Because, so they do some really cool things with the soundtrack. So each character has, like, their own theme that plays in, like, cutscenes that involve them. And they have, like, it's used as a leitmotif for their boss intros. So when you're about to fight a boss in the cutscene where you're talking to the thing you're about to fight, or the thing that's going to summon the thing you're about to fight, it starts playing a more intense version of the character's theme. And then when you press A on the final dialogue box that leads into the boss fight, it has a special transition that can transition from anywhere in the song right into the boss theme.
That's really cool.
Every character theme is designed this way.
That's
and it's
awesome.
so cool. So everyone has a very natural sounding transition no matter when you press the A button, and for all the characters' themes. I saw like music theory videos about how they did this. It's like very complicated stuff I don't understand because I'm musically illiterate, but it's cool. It makes me feel smart just for watching that video.
That's fucking awesome sound design. Wow.
It also helps that the boss music is also just like the coolest shit ever. Like these boss themes are just so intense, and then the final boss themes of both games. Funny, with the first game, I never actually fought the final boss because it's like a post-game thing where you have to do a bunch of side quests that the game doesn't tell you about to actually reach the. It's more like a post-game super boss than a real final boss, because Octopath 2 is different, where after you beat all the character stories, the game guides you towards the end of the game where you actually, um, fight a final boss that's like that ties the whole story together.
Yeah.
But yeah, the final boss themes in both games though are freaking insane. Some of the best video game soundtracks. I would put them like some of the best final boss themes of all time.
Listen to them at
Some of the
some
best
point.
video game songs. Yeah, like bro, when I heard Octopath 2, because for both of them there's like multiple phases of the final boss theme, and there's one where it's just like opera, and then it's the final phase is opera mixed with something else. So it's like Octopath 1, it's like opera mixed with like heavy orchestra and violins, and then in Octopath 2, it's like, all right, you got the cool like opera singer, and then in the final phase of the boss fight, it's like, all right, the same like melody but with heavy metal. It's like, okay, you got me there. Coolest song of all time. You
That's
win.
awesome.
Yeah, you know the YouTube channel Marco Meatball, the guy who reacts to video game music.
No.
Oh, you never seen him? He like reacts to a bunch of video game music. He was an opera singer in the past,
Okay.
and he quit, and now he reacts to video game music from the opera singer's perspective. So he guesses the story or like the feelings behind the music and gives his opinions and stuff.
Awesome.
And sometimes he'll do streams where people will just like recommend him stuff, I guess from his Patreon or whatever. And one of them recommended the final boss theme of Octopath 2, and he was reacting to the song, and obviously he liked it because he's an opera singer. He was opera singing. And in Octopath 2, because Octopath 1 had a female singer, Octopath 2 had a male singer for the opera. And he was reacting to it, and then he was like, all right, let me try this. And he actually starts trying to hit the high notes that the male opera singer was hitting, because his notes were going ridiculously high. And Marco was like, holy shit, those are some high notes. And he was like actually trying to do it himself. More people need opera death metal. That needs to be like a thing, you know?
Honestly, yeah. They go well together.
I mean, that kind of is like, like Final Fantasy VII One Wing Angel. That's kind of what they were going for.
Yeah.
In a way. I mean, yeah, that's like even Trails to some extent. Like the final boss theme of Trails to Azure, I also think is one of the best final boss themes of all time. Like easily, like maybe even like the best video game song of all time. If I'm being honest.
Wow.
Up there with like, yeah, it's up there with the final boss theme of Octopath 2 and like the Mobius theme from Xenoblade 3. I think there's like some of the best video game songs. But yeah, like the final boss theme of Trails to Azure is like a heavy metal song with like a choir in the background. I don't know if the choir is actually real in Trails. They probably just use like sounds or whatever, but it sounds cool. You know.
Trails music is very hit and miss for me. I mean, some of it, there's a couple of earworms, but for the most part, I feel like it's pretty average. I don't know.
For me, I mostly just like the battle themes. I'm a battle theme kind of guy, and I think Trails tends to knock it out of the park with battle themes. The funny thing is, a lot of them
just feel very generic to me.
Well, a lot of people for like the more modern games tend to not like some of the battle themes because they got a new composer starting with Cold Steel 3. Technically, Tokyo Xanadu, but Tokyo Xanadu, nobody likes that game because it's garbage. But he only composed like 2 songs for that game, but he started composing more with Cold Steel 3 and then more and more in each game. And people don't like his compositions because the common criticisms are that they're messy because they'll be like, or like you know how like you have like distinguishable melody in a song usually, but supposedly his songs don't have distinguishable melodies. They're kind of just like all over the place. And then another thing is that he has bad like sound mixing. Like the instrumentation doesn't sound correct, and then also that he has poor quality instruments, particularly guitars. Starting with Trails to Reverie, his guitars were fine in Cold Steel 3. I think he had a guitarist in Cold Steel 3 and 4 that worked with him, but I guess he stopped working at guitars for some reason and started using, I don't know if it's his own guitar or if it's like a computerized guitar, I don't know, but it sounds People make a meme. They call it the chicken guitar because it makes like a clicking sound.
Wow.
Now, my opinion on, I think the hate for this composer is overblown. I do think he has some misses, but I do think he has some incredibly good hits as well. I think Step Ahead in Cold Steel 3 is one of the best boss themes in the series. He has some really good songs. I would say it's just throughout Cold Steel 3 and 4, he has a few bangers in there, like, what's the name of that song? Deep Carnival, which a lot of people don't like for some reason. I don't understand. I think the song is really cool, really sick.
Oh shit.
He did.
Oh shit, it's Volvagia. Oh shit. This isn't Horsehead? Or Mazura, whatever his name is? Oh god. I'm not ready for this.
In Trails on the Reverie, that's where you start noticing the chicken guitars. But the funny thing is, I feel like a lot of the songs are still catchy anyways. Like, yeah, the guitar sounded bad, but I still kind of like the songs anyways. One thing I will say I think he's exceptionally good at, though, is like anything involving piano. I think his piano melodies are insanely good. Like, Eth9 had some really good ones. He also does good with violin as well. I think he has a violinist he hires, or maybe he's just a computerized violin, I don't know. But like, Ys 8, so it's funny, Ys 8, nobody complains about his music in Ys 8. I think people pretty much universally like his music in Ys 8, but then after that they just hate everything he made. There's some people, though, that are like super dedicated haters to this guy, that under every video, no matter how good or bad the song is, they'll just say garbage and like say really mean stuff about him. There's even one, there's a notorious member of the Trails fandom named Monblut. I don't know if you've ever seen him. If you haven't, don't. Very bad guy. I only heard this secondhand, but supposedly he got rid of all his Altina figures because in the new game, Altina grew up to be an adult, and he doesn't like that.
Oh my god.
Very weird guy. I don't know if this is true. This is what I heard secondhand, but it wouldn't surprise me based on all the other creepy stuff he's said and done, because he's a very bad guy. But under every single song composed by Mitsuo Singa, he's in the comments saying that my ears exploded or something like that.
Oh my god.
Just something really over the top and ridiculous.
Get a life. Oh my god.
But yeah, I do tend to like Trails battle music, East battle music as well. Count themes I don't really care as much, but that's kind of just me in general. But yeah, I could recommend some good Trails music, but I think it's also best to like save them as like a surprise for when you actually experience them in the game. But yeah, Trails is like some of my favorite battle themes in video games. I can just go through like my list of a few that I really like, just to name a few of them. Like the Sky games, Fateful Confrontation. That's actually the first Trails like boss theme, or just battle theme in general, to use electric guitars, because the first Trails in the Sky game kind of has like a slice of life vibe, so it's just got very chill music, even the battle themes. But then Trails in the Sky second chapter gets more intense, so then the music starts to get more intense as well, and then it's kind of just how they've moved on forward with every other Trails game afterwards. And Fateful Confrontation is such a sick song, and it's like a 20-year-old song, and it still holds up today. I mean, they literally use because it uses the Ouroboros leitmotif. That leitmotif is used in so many songs, so many battle themes. You've probably heard it in Cold Steel 1 and 2 because it plays in Severe Blow. That song uses the leitmotif from Fateful Confrontation, which is the Ouroboros leitmotif that actually plays in the Ouroboros theme as well. Yeah. Let's see, Merciless Savior, that's the final boss theme of Trails in the Sky SC, the second chapter. Phenomenal final boss theme. It's a very unique song that you kind of just have to experience for yourself if you ever play that. And unfortunately, the composer for it passed away.
No.
So it was one of I think it was one of his last works he did before he passed away. Let's see. Trails in the Sky the Third has Masquerade of Lies. Bro, Masquerade of Lies is like totally insane. This song is so sick because it's just like if you get to the part in the game where it plays, you'll understand like why the song sounds like that, because it's a battle theme, but it just sounds like a psychotic breakdown in the form of music. It's so cool. Intense Chase. Intense Chase is not even a battle theme. It's a song that plays in one cutscene in Trails from Zero, in which you are doing a game of tag or something. I think I don't remember. It was like a racing tag game or something. Formidable Enemy, that's just a really nice boss theme from Trails from Zero. Unfathomed Force, that is the boss theme of a very specific character in Trails to Azure. That's very popular, one of the most beloved songs in the series. Azure Arbitrator, that's the final boss theme of Trails to Azure. Like I said, I think it's one of the greatest final boss themes of all time. Like, I would say probably the best final boss theme of all time. It's so cool. It's so sick. And you can even watch the live versions of it too. They actually do like live shows for Falcon Music.
Oh wow.
Okay, Cold Steel, you played the Cold Steel 1 and 2, so you
Yeah.
know these. Link of Arcus, that song is so sick. That's the one that plays when you open the treasure chest, if I remember correctly.
I put a treasure chest.
Like, you know the treasure chest where like monsters come out or something like that? Or was it like a challenge battle? I don't remember.
I'm not
I'm
sure.
pretty sure it's when you like, yeah, it's like a battle after you open the treasure chest, and it's just a really sick battle theme with like, the violins are so heavy they feel like guitars, you know, like it's that type of thing. Oh, Exceed. Exceed is one of the best songs in the entire Trails series. It's the song that plays when Rain goes into Ogre mode. And they made a song in Trails Through Daybreak that has Exceed vibes, and it's also one of the best songs in the entire series. But yeah, Cold Steel 3, Step Ahead, that's the one I said by Mitsuo Singa that I think is really good. It's a really like jazzy, groovy song that fits Ouroboros because the Ouroboros members are kind of like trolls, and it just got like a troll vibe to it.
Oh, can't make this jump.
Erosion of Madness, that's just a really sick heavy metal track, as you could probably guess from the title, Erosion of Madness. Seductive Shudder is another Mitsuo Singa song that I think is really good. It has heavy use of piano. It's like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's just a really unique song. It's actually how I discovered. Have you heard of a streamer called the 8-Bit Drummer?
No.
He's basically a guy who not reacts. He's a drummer and he drums along to video game music that's recommended by his fans, right?
Okay.
And he just streams for hours every day. So he's probably heard like a bajillion video game songs. But how I found him is that I was on Twitch, and on the front of Twitch was recommending me his channel, because you know when you boot up Twitch or you go to the Twitch website, it recommends you a front page thing, and it was recommending him. And I saw in the thumbnail, I guess it would be the thumbnail because it was playing the live video, it showed a Trails of Cold Steel 4 image, and I'm like, what the hell? Trails of Cold Steel 4 on the front page of Twitch? So I clicked on it, and then I saw him drumming to Seductive Shudder, and he was like, holy shit, these drums are so weird, I don't even know how to drum to this. Yeah, let's see. Oh, Mystic Core. Mystic Core is actually a song from Trails to Azure, but they remixed it in Trails of Cold Steel 4. Deep Carnival. That's the song that a lot of people don't like for some reason, but I think is really good. To the Future, that's the final boss theme of Trails of Cold Steel 4, I think is really good. Oh, Belief. Belief is a song from Trails of Cold Steel 1. They actually, because Falcom, a lot of what they do for their songs is they'll do arranged albums where they'll basically remix their own songs and release it on an album. And they remix, some of those songs appear in later games. For example, Belief is a song that plays in Trails of Cold Steel 1 and 2, but it also plays in Trails of Cold Steel, I think 4. I don't think it plays in 3. I think it plays in 4 for a specific part of the game that I don't want to spoil. Let's see, Trails of Reverie, I have Infinity Rage. Infinity Rage, the song sounds really aggressive. It's actually not that aggressive. It's just got a really good, melody, man. It's one of those things. So, I think it's composed by Jindo, Yukihiro Jindo, who's what I think he's really good at is like, where you kind of like change keys repeatedly or change instruments repeatedly to give a sense of ever ascending progression. You know what I mean? Like, it's, you know how like if you keep rising up the scale of pitch, you'll eventually reach the top, right?
Yeah.
But if you change the key and you change the instrument and you repeat the same melody, it kind of seems like it's escalating forever, and it makes it sound like the song's getting more and more intense. I think he's really good at that. He does that with Infinity Rage. He does that with a few other songs. The Heavy Violent Match, that's a really sick boss theme from Trails of the Reverie. Let me see. And there was a few from Daybreak that I thought was really good too. I'm just going through my list. It's literally a playlist I have on YouTube, which is just best video game music. So every time I finish a game, I just add the best songs from that game to the playlist. Yeah, I added 5 from Trails Through Daybreak. Unreasonable Beast. This is a Mitsuo Singa song. A lot of people don't like this one because it's one of those things where people say it feels like 2 different songs, where like it'll have like a melody and it'll switch to a completely different melody in the second half, and a lot of people don't like that. And it's also a mid-boss theme. A lot of people don't like his mid-boss themes, which are like really powerful enemies that aren't like full bosses.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like this song. Just because when the song changes tempo and does like the different like melody or whatever, it kind of like feels like it's intensifying, you know.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, Hard Desperation. That's the song I was saying sounds like Exceed from Trails of Cold Steel. It's like almost like a sequel song. It just plays in a lot of boss fights and like epic cutscenes, and it's just so sick. This also does that thing I was telling you about where like, you know, you change the key and you change the instrumentation and it makes it seem like it's just getting more intense.
Yeah.
Satisfied Madness, that's just a really intense battle theme when you're fighting some real bad dudes. Diabolic Howl, okay, this song blew me away for multiple reasons. One, it's another song that uses the Ouroboros leitmotif that was all the way from Fateful Confrontation. Two, it's composed by Mitsuo Singa, who did not originally create that leitmotif. And three, it does not play when you're fighting Ouroboros members.
God.
Which is so weird. Why are you using the leitmotif? Like, it's a really good song, but it's also playing in a very weird portion of the game. I hear that it's reused in the next game when you actually are fighting Ouroboros members, so I guess I don't know, I guess that whatever the sound director is doing, they just didn't realize what the song is supposed to do. And then the last Trails song on my list is Unmitigated Evil, which is the final boss theme of Trails Through Daybreak, which is just, I don't know, it's a really epic heavy metal track, you know. Falcom does what Falcom does with the epic heavy metal.
So without going into spoilers, how do you feel about Trails Through Daybreak compared to other Trails games?
I thought the story was. I mean, I like all the Trails games, so it's not like I'm gonna be like this game is way better than the other ones because I like all of them. But
Sure.
I think it's a fantastic game. The only real complaint I have about the game is that it's unfathomably easy. I mean, so like Trails in the Sky are like the only like actually like really difficult Trails games. Even on normal, those games are stupidly difficult. But obviously you can lower the difficulty, and if you lose a boss fight, it'll actually ask you if you want to lower the difficulty.
Yeah.
And then Trails of Cold, Trails from Zero was pretty easy. Trails to Azure was also not that difficult except for the final boss, which is a really cheap mechanic where he just one-hit KOs everyone, and you can't do anything about it. Um, Trails of Cold Steel, all the Trails of Cold Steel games and Trails into Reverie can be cheesed, but the thing is you have to like figure that out. The problem with Trails Through Daybreak's combat system is that while there's a lot of cool ideas, you don't have to cheese the battle system to make everything unbelievably easy. So what I ended up doing is I actually had to restrict myself just to make it more difficult. So like,
What the fuck just happened?
I took off the
Whoa,
EX core.
that like wrong warped me or something? What? That's not right. What the fuck just happened?
Oh wow.
I'm just in the wrong place of the game now.
You know in Trails of Cold Steel how you have to like customize your quartz? Well, you do that in every game, and how it's done is differently. In Trails Through Daybreak, you have different lines, and each line focuses on a different thing, and if each quartz has like an element and an amount of points, and if you get a certain amount of points, you get a skill. It's like a passive, right? So that passive might be extra water damage, extra dark or extra time damage, extra wind damage. And then for defensive ones is you have a 75% chance of resisting seal, you know, status condition. And then there's the magic, which I guess boosts your magic attacks. And then there's the EX line, which is just extra quartz, and it can give you like special bonus skills. The bonus skills are ridiculously overpowered because they give you like CP regeneration, which means that you can spam your S-Craft like every single battle. And they also change how S-Crafts work because S-Crafts, you know how you have to get 100 CP to use an S-Craft, but if it's over 100 CP, then it just uses all of it. So you usually want to either use it at 100 or at 200, because if you use it at like 170, you're wasting that 70 CP.
Yeah.
So that's how it works. It's always 100 no matter what. And because CP regeneration is so ridiculous, through the use of both the quartz and also accessories, because there's some accessories that give you extra CP. I'm not even joking, you could just spam S-Crafts the entire game. So I actually took off all the EX quartz, and I took off all the accessories, and changed the difficulty to Nightmare, which is the hardest one. And the game is still easy for the most part. The only time I put all the equipment back was for the final boss.
Wow.
But yeah, besides that, I think the game is great. Like the combat system might be too easy, but there's also a lot of things I really like about it, like conceptually. Like I do like the idea of moving before you attack, and you have, like, your character's like range. So you move up to wherever in your range, and then it shows where your move hits, and then you throughout the attack afterwards. And there's also positionals like in Xenoblade, you know, when you're on the side and the back of the
Yeah,
enemy,
yeah. I like
you get
that.
bonuses.
Bit more involved
Yeah,
because just I
the
hate
game
how
just needs to be more balanced.
moving being a separate action in the past games always kind of ticked me off a bit. I like never use it.
Oh yeah, I rarely ever used move because when you attack, it moves you as close to the enemy as possible. And if you're close enough, you just attack it. And if you
Yeah.
have enough move on your character, you never have to worry about that. And that's what I would do with Fee. Fee would have very high move. You could also make Fee invincible by making her have 100% dodge. That's the thing, like I said, Cold Steel, you can make the game very easy, but you have to figure out how to cheese the game through your
Mm.
quartz builds. And that's better than just making the game super easy by playing normally. Because that's the thing with Daybreak. You play the game normally and it's very easy.
Yeah.
And there are ways to cheese it. There are ways to cheese it, but you don't have to do that because it's still very easy. But in Cold Steel builds are so funny because you can just like, all right, I'm give my character all this attack, and now they're gonna one-shot the boss, or I'm gonna give this character all this evasion, and then they're going to literally dodge every attack because they have 100% evasion, which I did
Yeah.
in Trails into Reverie. It's actually easier in Trails into Reverie because, you know, like obviously if it's like a direct sequel, you don't want the quartz to be weak because they'll feel like you're starting over, right?
Yeah.
So Trails in the Reverie, since it's a sequel to Trails of Cold Steel 4, you're just like, all right, well, you're going to start off with a bunch of ridiculously overpowered quartz, and then you can get even more overpowered quartz later on. Like, the game was kind of designed around the idea that you're going to cheese it. So because of that, they actually made a new difficulty mode, even more difficult than Nightmare. I think it's called, like, Abyss Mode or something, which I hear is actually, like, really difficult, and you basically can't beat it unless you're using the cheesiest of cheese strats, which is because supposedly Gaius, I'd never figured this out in Cold Steel 4, which is why I thought Cold Steel 4 is the most balanced game because I couldn't break that game. But apparently Gaius has a way to infinite delay the enemy because like you know how status conditions has like percent chance. Well,
Yeah.
Gaius's S-Craft supposedly does delay, and it's like a 100% chance no matter what. And if you were to get infinite CP on him with like CP regeneration stuff, you could basically just infinite S-Craft, and they never get a turn. And
Wow.
supposedly that's like the only way to beat the Abyss mode in Trails to Reverie. Well, that's another thing I will complain about there's a few other things I have a problem with the combat system in Trails to Daybreak. Supposedly they fixed some of these issues. They changed turn order, so you know how turn order has like turn order bonuses, and then
Yeah.
you want to like manipulate the turn order so that you can
Yeah.
steal
Yeah.
bonuses and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't really do that. So turn order bonuses are specific to the character. So if your character has a turn order bonus and you advance them to the front with like an S-Craft, that turn order bonus also gets pushed to the front. Also, turn order bonuses are also just really overpowered because there's a lot more turn order bonuses that just give you like full HP recovery, full CP recovery. And then also it's harder to tell when your actual turn is because the character's turns are on the left side and the enemy's turns are on the right side, and they're both going towards the middle. Now, you can hold down a certain button that'll let you see what number your character is in line, so you still know who's next, but it is ambiguous for specific situations like casting art, because you know when you cast an art, it shows how long it'll take that character to cast the art in the turn order. Well, it'll show that in the turn order in Trails Through Daybreak, but it'll only show the position, not the number, so you don't actually know. You can tell by distance, but it's kind of hard to tell because the distance might be really close in terms of when the enemy might be the same distance as your character, and you can't tell which one's going to go first.
Yeah.
And that was kind of
Hmm.
yeah.
Okay.
Another thing, Trails Through Daybreak has an action combat system where you can like hit the enemy using action combat and then switch it to turn-based combat. After a certain point,
Yay.
I stopped using the action combat because one, the action combat is very slow and clunky, and also it makes the game even easier because you get the enemy's HP really low, you stun the enemy, so the beginning of the boss fight, you can get a shit ton of damage on the enemy, and it makes an easy game already even easier, so I actually just stopped using it. The best thing is that you don't have to use it because literally how you use it is when you're in the field, you can press the attack button to attack, or you can press the turn-based button to turn it to turn-based. So whenever I run into an enemy, I just instant turn-based. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, you have to do a lot to make the game not unbearably easy. I heard that Trails of Daybreak 2 does fix some things, like they fix the turn order. Apparently you can like steal turn order bonuses again. Apparently they make the turn orders more clear in those niche situations. I heard the game is a bit more balanced in terms of difficulty, like it's harder, which is good. There's something else that was a big deal that I remember I heard that they changed as well. And I forgot, of course. Yeah, that's basically the main thing I have with Daybreak, is that it's too easy. Besides that, I think it's great. The story is great. Like I said, it's probably the most woke Trails has ever been. It's
Yeah.
not like Trails has ever been like a conservative series or whatever, but like they like confront the issues in such a like an upfront way that it's actually really surprising.
Yeah. I've seen some of the
Like,
screenshots you posted.
yeah, like I already knew that the series like tackled this subject because it's mentioned in the Sky games, the issues of immigration in Calvard. It's actually mentioned, like it's foreshadowed all the way back in like the first or second game.
Mm.
But I didn't expect them to handle it so directly. I thought it would be more like a background thing, where it's like
Mm.
it's obviously a thing that they touch on, but not something they like confront super directly. And it's not like it's like the main focus, like I said. Like Daybreak, there's still other things to the game. It's not the main focus of the game, the racism
Yeah.
stuff and the immigration stuff. But it does play a part
Oh.
in the story for sure.
Oh shit! Hey,
And-
Lobo.
And then actually having characters like discuss racism is like, what the hell? This is a game.
Yeah.
Wait, what are you? This is like actually woke. This isn't like your usual JRPGs. Like, why can't we all get along? Discrimination is bad. type
Yeah.
of game. You know?
This,
It's like,
this isn't what the chuds usually call woke. This is actually woke.
yeah, like
Okay, I don't want
actually
that.
like there's so many scenes where Van's just like racism, these racist, or Aaron's just like, yeah, these racist, these shitty racist, these white supremacist. Like, did you see that one scene where it was like actually like the like a freaking Twitter conversation where the guy was just like, man, I can't believe they cast this foreigner in this movie. The character was the person was actually white, and this person's not white. They could have at least cast this other person who is mixed race. And I'm just like, this is a freaking Twitter. This is a Twitter dude. And what made it even funnier is that the character in question was mixed race, so they were just complaining for nothing.
Mm. Jeez.
But that's the thing that's funny, because you know how like oftentimes conservatives will kind of like back off their position to take a more lenient position, even though you know they mean the more harsh position,
Yeah.
because the more harsh position makes them look stupid.
Yeah.
But then they reveal that what their original position is by being
Yeah.
stupid and saying dumb shit like that. And that's basically what it was. It was so funny.
By the way, Lobo, if you want to hang out in voice, you are welcome to.
Yeah, I saw a really funny comment about why the handling of racism in Trails Through Daybreak was done poorly, and the complaint was basically that the racists weren't realistic enough because they didn't have more understandable motives, and they were
Oh my god.
like the localization stripped some of the nuance, and how like, oh, they were just concerned for
Nuance
the
of the
economy.
racist. Oh, fuck off.
These people aren't they just had concerns about the economy, but the woke localization stripped it of that context.
Yeah.
First of all,
Boo-hoo.
that would only further bolster our point, because concerns about the economy when it comes to immigration is just a dog whistle.
Yep.
Or a point parroted by stupid people who don't know anything, and just like they don't know anything, so they repeat it like, oh, the economy, even though immigration is good for the economy.
Yep.
But yeah, I did find that pretty funny.
Jesus Christ. Ugh.
I'm glad that because for some reason the Trails fandom has a huge like far right fan base. I don't know why. Mostly lolicons. A lot of
Yeah.
lolicons.
Yeah.
But they're getting filtered though. They're getting the tourists are leaving.
That's good.
Us real fans who appreciate the themes of the game and actually paid attention since the first game, you know.
Yeah.
We're gonna be the only ones left. Apparently, the next game's gonna be even more woke, because there's one character. I kind of got loosely spoiled. I kind of clicked off of it, so I don't know like the full context of the spoiler, or even if what I saw was correct, because I didn't see it clearly. But there might be a trans character in the next game.
Ooh.
Well, not in the next game. A character from the Trails Daybreak 1 coming out as trans in the next game.
Oh.
I don't know if that's true. It might be true. I don't know. If it is true,
Huge if true.
I mean, people keep saying that it's gonna make conservatives mad the next game, so
God
I'm holding out hope. Maybe the character is
damn it.
trans, maybe the character is intersex or non-binary or gender fluid. I don't know.
Hmm.
I guess we'll have to find out. I mean, there was literally I think it was actually a Reddit post. Like, someone was asking a question about the character's gender, and people don't usually ask questions about the genders of cisgender characters. So, you know.
Hmm. Finally making progress on this damn game.
Honestly, I don't even know what's going on in this game. I never played Zelda 2.
Oh yeah. I could tell you, but it's a shrug. I stab the people and I search the land for treasures. I'm playing a randomizer, so the whole game is all shuffled and crazy.
Oh yeah, I was still on my list of games that are upcoming that I plan to get. There's only a few more on here. It was actually
Okay.
just the ones announced in the last Nintendo Direct. It was Rune Factory, Guardians of Ozma.
Oh yeah, that looks good.
Yeah, it looks cool. My only experience with Rune Factory is Rune Factory Tides of Destiny.
Oh
It was
really?
fun,
That one? That is the black sheep
and
of the series.
yeah, it was also boring as hell. I dropped it.
It doesn't have
The
any
thing is
farming.
like,
It's a
that
Rune
wasn't the
Factory
problem.
without farming.
Well, that wasn't the problem with the game. My problem with the game is that it felt like there was really nothing to do in the game because like
Hmm.
all you do is first of all the combat system's pretty boring and generic, but like you just do the same thing every day and there's not like events to break it up and get to know the characters. Like there are some events, but they're really short and there's not many of them. Like honestly, Atelier kind of gave me what I wanted from that game because Atelier has a structure where like at least the first two ones that I played, Aisha and Eska and Laji, where they have like a time limit and time actually passes. They're very lenient, so it's not like you're gonna like not beat the game. These time limits are very easy to get around. But as time passes, more events start to appear in the game. When you use party members, your party like friendship level for each character goes up, and you start getting events. So instead of having to progress through the game, have nothing happening for large swaths of time, like in Rune Factory Tides of Destiny, in the Atelier games, the Dust Trilogy, at certain points in the game, you'll just see events pop up on your screen, and you can just view them, and you get to know the characters, and that's like half the game. It's just character events popping up because
Yeah.
you use the characters at all. Like if Tides of Destiny had more of that, where like, all right, the day is over, and then the next day you see like a bubble over a character's head because it's like a certain day or a certain amount of time has
Yeah.
passed, or you made a certain amount of story progress, and
Ow.
then you get to like know the characters. I think that would have been really cool. But the characters, for me, were just whatever they showed up front. The character archetype, that's the character, you know? Which was a shame. I wanted to get to know them more, and I didn't because they didn't have anything.
Have you played any of the Tales of games?
Yeah, that's actually the game series that got me into JRPGs. I've played
Well, there you go.
basically every one that's been localized in the West since Vesperia. I've played Abyss and Symphonia, but I played their remasters. I played the remaster of Symphonia on the PS3, and I played Abyss on the 3DS. So
Right.
everything after Vesperia, basically.
Lobo is logged on to talk about Tales.
Yeah, I have.
Have you played?
Tales of Symphonia is my all-time favorite game. It's
Yeah,
not even close.
Tales of Vesperia is the game that got me into JRPGs. It not only got me into JRPGs, I feel like it kind of helped shape my taste in just like video games and anime in general. Because when I played Vesperia, I thought it was so unique and so cool, and it just made me want to find more stories that are cool and interesting. Because I never really played anything like it at
Yeah.
the time.
Yeah.
Obviously, one thing is the whole like how JRPGs tend to have really complicated, convoluted plots. There was that, but then it's also just the themes really interesting. And Tales of Vesperia's stories aged phenomenally well. Like, I actually posted a screenshot on Twitter recently where someone said, let me find the thing, it was very recent, where they said, name the hardest line in fiction. And there were some screenshots I took of Tales of Vesperia a while back. One of them, it's Yuri saying, the laws have always been the tools of whoever happens to hold all the chips. Based. And then another one is him saying, you'd rather tell those people, sorry you have to die today, I promise we'll change things soon. Yeah, so like the context basically, Yuri was a knight. The knights are like, well, they're knights and of the Empire, and he quit because they were corrupt and cringe and bad and stupid. And his friend, his childhood friend Flynn, stayed in the knights, and he's like a model knight. He's like the good knight, right? And he wants to be like an example. He wants to set like a good example and do the right thing. But the Empire is full of corruption. They do a lot of bad things. And so Yuri's thing is like he's a vigilante. He does whatever he wants, even if it's not legal. He just does whatever he thinks he's right. And Lynn is all like, no, we got to change it from the inside. Like, yeah, things suck now, but things will get better, and I will make it better because I am a good knight, right? And
It's a pretty typical story, yeah.
And you would think that the game would try to like play halvesies with it.
Yeah.
But it feels like the game basically took Yuri's side almost the entire way through.
Sorry, which one was Yuri?
Like, Yuri's the main
Protagonist.
character.
The not
The
cop.
vigilante. Because the only time he was questioned about his vigilantism, in like contrast to Flynn's, you know, stay within the system, fix it from inside or whatever, is the only time he's ever really questioned on his actions is not the actions themselves, but the fact that it is the classic like, you can't like take on this burden all yourself. You have to tell your friends about this stuff. Like that's it. That's the only time he's ever questioned about it. It's not like what he did was wrong.
Base.
Yeah, he is like, why didn't you tell us that you were doing this? How could you keep this a secret?
My
because
favorite example of that you just brought to mind is Higurashi, where like Reno literally murders someone who is like, you know, a horrible dude, and their friends are like, why didn't you tell us? We could have helped you murder him. It's so good.
That's a little exactly what happens.
Yeah. So who inspired who? Which creator inspired who?
I don't know. I'm just saying Yuri has definitely done a murder.
No. To be fair, they weren't saying in Tales of Vesperia like, why didn't you let us in on the murder or whatever. It's more like because when he would do the murders, he would like sneak out and then nobody would find out. And then the next day it's like, a body has been discovered, you know, like fucking Monokuma. Or they're like, what happened? This person died. Yeah, like it's the people he kills, like when you actually play the game and you see the people he kills and why he kills them, you're just gonna be like base.
Yeah,
base,
pretty much.
Genuinely the most basic. Those scenes, I think those scenes turned me into a JRPG fan when he commits the first murder. I was like, man, this guy's so raw.
You don't expect that because so many games just have the protagonist being like completely morally correct, and no, that's just not like Yuri has morals and like on some. Like he's definitely being the good guy here, but like he's also definitely murdering people.
Sorry, are we talking about Vesperia?
Yeah, Vesperia.
All right, I think I need to play Vesperia now. You guys are selling me on this shit.
It is such a based game. Yuri's genuinely one of my all-time favorite characters, and that hasn't changed even though it's been over a decade since I initially played it. The game is so based.
I would say that even though Tales of Symphonia is my favorite Tales game, I prefer Yuri as a protagonist.
Yeah, Yuri's definitely a more unique protagonist compared to Lloyd. Lloyd's kind of like a generic kind of guy.
Goody two-shoes for sure, but I think I just like Symphonia more. I don't think I have like hard reasons why I would be like, oh, I prefer it because of this. It's mostly just like I remember renting it from Blockbuster.
Yeah, a lot of people it's the nostalgia because it was like the big Tales game that came out here, and a lot of people's first Tales game, a lot of people's first JRPG or whatever. So it was like a big thing at the time. It was pretty unique for its time. But obviously, I started with Vesperia because I just saw a cool looking anime game, and I was into anime. It was around the time I was like getting into anime. It was just like cool anime game.
Same, except it was I was over at my friend. I didn't have an Xbox 360. I was over at my friend's house, and he has a 360. We were looking at game demos, and then I just saw Tales of Vesperia game demo. I was like, wait, this game just looks like anime. I want to play it. And
yeah, it has a really good style too. Like it ages really well because it just leans into that like anime-ish style.
Mm-hmm. Like back then, I was like looking at.
Hey CJ.
I would just take a screenshot. Hey
What's
CJ.
up?
I'm currently live
And-
streaming, by the way.
Okay.
And I would just like look at it and be like, look, if you just took a picture of this and told somebody this is an anime, they would believe you. And it's like, it's obviously just the CG cell shaded models. They just look good.
Yeah, I wish they don't make Tales stories like they used to.
They do
Like,
that.
because like the stories are getting more simple over time, because I noticed this with JRPGs in general, where when games get more like JRPGs get more cinematic, that means they have to make the story shorter because it takes longer to get through every individual scene. So like obviously Tales games are getting less complex, but also just less like interesting and like thought provoking, because I feel like every Tales game basically after Vesperia has just not been that good. Like, they're not bad narratively, but they're not like that interesting, not like special in the way I feel like Abyss and Vesperia were.
And Symphonia.
Yeah, I didn't really like Symphonia that much at the time, but I was also pretty young getting into it, and it wasn't as like interesting as Abyss. I'd probably like it a lot more if I played it now, because the story definitely goes places. It's definitely really complicated at times. But like, it's also just not as based of a series as it used to be. I feel like Tales of Vesperia, Tales of the Abyss, and I guess even Symphonia to that extent are like pretty decently smart series, like politically, philosophically. And like every other game afterwards is not.
Well, I
Like,
would say that Berseria has some interesting stuff going on in it, but
I don't know. I feel like a lot of people like Berseria because like, oh, finally a Tales game that's actually dark. And like, honestly, I feel like
no, it was
Vesperia
too
is
dark.
a.
But
I feel like I don't even think it was that dark. I feel like Vesperia is a darker game just in terms of its subject matter, because Tales of Berseria felt more aesthetically dark, but it didn't strike me as a particularly mature game compared to
no,
Vesperia
it's
or
like
Abyss or Symphonia.
edgy teen shit is what it is. But
Mhm.
Not even
like,
just edgy teen shit, but also like the whole idea of the game. It's literally how they advertise the game. It's the like sort of dichotomy between emotion and reason. So in other words, you can predict the entire story from before the game even came out. The game doesn't say anything meaningful about this dichotomy because it's a stupid dichotomy, and like
Yeah. Whenever a story gets into that, it's always like it feels like it's trying so hard to be deep, but it doesn't have anything interesting to say.
it's like, wow, no shit, you need both.
Yeah, exactly.
But what
never
if
would've-
I was emotionless?
You don't want to
I'm not
be
saying
an
Berseria-
emotional woman, do you? You want to.
I'm not saying Berseria is bad or anything. I did enjoy it, but it's not like it doesn't strike me as something special like I felt some of the past games are. And like, yeah, I just don't really think the stories are that great for a lot of the modern Tales games.
what I will say, Velvet is the best designed Tales protagonist.
Like in terms of
She just
visual.
looks visual. Yeah, she just looks the coolest.
She also has
does look pretty cool.
she has a cool name. I know nothing about her, but Velvet's a cool name.
Velvet Crow is her name.
That's a cool ass name.
It's funny because her outfit is
Yeah.
literally like some rag she picked up from like a treasure chest.
Just like stitched it together. It's just every edgy teen protagonist, Chunibyo, the power is in my arm. It's all there. So Chuny, but like, yeah, I love the design. It's just such a good design.
Yeah. You know what's funny about Arise though? Arise, when I first played it, I was like in this honeymoon period where like the Tales series is back, because like it was the first series in a while that I felt like it was really more focused politically, and it also definitely got into that like weirdness towards the end of the game, because you know like the older Tales games would get really
So
weird.
I want to say so don't spoilerize for me. I have not played through it. I kind of fell off in like the prologue.
Oh, okay, because I'm just being like really vague here, because like the game is like, you know, like the basic like idea of the story is that like the whole world is like being enslaved by the space people or whatever, or the people from the other planet. Yeah, so like the game like is pretty based for most of the early game in terms of like its politics and like criticizing the institution of slavery. But the problem is that later in the game it leans way too heavily into like the why can't we all get along, friendship, forgiveness shit. And it's critiques of, it's not like saying slavery is like, oh, slavery is not that bad, but it kind of feels like it anyways, because they want to do all this like friendship, forgiveness stuff. When I feel like the whole like, yeah, let's kill our evil overlords thing was a lot more based. I did like how, because a lot of people criticized like the second half of the game. They call it like phase 2 of the game. It's more like the last like third of the game, or maybe even like last quarter of the game, because that's when the story starts getting really weird and all these crazy plot twists. People are like, oh, the cutscenes are too long and too much like exposition dumping about all this weird shit, and I'm like, man, that's where the story got interesting, because that's what past Tales games, that's what like all the recent Tales games like Hysteria, Berseria, Zillia, Graces did not have. I guess Graces kind of had it, but Grace's story was kind of dumb anyway. So Graces is getting a
How dare my JRPG have more story in it?
So the problem that I have with the recent Tales games is not actually the story. I definitely haven't been hooked by any of the recent ones story-wise, but it's actually the gameplay that bothers me. It's like moved away from being an action RPG or like an RPG with action elements to just an action RPG. It's like just like combos and press all the buttons, and it's ridiculous. And
no, I feel like the series.
I liked when basically there was a resource for casting spells.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like the series has always been pretty combo oriented. I feel like they wanted to make it more faster paced because the older ones are definitely really slow paced. And I'm gonna be honest, I feel like the combat systems aren't like that good. Symphonia is pretty generic. Abyss is literally you do the same thing the entire game.
Right. So what I'm meaning to say is I prefer those games. I am not saying that they are better or worse. I'm just saying that the current version of Tales games is not the old version. They're different gameplay, basically entirely.
I know what you mean. I do think they should try to find games that strike a more healthy balance because, like, I do like the side-scrolling thing, but the problem with, like, even Vesperia, where a lot of people say Vesperia is a really good combat system, but the problem is that you have to go really far into the game for the combat system to start opening up because you need to get skills, which you get from weapons you get throughout the game, and you have to use the weapons for a certain period of time, and it's only late in the game or on a New Game Plus where you actually start to do, like, crazy combos and shit. And that creates the problem where most of the game you're just doing the same thing. Abyss was really bad in this regard because Abyss didn't even really have long combos unless you did like these really hard to use exploits with Field of Phonons that I don't understand. But for the most part, the entire game was regular attack, regular attack, regular attack into an art, and then you lock the ability to do regular attack, regular attack, regular attack, art into arcane art. And then when you unlock Mystic Arts, you can add a Mystic Art onto the end of that, only when you're in overdrive mode. And that's the extent of your combos. And I guess you could extend the regular attacks, I think, up to 7 times if you unlock those skills. And the way you unlock skills in Tales of Abyss is complete dog shit. It's literally, when you level up, you get points based on what equipment you have equipped. I forget what the thing was called. It was like a disc or something that you need equipped, and it adds points. And that adds to your points to certain values, and then those values unlock your skills. But even if you unlocked all the offensive skills, your combos are still the combo route I told you about. So like the older games I feel like didn't really have a good balance, but there's one game I think had a really good balance in this regard, and it's not a very beloved game in the series, and that's Tales of Hearts R. A lot of people, one, it's on the Vita, so nobody played it. 2, it got a pretty bad localization from what I heard. Like, they changed some of the characters' names for some stupid reason. And 3, a lot of people don't like the story, which I can understand because it's kind of cringy at times. But the combat has that sort of old feel of the older Tales games, where it's like, it's side-scrolling combat, and you have to, like, use a mix of arts and regular attacks. But the game also just had longer combos. You can do longer combos earlier on, and later on you can do crazy-ass combos that are just really cool and sick. So I thought it struck a really good balance. I know people say the Zillia games, especially Zillia 2, you can also do that as well. Like people say, like Luger could do like crazy stuff in Zillia 2. But the problem is with Zillia 2 is that you had to do side quests to keep your characters up to par with like weapons and equipment and levels. And I did not like the Zillia games narratively, so I just wanted to get through them as quickly as possible. So I skipped all the side stuff, and then I had to set the game like very easy, and I still struggled with the final boss of Tales of Zillia 2.
Oh no, the conversation ended.
I got nothing. I just played Symphonia back in the day, and that was kind of I played Dawn of the New World too, unfortunately.
I didn't hate Dawn of the New World. I didn't like.
I'm of the unpopular opinion. I'm of the unpopular opinion that I actually kind of like Dawn of the New World. It had a combat system kind of similar to Vesperia. A lot of people don't like the story. Like some people don't like the story for the fact that the main character is whiny, which I never really cared about because I prefer to like understand why the characters are the way they are instead of just being like, man, he's whiny.
Yeah,
Like, it wasn't like a
that
masterpiece
complaint.
story or anything. Yeah, it wasn't like
But
a super
guys-
masterpiece story or anything, but I did enjoy it. I liked Emil as a character. I thought he was actually like an interesting character. He's also voiced by Johnny on Bosch, which definitely
Yeah, I was
helps.
about to say it's because the dual persona Johnny Young Boss just did excellently. He went from what are the two voices there? It's Renton Thurston to like I don't know Ichigo or something in Bleach.
More
Yeah,
aggro
it's
than
an
Ichigo. But yeah, I mean, Johnny on Bosch is a legendary voice actor. The Tales series, funny enough, they reuse a lot of voice actors in the Tales series, which honestly is kind of a shame because I like to hear more variety. Back then it made more sense because there weren't as many voice actors, but like Tales of Arise, the main cast, I think 4 of the 6 of the main cast of Arise is
Thank you,
voice
Hoverbird.
actors. They're voice
The dev of the
actors who
game's in
voiced-
chat.
the voice actors from Arise of 4 of the main characters, voice characters in previous games. The main character Alphen in Arise is the voice of Artorias from Tales of Berseria.
Is that
let's
in
see,
the dub or is that in Japanese?
In dub. I don't know what they do for Japanese. But in let's see, there was Shion, which
Gotcha.
is voiced by Erica Lindbeck, who's the voice of Magilu in Berseria. There was
I've actually interviewed her before.
Erica Lindbeck.
I'm gonna interrupt talk for a second just to talk about Zelda with chat. We're going good. I got stuck for a long time. I've been fucking locked out of jump for most of my runs, so that's pretty annoying. But I'm working at it. Haven't finished any dungeons yet. I got to the end of Parappa and there was a Volvagia there. Actually, while I have you here, how about bug reports? Why does my map looks weird and it's like it's corrupted or something? It's like the areas are just completely like not where they're meant to be. That's something that's I don't know what's going on there. And also I had like a weird wrong warp that happened when I was in the I was entering the well in the town of the well, and I went backwards back into the town, and it took me into a different town. I'll have to get a clip of it later. Okay, you have it packed for the next update. Okay, good, as long as it's a known issue. But yeah, other than that, I've been having a good time. It took me a while to make progress. I had to realize, oh, the Rando really wants me to go to the southeast area of Hyrule, which I usually say for late game, but they really wanted me to go there. Ah, shit! Rip Basil. Anyway, you folks can continue.
Yeah, in terms of the voice actors, so let's see, I said Alpha and Shion. There's also Law. Law is voiced by Bryce Papenbrook, who's the voice of Asbel in Tales of Graces. And then there was also Rinwell, who's voiced by Christine Marie Cabanos, who's the voice of Simone in Tales of Zestiria, which is a pretty minor character. It was not a big of a deal. But yeah, they do reuse a lot of voice actors. Like I said, it made sense in the older games, but I feel like the newer games with so many new voice actors getting into the industry, I feel like they could have done more with casting.
So
a
the
wide
reason
variety of voice
is it's because of my guess is that it's union shit.
I knew you were gonna say that.
No, I don't think it's that because. Not that because I know the recording studio Cup of Tea, and they have had sort of a thing where they would hire a lot of the same voice actors. But I feel like more recently they have been expanding and doing a wider variety of voice actors.
Okay, I'll go here.
Right, but with Dawn of the New World, that's explicitly why most of the cast didn't return.
Oh, I'm talking about like just the series in general. Like I know the older games, there was less voice actors at the time, so it made sense to have a smaller pool of voice actors. If you look at throughout the Tales series, there's a lot of repeats. Like Johnny on Bosch, he voices Guy in Tales of the Abyss, but then he also voiced the main character of Dawn of the New World. Like there's a lot of stuff like that in the Tales series. Like Jameson Price is in like 3 Tales games or 4 Tales games or something. But I feel like with the modern games, I feel like they should be more willing to move to more diverse cast with like newer voice actors. But then they just reuse voice actors again. I hope the next Tales game doesn't do that. And I know Cup of Tea can hire a wide variety of voice actors because Unicorn Overlord, which is a game I dropped, but I have looked at the whole cast, and the cast is like really interesting. Like they have what's their name? Skylar Davenport, the voice of March 7th from Honkai Star Rail. That's the voice of the main girl in Unicorn Overlord. The main character, Unicorn Overlord, I've literally never heard of him before. His voice actor.
Oh, it's happening. The music's looping forever again. Oh no.
Yeah, I just want to see a more wide variety of voice actors in the next Tales game. I mean, they had some cool voice actors for like some of the side characters, but I feel for the main cast, I feel like it should just all be voice actors who've never been in a Tales game. You know what I mean?
That's what part of why Tales of Symphonia is my favorite, because it has such a star-studded cast.
Okay, this might piss you off, but when I first played Symphonia, I actually switched to Japanese voice acting, which I rarely do for a video game, because I thought the English voice acting wasn't that good.
Oh.
I mean, like, I can name some names, like Tar Strong, Crispin Freeman.
Sorry, how about that?
Who is Crispin Freeman? He's
Regal.
Regal, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Well, remember, it was early game, so I didn't even meet Regal in English. I think it was like 5 hours into the game I changed it. I just think Lloyd and Genus and, what was her name, Rain? I didn't think they sounded very good.
Lloyd is voiced by Scott Menville, the voice of Robin in Teen Titans.
Yeah, I'm not like super. Let me actually look at Tales of Symphonia.
Also, Gina Sage is Colleen Klinkenbeard, the current voice of Tails in the Sonic movies.
Wait, Colleen Klinkenbeard voices Tails now, not Colleen O'Shazany?
Oh, sorry, I got her name wrong.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking, yeah, because Klinkenbeard, that's Luffy from One Piece.
Yeah, I definitely got the name wrong. Two different Colleens. But yeah, O'Shaughnessy, that sounds more correct. But yeah, no, Genus's voice is Tails in Sonic.
Okay, there was another voice actor that was like in every Tails game. What was her name again? It's the voice of Sakura from Naruto. She's in like every Tails game.
Stephanie Shea.
No, not Stephanie Shea. Stephanie Shea is that's Naruto.
Ah.
Did I mishear?
I don't even watch Sakura, the pink hair.
Sakura.
Higgins, right? Kate Higgins, I think her name is. Now, like, let me show you every character she's voiced in a Tales game.
Oh, this is so annoying.
Okay, it'll take a while to get through this. Let me control. How did I do that?
Yeah, I got it.
Tales. Stupid website not loading all the elements. Okay, here we go. Alright, so she voices Muse in Tales of Zestiria. That's a minor character because I don't recognize her. She voiced Agria in Tales of Xillia. That's one of the villains, I'm pretty sure. I mean, she looks evil. She voiced Pascal in Tales of Grace's F, which I loved her Pascal in Tales of Grace's F. Pascal is the one good thing about that game. A lot of people say, so Grace's F's getting, you know how it's getting ported? A lot of people say the combat system in that game is like the best in the series. And it's a really fun combat system. It's very fast-paced and fluid. It's definitely like the most fluid of the Tales of games. Oh yeah, let me see. She was also in Tales of Vesperia as Chroma. And she was Arietta of the Wild in Tales of the Abyss.
Oh, piece of heart.
So let me count the Tales games. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kate Higgins is in 5 Tales games. Crazy. Jameson Price is also in multiple Tales games. Let me see how many he was in.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I would not complain if Jameson Price was in another Tales game because he's like a really based voice actor. But yeah, let's see. Jameson Price was Malik Caesar in Tales of Grace's F, Duke Panteri in Tales of Vesperia, and Vargo the Black Lion in Tales of the Abyss. So yeah, he was in 3 Tales games.
What is that noise? Oh, this jump sucks. There we go.
The thing is, Days, is that you can do that with just anime. Like, there's just, in English dubs, just use a lot of the same voices all the time. Just a thing.
I forgot about that.
I don't agree with that, but I don't really agree with that. I feel like, well, maybe back then and a lot of like repeats, but I feel like these days there's actually like way too many voice actors that it's actually hard to keep track of them. Like, I feel like there's a new voice actor coming to the scene for like video games and anime like all the time. But I feel like it's different for this situation because I'm talking about like the same series, you know. Like if a voice actor appears in a lot of different things, that's cool. Because if I like the voice actor, I want to see them in a lot of stuff. But if it's for the same series, I want to see more variety within that series, you know. Like you already voiced a character in a series, get someone else, you know.
Mm. Oh, this combination of enemies fucking sucks. Oh, I hate this.
This is actually something I'll say Trails Through Daybreak did really good, because Trails Through Daybreak has a dub cast that's almost completely different from the Cold Steel games and Reverie. I think the only character or the only voice actors that are the same are like returning characters, which obviously if they're returning, you would want them to be the same voice. Let me actually look. I think there might have been a few
would want
characters.
that, except Dawn of the New World.
I don't want to use this key.
See, Trails to Daybreak English cast. Let me look this up real quick. There might have been a few voice actors returning.
I'll be right back 1 second.
Though, all of the main characters in Trails Through Daybreak are all. Oh no, I lied. One voice actor is a returning voice actor. So the voice of Rosette, Dawn M. Bennett, who also voices Aegis in Persona 3 Reload, for reference, she voiced Rosette in Trails Through Daybreak. She also voiced Mariabelle from the Cold Steel games. So that's one returning. Let's see. I'm not going to count reprisals because obviously they should be reprising. Oh, Allegra Clark is a returning. She voiced a few minor characters in the Cold Steel games, and now she's returning as a new character in Daybreak. I think that's it. Yeah, it seems to be it. Oh, Erica Mendez also came back for a few more characters in Trails Through Daybreak. Because she already voiced multiple characters before, and then she voices multiple characters again. Oh, and Cristina Valenzuela. Seems like the only ones that return voiced like minor characters in the previous games, with the exception of Dawn M. Bennett.
Christina V's Velvet is excellent.
Christina V is excellent as everything, let's be real. She's a phenomenal voice actor.
She is.
Fun fact about... Yeah, it's definitely a good one. Fun fact about Christina V, of all the voice actors I've heard in anime and video games, I've heard the most amount of roles from Christina V.
Yeah, she's got a lot.
And she deserves to be in everything. And she's getting in all the things I like too. Like she's in Arknights. Like the cool thing about Arknights is that she sung the character theme for Blaze in Arknights, and that was around the time the game came out, like years ago. And then when they added Blaze's English voice to the game, it was Christina V voicing her, which is really cool. All the people who filled out the survey saying, please make Christina V the voice of Blaze, they got what they wanted. Yeah, what I was saying about like voice cast being like so much more interesting these days and now there's so many voice actors. Like if you just look at like a modern like anime or game cast, it's actually just crazy.
It's
the diversity.
It's a huge difference from how it was just 10 years ago.
Yeah, like there's a wider range of voice actors, and there's also just doing a better job at like authentically casting as well. Because back then, they would get Jameson Price to voice big black burly guys, and now he's giving up his role as Chad in Bleach so that a Latino can voice Chad in the new Bleach anime that's airing right now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Jameson Price seems like a Giga Chad. I mean, he kind of looks like a Giga Chad. Like, remember I was telling you about the. Remember I was telling you about the Wendy Lee thing? And you know how like she's racist or whatever? So the context is in Bleach, she was recast by a black voice actor for Yoruichi, you know, the black cat character in Bleach. But then like the next episode she got her role back. So a bunch of voice actors, because they made it seem like Aneris was going to be the voice of Yoruichi from now on. They even let her announce it and everything. And then she lost the role like the next week, which was really weird. And then a bunch of voice actors were like giving condolences, like, so sorry you lost his role or whatever. And then Wendy Lee was replying to like all of them, being like, oh, I see. I thought you were on my side. And it's like, holy shit. Like, like if you get your role back, like that's fine and everything, but you don't got to be a dick about it, right? And people went after her. So many people were mad. A bunch of people were outing her as like a racist, and like she was bragging about like how many black. She was bragging about how many black roles she's done in her career, and like even one of the voice actors, Allegra Clark, actually came out and was like, yeah, she's a awful director, and she's made voice actors cry in the booth because she yells at them and she's evil and something like that. And it was just a whole shitstorm. And then I actually made a tweet. It kind of blew up where I like compared Jameson Price, where he gave his explanation as to why he dropped the role of Chad, and compare it to like Wendy Lee's like, you know, being an asshole. And that tweet kind of blew up a little bit. I even got blocked by Wendy Lee on my main account despite never adding her, which was so funny.
Damn.
That was so goddamn funny. But now I'm forever cursed with the knowledge that Wendy Lee has directed the dub of every Tales game.
Damn.
Yeah, what I was saying about the whole diversity thing, like if you just look at the Trails Through Daybreak cast, like this cast is crazy. Like the Middle Eastern character has a Middle Eastern voice actor. The Chinese character has a Chinese voice actor. The character I was telling you about earlier that may or may not be trans has a non-binary actor. And there's also just a bunch of non-binary actors in the game. Like, you know, Skylar Davenport, you know, the voice of March 7th in Star Rail, also voices Mare in this game, and they're non-binary. Courtney Lynn is a non-binary voice actor, voices Ren in this game. Yeah, there's a lot of Asian characters voiced by, you know, Asian voice actors, there's black characters voiced by black voice actors, Middle Eastern characters voiced by Middle
what
Eastern
the hell?
voice actors.
Weird.
Yeah, like Jin's voiced by a Chinese voice actor. Risha is voiced by a Chinese voice actor. Let's see. The other standouts here. Yeah, like Qasim, the Middle Eastern character, voiced by Ryan Colt Levy, the voice of Genji in Chainsaw Man. He's in Trails as a Middle Eastern character.
That's really cool. We've come such a long way.
Yeah, and there's just a lot of like black and Asian voice actors in this game anyways, just in general. Even for like the non-black characters. Yeah, like Emmy Lowe voices Ashen, a Chinese voice actor, you know, voicing a Chinese character. A lot of that in this game. The Middle Eastern character, like Alejandro Saab, have you ever heard of him? He's a big guy. He's a VTuber, big voice actor.
Okay.
He voices Sharid in this game. He's a mixed race. He's a Middle Eastern Latino, and he voices the Middle Eastern prince in Trails to Daybreak. Christina V is also mixed race. She's mixed Middle Eastern, mixed Latino, and she voices two of the Middle Eastern characters in the game. Yeah, this is just such a stacked cast. And just a lot of really good voice actors in general, a lot of new ones. Also, Chris Tergliaferro, which is the voice of Gundam from Danganronpa. So that's cool. I'm actually surprised that this guy isn't in more games and anime, because his Gundam from Danganronpa 2 is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Actually,
yeah.
He isn't in like more stuff.
Honestly,
recently he's been getting more roles, but at the time that I played Danganronpa 2, I was like, why isn't this guy in everything?
He's good.
Yeah, he has been getting some more roles recently. Like whenever he did get a role, it was always a minor role, but he seems to have a few more recently. Like he's in Undead Unluck. I don't know if these are major characters or not. I don't know anything about it. Seven Deadly Sins, Detective Conan. Okay, never mind. I thought he was in more. I just saw a bunch of things, but no. Yeah, these are actually really far spaced out. So he's just not in that much stuff.
Anyway, Lobo, what anime have you been watching lately?
What have I been watching? Let me have a look. There's... did we talk about Dungeon People?
I mean, we've had brief exchanges about it, yeah?
Yeah, I I don't know if there's anything to say about it.
It's enjoyable.
Yeah, I don't.
What is Dungeon People?
Workplace comedy where it's an adventurer who ends up working in a dungeon and then basically seeing how it works behind the scenes.
Like running the dungeon, like placing the monsters?
Yeah, like it goes
exactly that.
It goes into everything, like placing monsters, like building like the rooms of the dungeon, and they had to do like interviews for the monsters and stuff. Like it's a bit silly.
That's reminding me of a show. What was it called? It was Miss Kuruitsu from the Monster Development Department. Have you heard of that one?
Yeah,
It has very similar vibes to that.
I think I watched a few episodes of that. Did I finish it? I definitely started it.
It's funny because it's like it's a critique of toxic workplace culture from the perspective of an evil villain corporation. They're like making people monsters, and they have like a really nice boss that makes sure they get like paid overtime and like.
Yeah, you've reminded me even more. I definitely watched more than 2 episodes of this.
It was such a weird show because like the heroes, it felt like the heroes and the villains were all in on some big game or whatever. But the show would kind of flip-flop back and forth on whether they were all in on it or not. It was so weird. It's definitely a meme show. It's also narrated. The show has a narrator, and it's Johnny Young Bosch. Pretty based.
It's a secret to everybody.
You can never really go wrong with Johnny Young Bosch.
Yeah, it was at one point my favorite English voice actor.
Yeah, same for me, and he's still up there.
Crispin Freeman is my number one, but like, my favorite anime is Haruhi, so I get both of them.
Yeah, the thing about Crispin Freeman is he's not in enough stuff for me to consider him a favorite. Like, what he's done is really good, but he's not in enough stuff. Like, I think his
he's in a lot.
Not modern stuff, a lot of older dubs. But he basically doesn't do anime anymore, and he's rarely in like animes like JRPG. He doesn't do that stuff anymore. So like, he really just isn't in that much compared to most of the other voice actors I've watched. Like of the stuff I have seen, I think is amazing. Like, I think his Kirei in Fate is amazing. I think his Shizuo in Durara is amazing. He also voices
Haruhi.
Yeah, he also Albedo in Xenosaga.
Alucard in Hellsing.
I actually haven't watched that one, but yeah, like
that's a lot of high-profile roles.
He's the main character in Chobits.
Yeah, like he had a lot of big roles back in the day, but he like doesn't do anime anymore. He doesn't do video games anymore.
What does he do?
But he did come back to do Shizuo and Durara when they brought that back for Durara 2.
Yeah. All right, let's see. He is in Demon Slayer, which makes sense since that's like a mainstream. Oh, this is video game. I don't know if this character's from the anime. Pokemon Horizons, yeah. Gurren Lagann, I think that's for the movies, that's a reprisal. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, right? He's in that. Yeah, Naruto. I shouldn't count the reprisals since he does that. Okay, he was in Like a Dragon Gaiden.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, this is surprising. He was in Loop 8, that game nobody played and nobody liked. 'Cause it was
Yeah, rip.
Yeah, so like it seems like he does like more like modern mainstream video games like God of War Ragnarok, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
Go check this one, didn't I?
Ghostbusters Spirit Unleashed, Overwatch 2.
Yeah.
Let's see, he was in Mobile Suit Gundam Kukuru's Done's Island. I don't know what that is. Fate Grand Carnival. He's in a lot of Fate.
What he's been doing is actually voice acting coaching.
Yeah, I know he's that. I wonder how much money you make off of, like, because I know a lot of voice actors who do like coaching and stuff, but like that's not their only thing they do. They do a lot of voice acting on top of that because the industry doesn't pay shit.
His summer course is about $300 for like one session, and it's like a group of like 6 people.
Yeah, let's see.
So I don't know how much money that would be.
All right, he's in Lost Judgment. You know, like the Yakuza spinoff.
He did just join Dead by Daylight.
Bye, CJ.
But yeah, no.
Yep.
He's Dracula in Dead by Daylight Castlevania Dracula.
Oh, cool.
I'm looking at these roles. It doesn't seem like he does a lot of anime besides reprisals. And I guess like some Netflix stuff, because I know Netflix is union all of their dubs.
Did he do Netflix Castlevania Dracula?
He did. You watched Promare, right?
I did.
He's the blondie from Promare, Trey Forsyth.
Ah.
I don't think he's in it. I did a Control F and Castlevania isn't there.
Okay.
Oh, he was in Code Geass as well. The dude with the steel hair, Jeremiah Gottwald.
Right. Orange.
Yeah.
Don't call me orange.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a list of like my favorite voice actors. It's hard to pick a favorite because there's so many good ones. Like Jeremy Lee's up there, Erica Harlicker's up there, Johnny Young Bosch, Erica Mendez.
By the way, there's a fucking Code Geass airing at the moment, and no one's talking about it.
Yeah, the thing is, I want to rewatch Code Geass before watching the new one because I watched Code Geass like half my lifespan ago, and I don't remember much from it.
Fair enough, but you should because it is a good season.
I just don't care.
I'll get to it when I rewatch it. I'm gonna get to it eventually, obviously, and that's another one I'm really excited about the voice cast because a lot of voice actors that I like that are in it.
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching in Japanese, but yeah.
But like, okay, do you know this voice actor Susie Young? Yep. She's like a pretty recent voice actor. Only got into it like 3 or 4 years ago, and like, she's by far one of my favorites now. She's in like everything. It's actually crazy. The cool thing, so you know, she's Yuffie in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. She said that was the first role she ever got. It wasn't the first one to release because other things released before before the game came out. But it was the first role she ever got a callback for to tell her like you got the role.
Wow.
But now she's in like everything. Like let me just go because keep in mind she started. Let me see her first role. Her first role. Okay, this website is pretty dumb, but how they list
Can we go back to talking about anime instead of the voice actors in English?
Yeah. I'm in favor. I know you love talking about voice actors days, but I don't have a lot to add to that conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like started in 2019.
Let's have a conversation where we can all participate.
See, unfortunately, I haven't watched much anime recently because I've just been gaming, so I just have this like huge list of things to watch.
Oh, well, what's on your list?
Let's go through it. For some reason, I still haven't seen Arknights Season 2, even though I love the game and I love the first season of the anime.
There's this
Data Live.
2?
Yeah. Came out last year, I think. Data Live Season 5. I've not started that yet.
I haven't either. I need to watch that for completion purposes.
Do you need to though? Do you really?
I mean, it's a sunk cost fallacy at a certain point.
Yeah.
I'm more than 40 episodes in. I'm not gonna owe. It's.
I'm very in that with My Hero at the moment. God.
I'm in the same boat when it comes to Data Live, where like I'm kind of getting bored of Data Live, but like I might as well continue. And I hear people say that Data Live Season 5 is like the best season or whatever, so I don't know. Let's see, Dead Demons D Destruction.
Yeah, that is one I'm like not excited to watch, but I am going to watch. So,
I heard really good things about it. I'm gonna watch it when it finishes airing.
Nice, new magic.
One of the best things I can say about it is
this is probably
who the
live.
author is. The author of that manga is the same author as Oyasumi Poon Poon,
which I have not read. I don't read a lot of manga.
That is like a legendary manga.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for I'm waiting for the anime to finish. And weird thing about the anime, it's getting a day 1 Canadian dub, which is wild. Apparently, the first episode when it aired had a bunch of like audio errors, which is really funny to think about. I don't know if they ever fixed that. I hope they did, because I don't want to watch a show full of audio errors. But yeah, there's that. I'm gonna wait till it finishes. It should almost be done soon. Delicious in Dungeon. I've heard really good things about that, so I want to watch that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I watched that one recently, and I was surprised how much I liked it because I am a trigger hater.
Wow, I didn't know there's trigger haters. I'm just a Gridman and Diamond Zedon hater. I like everything else by them.
Lobo's a weirdo.
Yeah, I'm weird.
They watch two Trigger animes and decide they hate Trigger.
What? It's been more than 2.
Alright, well, let's see. I have
Just
Jellyfish. I have Jellyfish Can't Swim in the Night on the list.
Oh, yeah.
I would say skip.
Really?
I hate the ending so much.
I heard really good things about the show, so I want to give it a shot. I was just waiting to see if it would get a dub. If it wasn't going to get a dub after like the end of the year, I was just going to watch it in sub. But they actually just announced the dub recently, and it's coming out in September this month. So yeah, I'll be watching that when it airs.
Okay, Sophie, does something count as being watched if I started watching it and went, "Oh my god, I hate this," and then I stopped watching it?
Probably not, but
Well, on my anime list, they have separate settings for that. It's either completed or dropped. I'm just going through my watching list. Okay, Konosuba Season 3, I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, I still need to watch that as well. But I'm a novel reader on that one, so I already know everything that's going to happen.
Okay, I actually don't know why I haven't finished this. Laid Back Camp Season 3, I have 3 more episodes left. I completely forgot.
I was planning to binge the whole thing. I'm only a couple episodes in as well.
I don't need to go there.
Link Click Season 2, I still have not seen it yet because I was watching Link Click Season 1 with my dad, and we still have to watch Season 2, which is probably going to be very confusing because we watched Season 1 in like April, and he has the memory of a goldfish, so I don't... He gets confused and forgets stuff while we're watching the shows. Just imagine a 5-month gap. It's
yeah.
It'll be really annoying explaining to him everything that happened in the previous season. But yeah, we gotta get to that soon, and we're definitely not getting to that until next weekend if we decide to do it next weekend, because my brother works a full-time job in the weekdays, so we'll have to wait till this weekend. Let's see, Make Ine, Too Many Losing Heroines. I don't know why I haven't continued it, because I watched the first episode, I loved it, and I need to continue it.
The second episode gets a bit gross, but it stops being mostly...
Yeah, I've heard so many mixed things about that anime. Some people love it, some people hate it.
I've heard nothing but good things about it. The production, the comedy, everything I heard.
You're gonna watch the second episode and see the fan service scene and go, okay, I see why maybe somebody would hate this.
I love the first episode, and yeah, I just want to watch more. I've heard great things about it. Let's see, Mayonaka Punch. I think that's like a VTuber anime or something. So for some reason, PA Works decided to release 3 anime this summer. So one of them is Mayonaka Punch, which I haven't started yet. Another one is Nare Nare Cheer for You, which I watched 4 episodes and I have not continued it.
About that one.
Damn it.
Nare Nare, really? I've heard nothing but bad things about it, which is funny because I think it's a decent show so far, but the rating on Mal is really bad. It's 6.44. A show with production values this good having a low rating means people really don't like.
Maybe maybe it's woke.
No. I've not heard anything about wokeness. The complaints are coming from woke people. Not because it's like conservative or whatever. They just, I don't know, they don't like the writing or whatever. But I do plan to continue watching it. The 4 episodes I've watched I did like. I just have to catch up. I think there's like 8 or 9 right now. And then there's Sakuna of Rice and Ruin, which is a game that I played and dropped because I did not like the game. But it feels like a show. It feels like a story I would like more in anime format, you know? So I do want to watch the anime.
Fair enough.
Has a nice style. Yeah, because the game is just not fun to play, but I did like the concepts of the game. It just wasn't fun.
Yeah.
Let's see, Pluto. I've heard really good things about Pluto. You know what Pluto is? With the Astro Boy guy and
yeah,
supposedly really, really deep and really good. Let's see, Sengoku Yoku 2nd season.
Yes, watch it.
Yet,
watch it.
But I need to.
Watch it.
Let's see, That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime season 3, which is currently ongoing. It's almost done, I think.
I mean, I don't think done. What is done? The episodes pause until we get more episodes.
No, I mean the season's almost finished airing because it started in the spring, which means it should be finishing this month, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Undead Unluck. I've heard good things about that. I don't know if they're true. And for some reason, I have not continued Vinland Saga Season 2 despite starting it months ago. I like Season 1. I like what I've seen so far of Season 2, and I just haven't been in the mood to watch it. I don't know why. But yeah, I need to continue because it's really good. And then I also need to rewatch Sound Euphonium Seasons 1 and 2 because I've never watched anything past that. But it's also been way too long since I've seen Sound Euphonium, so my memory's not very good. So yeah, I need to get to that.
You gotta do Liz and the Bluebird also.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the movie. I'm gonna rewatch Season 1 and 2, then I'm gonna watch Liz, I'm gonna watch the movie, and then I'm gonna watch Season 3.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever catch up on Index, Libo?
What is catching up?
The latest volume?
No, I'm behind still several volumes.
Well...
It's not like I stopped reading light novels, I just am not reading that one. I'm currently...
At least you're not me. I put the series on pause, like, 4 years ago? I don't know, something like that.
Right before it gets insanely good, by the way.
I just don't have the attention span for reading. I am a loser.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think it's Index's fault. It's not as interesting sometimes. It's not always at 10 out of 10.
I mean, it's just light novels in general. I just haven't read any light novels. I have light novels, I just haven't read them because I read a light novel and I just forget I have it, you know?
I would be willing to bet you would really, really enjoy Chitose's in the Ramune bottle. Because...
I feel like I've heard that before.
Yeah, it just got an anime adaptation announcement recently, and it was a winner of Konole Novel ga Sugoi. So and it's just really good. It's not like a fantasy or anything, it's just sort of a high school drama thing. But, like, it's maybe the literal best written high school drama light novel ever. Like, I
will wait for the anime.
I have a friend who is definitely in that same boat, but I made him promise me that if a bad studio picks up Chitose's in the Ramune bottle, he has to just read the light novel before the anime comes out.
I'm not a reader. I'm a gamer. Reading is for smart people.
Well, you read quite a bit of Index before stopping, then.
True. I guess I was just in the mood, and I just haven't been in the mood to read for years.
How much is quite a bit of Index? What percentage are we taking?
Like
New Testament, Volume 17. I was in the middle of that, and I forgot about it.
That's past halfway. Good job.
Yeah.
So far. We won't be halfway for long.
I mean, are we? Has Kamachi said that there's going to be another series of 22 books after the current one?
He's heavily implied it.
He's literally going to go 100 volumes.
This guy wants. This guy's made some insane comments that don't hold up with reality. Like, he wants to beat Guin Saga in having the number of books released, and that's not possible.
How much does that? What is Guin Saga? And how much does that have?
I think that's well over 100.
He'll do it as long as he doesn't die before then. He'll do it.
I think Kamachi's relatively.
I want to say it's around 150 off the top of my head.
Yeah, I think he can do it because, he's pretty young. I'm pretty sure he published Index Volume 1 when he was in high school. He was like 16 or something, which means that he would be around.
And also, he's not even devoting 100% of his time to Index. What if he actually is like, okay, I have decided now is the time for Index, and he just puts one out every month.
147 is the current number for Guin Saga.
Okay, so he just needs to do like 90. So just do that one a month over the course of how many years, and easy.
Well, if you count the spin-offs, he's got a little bit less to go, actually.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't count the spin-offs.
No, he wouldn't.
He's not about the technicalities.
He wants to dominate.
thing is that he can't stop until he's featured every single culture through all of human history.
He can't stop until he dies. He physically can't
cultures
stop.
keep forming, and he comments on recent political stuff too.
Yeah, he does.
If he runs out of old shit, then it's just gonna be new shit. New.
If he runs out of old stuff, it'll just be modern internet memes.
I mean, like, the most recent item novel had a little sub-story about an AI cult. So that's pretty, like, modern.
Mm-hmm. When does he bring in cryptocurrency?
It's been mentioned a couple of times, but it's always like,
about, like,
you can do dark side shit with it. So, like, he's not, like, actively endorsing it.
Or like stupid TikTok trends, like I don't know, just random shit. You know?
I'm in the last index novel I read. There was a TikTok influencer actually in the story.
Yeah.
Oh, is it a character that gets their powers from like how many subscribers they have? Because that's really funny.
It'll happen. It's
like
100% gonna happen.
Someday.
If they leave nice comments, they get more powerful. If they get negative comments, they down spiral.
Wait,
less powerful.
that's that one guy in Neo Twiwi. Neo, the one that's with you. The influencer guy. I forget his name, but he's like the influencer guy. That like posts like fake inspirational quotes.
Yeah, the guy who steals quote. Wait, I don't remember him getting his power from.
Well, the whole battle is like, yeah, the whole battle is about like, you know, his Twitch ratings. Like, it's wild.
Like, just imagine an attack like you get a subscriber, and then like as you get that subscriber, it turns into like ammo or something.
See, that's the kind of power that probably wouldn't fit into Aru, because Komachi is very specific about the kind of rules that Esper and magic abilities can be based on. But
I mean, you could make
that's a stand ability. What you're describing.
Well, what I actually think isn't there like multiple precedents in history for gods and religions deriving their power from their believers? I mean, like if you could easily make a magician like that make it based on modern magic.
Okay, sure. If you like tied into magic, then and like make it like, oh, my followers are like my like religious followers, then sure, you could do that.
Yeah, you'd have the TikTok influencer god.
God.
If that happened, I would get back into Index immediately.
Get back in Index. It's already gonna happen. There's no way that an idea like that isn't already rattling around in Komachi's head. He's just wondering when, not if.
Jeez.
You don't put a very clearly TikTok influencer character in your story and you're not thinking about how to incorporate one as a member of Toma's group of whatever you want to call it.
I'm trying to think of what character you're talking about now.
It's the one where Toma is being chased by I forget her name, and then he's traveling around with a succubus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was like a side character that was like like live streaming on the streets of Shibuya. Yeah.
Yep. And I don't believe we've seen the last of that character.
You never know.
That character was described like what they were wearing and doing for like paragraphs. There's no way that this character that I think they named her too. So like, I don't know.
I know, Komachi does that sometimes. Like, he'll just like pick a random NPC in the crowd and like, you're the representative of the general public in this scene. Like,
if the character doesn't die, they're coming back at some point.
Yeah. How many chapters? That's for chapters of novels.
Oh shit!
Who knows how long it'll be?
Boss fight. Finally, I finally get to beat a boss in this damn game. What the? Has he been powered up? I don't remember him doing that. Die. Yeah. Did it. Yippee!
Good job.
But hold on. This game has a mechanic where when you get to the end of a dungeon, you like fill up all your experience and level up and get a free level up. But if like I'm already about to level up, it's a total waste. So I should go back and grind a little more. Yeah, and like one more kill. Killing this guy should do it.
Zelda did rare candies first. We heard it here first.
Yay.
Yeah, like, instant level up like materials are kind of just bad game design because like if you're super close to leveling up, it's just wasted.
Yeah. Well, this is a
Better
very
have items that just give you a set amount of experience, you know.
this is a very old video game, so it gets a pass.
Yeah, Pokemon at least fixed that. Now they have rare candies, but also experience candies that give a flat experience amount.
I mean, also Pokemon games are just stupidly easy, so it doesn't really matter. Rare candies don't really mean anything at this point.
I mean, it matters to people who train to play competitively.
I mean, is there a way to grind rare candies really easily? Because I remember the easiest way is you just
easily, but like
because wasn't the way to level up is like you fight some really high level like Blissey or something, and then you get like 1 billion EXP.
No, so it depends on the game, but the fastest way to level up in Scarlet and Violet and in Sword and Shield is to do the multiplayer big Pokemon battles where you're fighting like a giant and have teammates. Those give a bunch of the hardest ones. Give a bunch of those XP candies that I mentioned, so you can gain like 30 levels off of one really hard boss. So that's the fastest way to level in recent games. But before that,
the fastest way is just to play Pokemon Showdown.
Yeah.
I used to play Pokemon Showdown religiously back in like the X and Y days. That was a good old days. I don't know anything about the meta these days. I don't know what the fuck's meta.
What the fuck is a Pokemon?
Fluttermane is meta.
Really?
You know, back then, I had the ability to memorize the names of every single Pokemon up until Gen 7. That was the last one I played. Yeah, I memorized the names of every single Pokemon, and I can't do that now because I don't play the new games, so I don't know those names.
I haven't memorized all of them, but if you showed me a list of like 100 Pokemon from the like most recent 3 games, I'd probably be able to point out fakes or not fakes. I could tell you what is a Pokemon. I don't know if I'd be able to name them all, but if you said like Garganacl, is that a Pokemon? I'd be like, yeah, that's a Pokemon.
Like, I only know mostly about the modern Pokemon because of Pokemon cards, because I have like modern Pokemon cards. And like, I'll see all these Pokemon I've never heard of before, and it's like, oh cool, Pokemon. Because even if I don't like the games anymore, I still think the designs for the most part are pretty good. I will say the designs that went to shit, I don't agree with that. I think the designs are fine. Some are really cool, actually.
Yeah.
I just like that Scarlet and Violet made Delibird good.
Running out of things to do in this game. I don't know where to go next.
Is there like a final boss or?
Well, eventually. But I'm a ways away from that. Still haven't got my fucking jump spell yet. It's somewhere out there, damn it. Actually, I know where it is. What I need is the fucking trophy. Where could that be? Is there a spoiler log or something? Oh gosh.
So you just didn't talk to that one NPC that just gives it to you for free.
Exactly. Oy. Is there anywhere else I can go with the boots? Maybe there is. Let's go. Oh wait, I haven't gone to the water cave yet. Okay, I got somewhere else I can check. Spoiler log is next to save file. Thank you, Hoverbat. I'll check that if I get stuck. So I haven't gone that way yet. How do I get there? Like, I don't think it's from the town that's adjacent to it, because the town is shuffled. Baby! That's a start.
Just a baby in a cave.
It's a baby in a cave.
You lifted it like it was an item.
Yeah. It's so good. Yeah, baby. That's gonna help. That'll get me, is it fire? Or, no, it's, reflect, isn't it? Yeah, because I haven't shuffled the spells. Probably should have shuffled the spells.
You're not experiencing enough pain?
So I'm going to go up and just see if there's anything else I missed. Oh yeah, I should change my character sprite again. I'm tired of being Link.
Go back to Diddy Kong.
I'm going back to Wario. Just punch everyone.
That looks great.
It's perfect. Ow. He's got a plane. I'm trying to think if there's anything I missed down here.
Game Boy Wario game. I forget what it's Super Mario Land. Or wait, what's the proper name of that game?
Super Mario Land 3, Wario Land. Or Wario Land, Super Mario Land 3, I think is the correct order.
Okay. Yeah, so that's like the only Mario game, or if you want to call it a Mario game, Wario is kind of a Mario character. But
Mario
it's the only
adjacent.
one that it's the only one I ever 100%ed without a guide.
Huh. Nice. Means you must have grinded for a while for that money.
No, it cheats.
Oh yeah, there's cheats in the game. Well then you did have a guide.
You press. No, I was told that by the person who gave me the game.
Okay, I guess it doesn't count.
If you press start and press select 16 times, then hold B and A. But it was mostly just because like I was really young at the time and I was getting frustrated at dying.
Yeah.
And they're just like, here, you can give yourself lives and power-ups. And I was like, okay, that makes me happier to play this.
Ooh. Oh yeah. Well, I was hoping for a bit more than just reflect, I guess. I'm still kind of...
It's like 2:30.
Ow.
It's like 2:30 a.m. in my time zone, so I'm gonna go to sleep now.
Good,
So,
good
yeah,
night, Days. Thanks for hanging out and chatting.
Have a good night.
No problem. Bye bye.
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 How do I get something from this place? Isn't the weather beautiful today? Yes, give me shit. I think it's like a trading quest or something. This game went through a few updates, and so it's hard for me to keep track of everything. What else have you been up to, Lobo?
I have been playing video games.
Yeah?
Yeah, I tried to get you into Dead Frontier 2 at one point, right?
Yeah, and I hated it.
Yeah. I've been playing that.
Right. Cool.
Yeah, that and a bit of the new expansion of World of Warcraft.
Ah, back into WoW.
But not super... Like, I'm not max level yet. I'm just, like, chilling. A real life friend I'd been trying to reconnect with. I finally reconnected with, and he's huge on World of Warcraft, so I joined his guild.
Okay, nice. You having fun with it? Is it classic or new WoW?
New WoW.
Right.
I liked the idea of classic until they were like, okay, now we're doing Burning Crusade. Okay, now we're doing Wrath of Lich.
Yeah.
Like, look, I was gonna be there for the classic, like literally vanilla classic WoW. But like, if you're gonna do Cataclysm next,
It's
I'm not.
so fucking weird.
You didn't. You don't understand. They don't get better. These expansions do not progressively improve.
There's a reason they wanted them classic.
Yeah.
So strange.
Although, in the retail WoW, one thing that I do like is they offer, or I don't know if they're gonna keep doing this, but I played a fair amount of it, which is a thing called time walking, where basically you start a new character, and this character doesn't get to interact with like the main world of everything, and instead they're like basically a time traveler. Like the story is they are a time traveler character, and they're going back through the old expansions of WoW. So like it's kind of like what Classic is doing, except you are still in the same like skills and abilities of retail WoW.
Wow, that's interesting.
And it's a timed thing, so after the thing ends, then your character gets released from the time walking and you just get them to your main account.
Huh.
So it's like it's sometimes an easier way, like if you grinded it hard enough, it would make it so leveling new characters in the time walking would be a lot faster, so you could like get a character from 0 to max level really quickly. That was a nice thing to have, because I kind of hate leveling. I hate questing. I want to just like do dungeons, do raids, get gear. That's the thing I'm interested in. Leveling and questing is not it for me.
Same.
And that's like why I can't play Final Fantasy.
Yeah, same.
It's only that. It is just pure concentrated that, and I'm just
yeah. You like quests, huh? No.
I just want to walk into that field and kill boars in a circle. Like, why can't I just do that and have fun that way? Final Fantasy too busy telling me I'm the chosen one of all the chosen ones.
Wait, what? Oh yeah, reflect. I'm an idiot. It's southwest.
I do think Final Fantasy 14 is a better community than that, though.
Oh, absolutely, but that's besides the point.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. My funnest thing in Final Fantasy 14 was I leveled up an archer to become a bard, and then I started playing anime songs. I mapped every key of the music notes to my keyboard, and then I used the customized lighting on my keyboard to actually make a glowing keyboard that I could see.
Yeah.
And then later, I hooked up my actual electric piano with the MIDI USB to my computer, and then got a MIDI converter to convert keys on a piano into Final Fantasy 14, and then I could actually play the piano.
That's amazing.
That's good times. Just playing music for people.
Yeah.
But like, that's not even halfway to max level, and I did not level past that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to have a piano. That's it.
It says there's 2 more islands in this town, but I have no idea where they are. Weird.
Is there parkouring you can do?
I don't know. There's a piece of heart, apparently. I have no idea.
Do the enemies infinitely respawn?
It's just a ghost town. There's nothing in it. There's some invisible NPCs, and I'm pretty sure I already talked to them all, and I didn't get anything.
How dare you call ghosts nothing?
They're the absence of life. I'm sorry, Lobo.
It's okay, I only took it a little personally.
Am I stuck again? Is there anywhere else I can go? I did have one lead I wanted to explore.
But at least you know now that you have the spoiler log and where it is.
At the what?
The spoiler log. You have
Yeah. That's right. I need to get to that mini dungeon place. Need to figure out how to do that. I think it was this town.
Well, what does the reflect spell do? Oh wait, never mind. I remember that. It
reflects magic.
Yeah, and that's how you kill the Wizroads, right?
Yeah. So I need it for that one dungeon boss, but that's it, really. Yeah, I think, this is the mountain town. So, one of these doors should lead to my destination. Yeah, Ruto. That's where the trophy goes that I don't have yet. That's a person asking for the trophy. Goria of Tantari stole our trophy. I have no idea what those words mean. What's Tantari? I don't think there's any town by that name. Okay, this is gonna lead to the dungeon, isn't it? Yes. Okay, awesome. Wait, I need jump for this. No. I can't do that.
You're back.
I'm back. Oh, and I got wrong warped again. This fucking shit. You see this hoverbat? I go into an area that's connected to a town, and then I come back, and it just warps me to a different town. Like, I'm guessing it's warped me to the one that's like in the place where Ruto was meant to be. Yeah, it has. Okay, yeah. I guess that's not really a bug, but it's kind of a bug. Tantari's the desert with the cave, you get the trophy. Oh. Okay, well, yeah. I've checked that cave. That's literally just a vanilla hint, isn't it? Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. But yeah, that's exactly what happened. It happened when I left and did the well as well. Came back to that town. Now the cloud slime was patched out, weren't they? So I can't go get that. Well, I can't even if I wanted to. Need jump spell, I think. Down here there's a thing, but I also need jump. And to the left there's a thing, but I need down stab. Ah, what am I missing? Might be time for the spoiler log. Alrighty,
I bet it's gonna be somewhere you already were. You checked there and forgot something. So that's what it always is.
Yeah, there'll be a VOD hoverback.
Hoverbat, all Twitch generally saves every VOD.
Well,
unless you manually delete it, I think.
There are exceptions to that. I know some streamers have issues with getting their VODs up. I don't know. But yes, I will make sure there is a VOD stored. If it's not on Twitch, it'll be on YouTube. So, no worries. I'm just trying to find a spoiler log now. Is it in app program data or?
Actually, here's what I'm gonna do, Hoverbat. I'm gonna make a clip of the bug and send it to you.
Oh, thank you.
You don't even have to search for it.
Thanks, Lobo. Aptar, that's what I was thinking of. It is. Okay, cool. Rando data? I'm guessing this is the spoiler log, yeah. Yep. I got it, Hoverbat. Thank you. So what I really want is a trophy. Shoals above Palace 4. Palace 4 is the maze, so I need downstab for that. But don't I need jump to get downstab? Huh? Isn't that a requirement? Downstab is in the fourth town. And you get it from jumping in the church. Okay, but there's no fairy spell in this game. We got chicken, right? Eh? Has something changed? Okay, you can get the chicken. Alright. Apparently. Alright. So next is... Where do I get Kaku? That is, fairy spell. That would be... Isn't that the one you get in the same town? Fourth town? I'm pretty sure that's right. And then, to get the thing for that, you need the flower. The flower of Io. You can also get... What? Wait, what? Huh? Is that a glitch? Oh, no. Oh! Because there's the warp from the Great Palace that leads to that church place. If I remember correctly. Yeah. But to get that, I need to get over the palace. Or I need to have all the palaces completed. So... I'd still need jump, wouldn't I? Wait, no? Shit. Oh, that might be a solution then. If I can survive it. Oh, God.
Test, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
No, your Twitch is being weird.
Yeah, but you need to, like, jump over the top of it, don't you? I thought you needed, like, jump to get over it. I don't know, my memory's a little bit fuzzy. Okay, yeah. I was right. So I think I still need that, flower. So, let's have a look. P-Bag secret tile in VOD. VOD. Valley of Death. Oh! Okay! I know where I need to go. It was the Valley of Death, like the last place I haven't looked, of course. I've been avoiding it because it's a fucking Valley of Death. Jeez, alright. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense that would be where I have to go. Oh, jeez. Also, I have to ask you, Hollaback, because I'm completely lost. What are the other two checks in this town? It's the ghost town. I thought there was only, like, one thing in there. Yep, I'm being trolled by the sea. The others are in the well. Ah, okay, that makes perfect sense. So it's technically the well is also counted for this tile. That's confusing, but makes sense. Alright. Alrighty. I know what I gotta do now. Oh, did I get the skip? Oh no, that was this tire. Almost. Don't worry, you can do this. Let's go. Thank you, Lebo.
Yep, no worries.
I know there was another one way earlier in the VOD, but I'll have to look at that myself later. Appreciate you being a mod once in a while.
I do my best.
Now, get over him. God, I wonder what Wario's gonna look like with the down stab.
It's gonna be the butt
Actually,
stomp.
yeah, it'll probably be the butt stomp, ground pound, whatever you call it. That's gonna look silly. Okay, I'm through. Oh yeah. Good thing I have the cross now. God, this place used to give me so much trauma as a child. I spent years trying to beat Zelda 2, and I never did until I was much older. This game was like my final boss as a kid. I was always trying to beat it.
It's a hard game.
It's fucking hard. I got pretty deep, but I never beat the last two palaces. This like Palace 6 and the Great Palace. But to be honest, I think the thing that tripped me up the most was that I couldn't fucking find the hidden forest town. Like, I was a kid, and, you know, it wasn't as common knowledge that you could just go online to look for guides for games. I mean, I don't even think I had the internet when I was that age. But yeah. So I just had to suffer and try to figure out how to fucking complete this game.
I didn't have the internet until I was in high school.
I didn't have Nintendo Power, of course. Wow. High school, really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And even in high school, I was on dial-up for most of it.
Wow. I thought we were a similar age. Are you older than me?
Yeah. They were the same age, roughly.
Yeah, wow.
Like, within, like, 9 months?
Hmm.
I think. February 3rd, 1992.
Yeah. August 1991.
Yeah, so, no, I just have older parents. My parents are definitely older than your parents. I'd be worried about.
Yeah. You don't know if you figured everything out on your own or looked in some Nintendo Power. I mean, like, maybe it's just... I don't remember Nintendo Power being a thing in Australia. It might not have been. I know we had the Nintendo hotline you could call. Nintendo helpline, whatever. So I could have called that as a kid, but it was always extremely intimidating to use my parents' credit card phone bill on that.
I'm just sad that I was subscribed to
Yes.
Nintendo Power Magazine.
Yeah, I got it. Yippee! The game can continue. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, so I was subscribed to Nintendo Power Magazine, but they didn't, like... In the final issue that you were subscribed for, they would have, like, a card saying, hey, you need to re-up your subscription. But because of that, when you re-up the subscription, you like I think you were mailing it in for that, and obviously mail takes time, so you would like miss an issue or two sometimes, depending on how quickly you resub. And one of the issues of Nintendo Power Magazine that I missed was the one with Lloyd from Tales of Symphonia on the front cover.
No.
And I have actually considered buying that issue of Nintendo Power just to have it. But like, it's fucking expensive. It's
yeah.
Like at least $50 or something.
Oh my god.
But like, if I ever get a sizable amount of expendable income, that's the kind of thing that I would buy.
Yeah. So I like this remix of the town theme. Haunted town theme. I think I've really come around to this one, this music set. I think this might be my favorite of the new ones.
Yeah, mine are not in great condition either. I have them still. They're all like just in a plastic tote, just all piled on top of each other.
Oh, really?
And I definitely took scissors to them occasionally to like collages and stuff.
Yeah, you don't think about this shit as a kid. Surely that won't be hugely valuable when I'm older.
I mean, I read Nintendo Power cover to cover every issue, so like.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm. In fact, I remember like the weirdest early life crossover for me was when I was watching.
I'm in the wrong town. Shit.
So I was watching Survivor with my parents, and that was something that we like always watch together as a family, because, I mean, Survivor was huge way back when, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the weirdest crossover between Survivor and Nintendo Power is, yeah, no, there's a crossover there. It exists. So, in one of the issues of Nintendo Power, they interview pro Smash Melee players. And I remember and actually, one of the contestants on Survivor was a pro Melee player.
Really?
And he talked about being a pro Melee player as well when they were doing the like interviewing everyone thing at the end.
That's fucking awesome.
And that was when I was like, wait a second. I remember this guy from this article that he was interviewed in, and then I like went through my Nintendo Power magazines, every single one of them, to find this one interview where it was like, yep, this is the same guy. And yeah, so Nintendo Power did a Survivor crossover. That's the true event.
Wow. Now I gotta remember where this town is. So it's not this one, but it's where it's meant to be, but yeah.
Which one are you trying to find?
Town 4, I wish I remembered the name of it.
Is that the one where you got wrong warped out of?
It might be Saria. That's not the one I got wrong warped out of. Okay, it's not this one.
Because I remember that one was like...
Is it Ruto?
You went through like trees.
Yeah. It's the white one. The white town. Not this one. Yeah, it's the white town. Okay. Yay, now I'll get down stab, I think. No, wait, this will get me Kaku. Which will get me down stab. Which will get me jump. Oh dear, it happened again.
Didn't you beat the game as the chicken?
I did. It was great. Though I never did find the secret cock. like a secret chicken ending. It was all the talk in the community for a while, and then someone found it, and I didn't look up the solution because I didn't want to spoil myself. But I've gone all this time without looking it up, and I still don't know where it is. Okay, I see. Yeah, you can definitely get to the from the chicken. Thank you, chicken. Oh, I don't need downstab, do I? Okay, thank God. Yay, huge. Yep, it's the butt smash. That's great.
Where would Mario be without his massive butt?
Massive posterior. Better get magic. And I don't know where I am. Yeah, let's save the game.
So
Okay.
there's so we were mentioning anime from the current season.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple I can talk about that I'm like interested in. One that I am watching and one that I haven't started watching yet because I'm gonna binge it probably.
Mm-hmm.
The one that I'm watching is Gimai Seikatsu. I don't know if you've heard of it.
I don't recognize the name, at least.
So, let me find the English name. Days with My Stepsister.
That doesn't sound like a good name.
Yeah, it's exactly what you think it is.
Oh no.
But also, it's actually just like incredibly well written and directed.
Uh-huh.
Like, do I think it's going the stepsister romance direction? The answer is yes. But it's doing it in like a believable and realistic way where like all the characters are just incredibly human and like a lot of the directing is also like
It's a tricky jump. Yes.
I want to say it's like reminding me of Makoto Shinkai directing. Because there's just a lot of moments where the camera just focuses on just a character like preparing food, and it's just like
Food Sakuga.
I mean, it's not really Sakuga. It's not particularly well animated, but like care is definitely being taken to animate it. So like, it's just it's hard to put. Like like I was saying, Makoto Shinkai directing is what it makes me think of, but that isn't like that's not really. It's more subtle than that, and like the whole series is really subtle. Like the characters are not over the top flamboyant, and then like for example, there's a scene where
You're not really selling me on why I should watch it though. Like, I still don't really want to watch a series about a incest, well, not incest, but stepsister romance.
Yeah, like I said, that's why I'm talking about it, because this is interesting to talk about, because it is very good, and also is this stepsister thing, and I think that's just really interesting to talk about, because like almost always the stepsister bullshit is like terribly written raunchy comedy and it's bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or like, I don't even want to call it the best thing, but like the most well-known thing, and it isn't even stepsister, it's just sister, and that's Oreimo.
Yeah.
Right? Like, even then, like, does Orihimo have good writing? It's debatable, but I would say that, like, at least for the first half, it does.
Yeah. Yeah. And I hate to admit it, but yeah.
Yeah, and like...
Oh, new music.
Even though it goes in the worst possible direction at the end, it was, like, at least believable for the characters. Like, I'm not gonna give Edo Manga Sensei the time of day. I think it's hot garbage. But, like, Orihimo started in a good writing place, and it's interesting. So anyway, I'm not talking about that series, I'm talking about my Seikatsu. And I would just say that, like, it's just got really understated and subtle directing, and the story is just interesting. The characters aren't, like, being ridiculous and insane. Like,
Trophy!
There's a...
Yay! I can get jump now.
Nice. The map has opened.
It finally has. Poggies.
Yeah, so it's a really hard anime to recommend, because obviously, if it actually goes... So here's the thing. I could
book,
believe
nice.
this year... What's the book for?
It translates script and lets me access some more areas.
Huh. So... I almost think that it isn't going to do the stepsister romance thing. It's pushing in that direction. Like, it seems like the stepsister has realized that she was feeling jealous when she saw main character with his co-worker who is a girl. And I don't know if they're saying that actually means that she has feelings for him. But, like... even if she does, it's believable, because, like, the way they started was literally like, hey, we're just strangers living together, let's set some ground rules, and let's, like, be clear that we're not going to mess in each other's lives, and just because we're now brother and sister, doesn't mean I expect anything of you. And then his reaction was, I feel the same way, we should set these boundaries, this is important. And then they just are real people around each other for a while. And, like, it's just good. It's just really good writing, and I don't have complaints. The only complaint on the horizon is, are they gonna do a stepsister romance? And I don't have an answer for that, because the writing would suggest they won't, even if it looks like they will. Like, that might be the point, that they won't. And that's just really interesting. And if it, like I can't recommend it yet because I don't know, but if they, like, if I look up the series and it's like, yep, the light novel has ended, they did not get together, then it'd be like, wow, this is just a huge recommend then, because there's very few stories like this, because they always go in the bad raunchy direction usually.
I wonder if I need the jump spell for this dungeon or not. Guess I'll go and explore and see how much I can get done about it. Ow, we should block that. What else have you been watching, Lavo?
So another one that I wanted to mention, which is one that I haven't even watched the first episode of, but I want to talk about it because I keep thinking about starting watching it, even though I was thinking of binging it. And that's A-Tree, My Dear Moments. And the reason is because it's a visual novel adaptation. And it made me realize, wait a second, where have visual novel anime adaptations been? I feel like there haven't actually been that many recently.
Yeah, no, I mean, there haven't been many visual novels recently, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, that sad.
Plenty of low quality English ones, and some high quality ones that don't get talked about, sure, but Not a lot coming out of Japan. Nowhere near as many as they used to be.
Yeah, so it is a light novel, or not light novel, visual novel, and the premise seemed interesting. It's apparently like post-apocalyptic fishing world. And
wait, what? Say that again.
Yeah, post-apocalyptic fishing.
Fishing.
That's yeah. It's about fishing, where the main character, something fishing girl shows up and helps him with fishing. It's post-apocalyptic.
For some reason.
Girl might be a robot. I forget. But like, I don't know. I'm down for a visual novel adaptation at this point. The last one
honestly
that I watched was Rewrite, and that one will haunt my nightmares forever.
Yeah. Oh god.
Funny.
It's like, all right. Can I talk about something real quick?
Mm-hmm.
I've been watching the Lucifer and Biscuit Hammer anime, which everyone says is a terrible adaptation, and I'm enjoying it.
Well, it's. I'm not surprised that you're enjoying it, because apparently the reason it was bad is because the author kept wouldn't let them change story. So I know.
Yeah, it feels very loyal.
Yeah, and so it's basically like shit tier for like quality, but story-wise it's probably great. And I know that you always see the good story behind the shit animation.
Yep.
That's just a skill you have.
Yep.
So I'm not surprised that you feel that way with Biscuit Hammer, because Biscuit Hammer should theoretically be something the author was saying, yeah, this is the story that I want. So the story should be correct.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you can see how bad the animation is.
But it's also like, I've been in the trenches of bad adaptations. I know how bad it gets. So this is fine. This is perfectly acceptable.
Would you better or worse than Rewrite?
Heaps better.
Okay.
But the animation is nothing to like talk about. But I read a bit of the manga, and the fight scenes, at least from what I've seen, aren't that exciting anyway. So like, if we're talking about bad fight animation, it's like, well, the fights are kind of boring anyway. So
Yeah, for me, I watched the first episode of it, and I was just like, this doesn't look the way that I want a thing that I watch to look.
Fair enough.
But Sengoku Yoko, I've been looking at and thinking about binging, but if the second season is currently ongoing, then I feel like just binge it. I was really happy to binge Jujutsu Kaisen. That felt like the correct experience.
Hey, did you finish that?
Yeah.
Nice.
I finished that forever ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's talk about that.
When I stopped
Hey, the shield.
about it is when I finished it. But yeah, sure. I
can't reach
like
it.
I think I had huge issues with like one or two things, but the second season is just so. The second season is cinema.
It's
so fucking well directed.
It's amazing, and like, I didn't know what to say there. It was Days, wasn't it? Days was shitting on Jujutsu. Yeah.
Well, all shonen.
Yeah, all shonen, but especially Jujutsu. And I just feel like that's so reductive. I get, like, not like you shonen on principle, like, it might not be for you, but fuck, Jujutsu Kaisen is, like, an exemplar, like, piece of art right now. They've really, like, hit it out of the park.
I would say, yes, it did in the second season.
Sure, yeah. I agree that the first season has a lot more problems.
Mm-hmm. And, like, I don't hate it. Hate isn't the thing. It was just, like, before the first season, since I was binging it, and again, I think binging it is the correct thing to do there, is I was just kind of, like, coasting. Like I was not fully. Remember how I repeatedly mentioned catching up on One Piece, and I watched 750 episodes of it. I binged 750 episodes of One Piece. And I was like, yep, I didn't really like that. So that is I wasn't like full tuned out watching it, but I guess I definitely like Jujutsu Kaisen, even the first season, more than I like One Piece.
Okay. Wow.
But like, I kind of loved the second season of Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah.
It was really good.
Yeah.
And the only thing in recent memory that I would compare to it is Chainsaw Man. That has to be the comparison, right? But I liked Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 more than I liked Chainsaw Man. Like, Chainsaw Man's a little too gross for me, honestly.
I thought you might not like it because it gets very, like, dark and depressing.
I mean, Chainsaw Man does too.
Yeah, I guess. Ow, fuck, this is a lot. Holy shit! It just occurred to me what I'm dealing with right here. There's an enemy spawn that's spawning random NPCs to help the boss. There's no what's meant to happen. But I won anyway, fuck yeah. Oh.
Gamer moment.
Gamer.
You're close to leveling.
Yeah, I'm coming back. Fuck that.
But yeah, so I like it is true, I don't like depressing shit, but like it doesn't mean that I can't appreciate it, and I think there is still a significant hopeful message in Jujutsu Kaisen. Like, that's the whole point. Like, it's literally the main character is holding on to his optimism, and that's like the only thing keeping him going.
Yeah,
literally.
yeah.
The moment he gives up his optimism is the moment literally the world ends. So like that is why I can look at that and be like, yeah, this is depressing. But like, even the characters they killed, they didn't just like introduce them suddenly and then kill them off instantly after. Like,
yeah.
It wasn't cheap. I care, like, they let me learn to care about those characters first. So, like, and really, it's just one, I think only one character is confirmed dead, right? Like, I mean, there will be others to come. I've definitely seen people be like, oh no, I need to take a break from writing manga. I think that there was a manga author who was like, Jujutsu Kaisen has me in a way, I have to take a break. I forget what author that was, but there was an author that said that. I think they're a Shonen Jump author.
Wow, there's still like 5 more items in that dungeon. Damn. Guess I'll be back to that.
Yeah, so like, depressing is fine if it's well written and good.
Yeah.
I begrudgingly made my top 50 anime favorites now, and I had to begrudgingly put Madoka in my top 50 because I didn't want it on my favorites list, but literally I could not justify putting anything that came behind it. I always say this. I think Madoka, specifically the original anime run, is the best anime of all time.
Yeah, I've said that.
10 out of 10 in every way. But also, it wasn't close to being in my favorites. And now it is, because I just expanded my favorites enough. But yeah, so like, depressing is fine. You know what's another one that I really like that I think also is depressing and made it to my favorites list with the extension? Fate Zero.
Oh yeah. That one's hella depressing.
Yeah.
But it's just so good.
It is. As it turns out, Generabuchi is a good... Oh, that reminds me, we're getting a Generabuchi movie soon.
Really? He's back riding again.
No.
No?
It's one of the light novels that he's written is getting a movie adaptation.
Oh. Didn't know he was writing light novels.
No, what? Fate Zero is a light novel.
I mean, like, original light novels.
I don't know what to say to that. He writes light novels. That's been his thing.
Yeah, no, but I... Oh, well.
Okay, so
Whatever.
in 2009, it was published Eisen Flugel. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. I'm assuming German. But
You just kind of assumed that, like, they would have milked him dry by this point. It's a little surprising that there's still, like, works from, like, many years ago that have never been adapted. But I guess Sayonouta falls into that camp, but I know why that hasn't been adapted.
It's a little... Well, okay.
It's a little much.
It's a little much, but at the same time, Redo of a Healer got an anime, so... like,
yeah.
Like, is Sayonouta really that bad? I don't think it is anymore. Like,
Depressing
I
to
wouldn't
admit. But I got Champion! Yay! Yippee! I would like to change the topic.
Okay, what do you want to talk about?
I don't know, just not that.
Yeah, that... Okay. Yeah, we're getting a Genrobuchi movie.
Yay.
A1 Pictures, music by Yuki Kajira.
Oh, nice.
And I assume it will be good, because Genrobuchi generally makes really good things.
I'm surprised we haven't got a Genrobuchi and Hiroyuki Sawano crossover yet.
We kind of have.
Have we?
Recreators kind of.
Did Genrobuchi participate in that?
So, Genrobuchi has participated in Black Lagoon, and the person who wrote Recreators was, I believe, is the artist for Black Lagoon. So it's a really
That does not count.
I know it doesn't. I know it doesn't. But like, that is the thing that is closest.
Sure, fair enough. Alright, now that I got jumped, the game has opened up, but I'm a little bit like choice paralysis. Like, where the fuck do I go from here? I guess I'll go back to the mainland.
I wonder if it's intentional that Yuki Kajira keeps getting paired with him.
Probably.
Because this will be the fourth one now, right? Madoka, Fate Zero, and what am I forgetting?
There's a whole dungeon I can go to now if I want. Wait, I can get down. I can get upstep as well. Let's go get that. Oh, whacked my mic.
Why did I just assert so certainly that there were three? I'm confused. Okay, I don't... That definitely isn't it, but, Aldnoah Zero. Technically...
Wait, what?
Yuki Kajira did the opening song, and Genrobuchi did the
There you go.
He told them the premise.
Anyway, Hoverbat? What was that about? Flute warping? What? Is this a feature I don't know about?
Oh, wait a second. Wait, that's just that is the thing that's Sawano and Genrobuchi. It's Aldnoah Zero. There you go.
Oh. Oh yeah. Fair enough.
No, it exists, and it's not very good.
Yeah, it's like one of the weakest Urobuchi things.
He didn't write it.
Oh.
That's why I clarified. He gave them the premise.
Right.
There's a lot of anime that they just like asked him for a premise, and then like he gave them one, and then somebody else wrote it, and it became terrible. But Aldnoah Zero isn't even the worst of those.
Okay, apparently there's a feature in this game I just didn't know about. I'm gonna try that in a second. Oh, I know that sprite. It's when he's like grabbing hold of something. That looks weird, but okay. It works. It works. Like an uppercut, kind of. I just wish I could shoulder bash.
Can you do it again? I'm looking. I want to see the punch up.
Yep. Oh, yeah, I can do this now. The basement. This old puzzle.
Aldnoah Zero had Sawano and Yuki Kajiro.
And yeah, they put all their stars in that anime, and it fucking sucked. What a disappointment. At least I had really good music. I still go back to that soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
And it had one good moment that always will stay in my memory forever. The bit where he defeated an enemy by curving the bullets around the planet.
I don't remember.
That's the coolest shit ever. Like, it just at the start of the episode, he just randomly shoots some bullets out into space, and it's just like, what do you do that for? It's like, you'll see. And at the end of the episode, the bullets, like, hit and kill someone. Like, he lured them into the exact coordinates. I'm like, oh my god, that's so silly.
That is a Genner Ubuchi thing, actually. I remember a very similar thing to that in Thunderbolt Fantasy.
That's like one of his only contributions to the anime. Oh my god.
Yep.
That's hilarious.
Can I spoil the Thunderbolt Fantasy scene?
Yeah, sure. I'm not gonna watch it.
Okay, so the scene is like badass dude who wields a bow, I think, and a sword maybe, but definitely a bow, is like facing off against like 3 bad guys, and then he's like at the basically just mouthing off to them like, "Oh, you really think you can defeat me?" kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then the fight starts, and at the beginning of the fight, he shoots 3 arrows up into the air, and then they go into like hand-to-hand combat, and it's like epic hand-to-hand fighting. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah.
And then at a certain point in the fight, he like just does like an attack that knocks all 3 of them away, and they go sliding backwards, staying on their feet. But then the leader of the 2 falls over at the end. And then the 3 arrows fall down, killing the 2 guys, but not killing the 3rd guy because they fell over. And then he's like, "Oh, I guess I overestimated you."
That's so good.
Yeah.
What is this? Whoa. Does it always go to Rauru, or can I change it somehow? Oh, I press select to change it. Oh. Hold on, let me try this again. There we go. Oh, what the hell? I could have been using that this whole time. What? Where was this added? I mean, this is probably after, like, I stopped playing, which was a long time ago, admittedly. But that is awesome. Wish I knew about it earlier. Thanks for letting me know. I got the meat now, so that's gonna help. Ow.
It's a nice quality of life thing.
Yeah. Okay, what to next? I forget, does the cave connecting north and south have anything in it? I guess can't hurt to check. He probably doesn't, but whatever.
Have you been keeping up with Shy?
No. I got really bored in the first season.
That's valid. I'm getting bored in the second season. I
No.
stopped watching at a certain point.
Yeah.
They introduce ninjas, and I just don't know what to do with that.
Ninjas? It's a superhero show.
Well, yeah, but Shy needs to learn to be a ninja.
Okay.
And also, the ninjas have special powers and also defend the world with the special powers. They're like on par with heroes. And ninjas are actually an integral part of keeping society together.
What the hell? That's so weird.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, it's time for ninjas. And then Shy just randomly meets a ninja princess. Like, I'm just like, sure, why not? Go ahead.
Still watching Nier. It's still good. It's a really good adaptation of the video games. Video game.
But it's ongoing still, right?
Yeah, you can binge it when it's done.
Yeah, that's the plan. How depressed will it make me?
Very, but like the ending will hopefully put a smile on your face.
Okay.
But it won't be the same as a video game because it's impossible to adapt what they did with the ending of that game. Well, I don't know what they're gonna do.
Yeah, I've heard. I remember people talking about different playthroughs and shit. And there's a final playthrough.
Not only that, there's something very specific it does to the ending that only a video game could ever do.
Is it like one of the secret final bosses to like a producer or something?
Now that you mention it, there is like there's like a DLC where you like fight the president of Sony.
Yeah.
But no, that's not what I'm talking about. I think it was Sony, but yeah.
So when I finally dive into H3 My Dear Moments, I'll let you know if it's one of the good. Basically, if I enjoy it, I will assume it's a good visual novel adaptation because I don't think visual novels can be adapted faithfully and still be a good anime, generally speaking. I think you have to make compromises. Because like unless you're rewrite or another story that heavily involves all the events in rewrite actually happen, and they're just different timelines, kind of thing, right? So like that's an element that you would bring if in the ideal rewrite adaptation, you would do every single route, and you would do it because it has a through point in Moon and Terra where it's necessary to have done every route instead of what they did in its actual adaptation. So like, I think that like your cannons, your clan ads, your heir, to a lesser extent Little Busters, I think that is the better way. Like, I don't think there's a best, but that's the better way to adapt a visual novel, I think. Like, do each of the important bits of the character stories. Don't make it romance unless you're doing that character's route as romance, and like that's just like you're going with that character. You're all in on Nagisa.
Yeah. Because if you don't, then it kind of has the vibe of a harem story.
So if you just remove the romance aspects, keep the trauma and helping them through their trauma, and then you just have a nice story, which is your planet and then planet after story. But I don't know, like, visual novel adaptations are rare because we're getting less visual novels too, right? So I don't know if this lesson has been learned or not yet, because I've definitely, in recent memory, watched some pretty bad visual novel adaptations.
I think all the bad visual novel adaptations are like part of the problem too, because they're meant to be advertising visual novels, and they're doing a fucking piss poor job at it.
Yeah. Like the two recent visual novels anime that they're not even that recent, but the adaptation of Yuno.
Where's there a thing in there?
And Island. Those are the two.
Yeah.
And boy, I want to rewatch Island because I didn't finish it. Actually, I don't think I finished Yuno either. But like, I just could not comprehend what was going on in Yuno. And like I looked at the cover art for the visual novel, and it was nothing of what was going on in the anime, and I was so confused.
Interesting.
Have you read Yuno?
No. But I've heard it's a mindfuck.
Yeah, it is. I think it's an isekai, but I'm not sure because it didn't do the isekai-ing at all in the entire anime run. There was like a couple cuts to the girl who is in she's like the elf that is where he gets isekai to, but like I don't understand. Mindfuck is probably correct. It's just not. That's not it. It was too much for me. Too fucking weird. Island, on the other hand, that was definitely an 18+ visual novel.
Yep.
But like, there are some good visual novels you could do still.
Not wasting my jump. Yeah, they could just do Ibideko properly. Finish it this time.
Yeah.
But I could say that about a lot of visual adaptations, though.
You want Syconia too, right?
Yeah, but I want Syconia to be finished. Like, it's in purgatory now. We don't know if it's going to be continued or not. It seems like Ryukishi is having a crisis over it. Because he made a story about the world going to shit. And then the world goes to shit, like in the real world. It's like, oh no. It's like, maybe my story is too real. Because he predicted a lot of shit. And it's like, oh, poor guy. But I really want to know where that story goes. It's so interesting.
He's waiting to see where society goes.
Yeah.
He's like, I really don't want my doomer shit to
there's even a pandemic that happens in the middle of Syconia. It's like, oh my god. He predicted COVID as well.
But like, that's the thing. It has a happy ending.
Yeah, it has
if
to.
it doesn't, we won't be there to see it. So you can either Syconia continues, or the humanity doesn't. And,
well,
it sucks to be humanity, I guess.
But dude's fucking writing Silent Hill now. He's got stuff to do in the absence of Syconia. But he's also Pardon?
Well, what Silent Hill thing is he doing? I didn't know about that.
Oh, really? I don't remember what it's called, but it's like one of the smaller Silent Hill projects. I think it's going to be like more focused on like Japanese horror. Does that sound familiar?
Not really, but I mean, it's cool that Silent Hill is getting love.
It's cool that they're trusting Ryukishi with it. Like, holy shit. I remember like that like Silent Hill presentation happened, and then just like Ryukishi's name pops up, and people are like, who the fuck's that? And meanwhile, like me and 5 other people are like, holy shit! I know him.
I don't think that's that weird. I feel like the short list of Japanese creators who you would want working on Silent Hill, it's like Junji Ito, Ryukishi, maybe Gen Urobuchi, and then I have no idea who else could possibly.
Well, Ryukishi's still so... I don't know, he did Higurashi, which was a pretty blowout success, but he's still so indie. It's like fucking seeing Toby Fox on the credit. Like, that's kind of the level we're dealing with.
I mean, Toby Fox is working on Pokemon now.
I know. It's still weird, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like it's weird that creators are getting acknowledged for their skills and praised for it and utilized.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, it's weird.
Oh, there is a potion there.
Sense. Like in the age of the internet, when Undertale blows up that much, it's like, look, you can't ignore this. Like, if you ignore it, you're Nintendo. Just ignore all the world's changes around you. Like, thankfully, the world is a much more progressive place than at Nintendo. For better or worse. Nintendo definitely has some good in it for being less progressed. But also...
Apparently, they're one of the most pro-LGBT companies in Japan.
Makes sense.
Which is really nice.
It's like, that's what happens when you get a company that is like ignoring the fastest path to more money, because that is what Nintendo is doing. And like,
yeah.
They're like, we don't want to burn goodwill to make money, and so they have goodwill and not money. Or less money.
There's definitely, I'm sure, like, the company's huge, right? I'm sure there are some people within the company that are pushing for more of those, like, greedy decisions, and we do see that sometimes. But, as a whole, I still think they're a hell of a lot better than a lot of companies around the world.
Yeah, no, like, you put, like, Microsoft, Nintendo, and Sony together in a room, and I'll tell you which I like more, for sure.
Yeah.
But, like... I feel like there's just, I don't know, Nintendo just makes me really angry randomly, and I love them otherwise.
Yeah.
Like, they'll just randomly, like, oh yeah, we're shutting down this Smash Bros. Melee tournament. And it's like, oh, okay,
What the fuck?
Didn't need to do that. Yeah, what the fuck, Nintendo?
Yeah.
But like other times, yeah, they can be really pro
LGBTQ. Yeah, it's just definitely like grandpa energy. Just like they're really cool most of the time, but every now and then it's like, what the fuck, grandpa?
Yeah. I'll take it over the Zoomer companies.
Yeah. They don't feel like a Zoomer company. You can give them that. Whatever that means. But I think we both have a vague idea of what that means, even though we can't communicate it.
Companies that Zoomers enjoy.
Look, Nintendo's actively said they want nothing to do with, like, you know, crypto and NFT at this point. That's fucking awesome.
Meanwhile, the Square Enix dude is, like,
still
trying to do it.
He's still trying to make it happen.
That dude is behind the times in a different way. Like, at least, like, other companies that were gonna do NFTs pivoted when everyone was like, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah. Square Enix guy is one of the last, you know, stragglers. Feels like.
Because he hasn't been scammed yet. Let him lose a couple $100 million. He'll be like, I can just sue them to get my money back. It's like, no, you can't, because that's what you signed up for. Here's your decentralization, idiot.
Get decentralized, nerd. I'm a warrior. I'm gonna save the princess. Still think Zelda 2 lore is so fucking weird when you look into it. The princess of this game, Princess Zelda, is a different Zelda to the Zelda of Zelda 1, but it's the same Link. So Link is just going around saving Zeldas left and right. It's insane. But I also think this game invented the idea of the Sheikah that became the template for what, like... Well, they literally did invent the Sheikah. But, like, I think they invented the idea of the Sheikah that we see in Breath of the Wild as well. Because the whole idea is, like, these palaces, if you look at the, like, the manuals and stuff, the palaces are all, like, tests for the hero. And all the monsters inside are actually automatons. Like magical robots. That's the idea. And that's why, like, all the monsters in the palaces are completely different to the ones you see in the overworld, usually. Not counting that I've randomized it. And it's like, oh, that's just the shrines in Breath of the Wild by the Sheikah. Like, this is the exact same thing. No one really talks about that.
I think shrines in Breath of the Wild is the thing people don't want to talk about.
I mean, I'm just talking about it from, like, that's interesting for the lore. I'm not talking about the gameplay-wise.
Yeah, it's just hard to get people to talk about the lore when they don't like the gameplay.
Man, have you noticed that the Zelda lore community has dropped off the face of the earth? Like, I remember the lead up to Tears of the Kingdom, like, there were so many YouTubers doing, like, videos about Zelda lore and stuff. And now they've all, like, dried up.
Am I following, like, the only one who's still going then? Do you watch videos from Zeltic?
Yeah, I think Zeltic's, like, one of the other ones that still does it. And even he's, like, mostly focusing on the older games now, I think.
No, he's been making a lot of videos looking forward to, like, Echoes of Wisdom.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. But yeah, like...
He did, like, a huge lore... Like, he made, like, basically a lore breakdown movie for Tears of the Kingdom. It was great.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah. But I just feel like Tears of the Kingdom, in terms of, like... It kind of killed the hype around the Zonai. It really did. The Zonai was so interesting in Breath of the Wild, and now they're just...
I think it's important, because for...
Oh, yeah, I'm going down here.
It seems... So I think, like, killing the lore is intentional from Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I think it's intentional because I believe that, like, the next Zelda game we get is going to be after Tears of the Kingdom. Like, there's not going to be there will not be another Zelda game that happens that isn't like a spin-off top-down thing, like Echoes of Wisdom or whatever. Like, it is just completely separated. But like main Zelda games, I don't think we will get a Zelda game that chronologically happens before Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom ever. I think we're never getting one of those.
Mm-hmm. Well, apparently there's a new Zelda timeline that just says Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are unrelated to all the previous games. So
I didn't know that, but that makes sense. Because if you...
That's hot off the presses. That's really new. Like, as of, like, a few days ago.
Aha.
It was at an event in Australia. Like, Nintendo Australia put up a board showing the new Zelda timeline.
Is it official?
That's that's pretty official.
Really? That's crazy. Anyway, so since that is now factual and that is the case, that makes perfect sense, because of course you would kill all the old lore, because there's it is so hard to like build off of, oh, there are 3 diverging timelines where this hero was blah, 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 blah.
I agree. I do think Breath of the Wild was trying to kill that timeline thing.
Yeah, and it did it in a good way. Do I like the non-linear storytelling in the games? No.
Yeah.
But
especially Tears.
But it's like a necessary evil, and I'm hoping that they can like maybe do the smart thing and like this is the thing that when the memories were in Breath of the Wild, they made sense to be tied to the locations of like past events that Link had experienced but had forgotten about.
Yeah.
But when it's in Tears of the Kingdom, you didn't need to tie those memories to. I think they were tied to like where Zelda was at those times, but they didn't. Even if that might not be true. I don't know. I forget.
I'm not sure. I don't think it is. But it might be. But I don't think it is.
then basically, why are you having them be pick upable in different locations? Just make it be you unlock the next memory when you pick one up.
Yeah, it was completely stupid.
Yeah, and so like, I have no idea why they thought that was a good idea.
Mm.
But like, it's a very easy fix. It's literally like a, hey, what if we did this? Oh. like that had to be the boardroom meeting, right? We're like,
just some really weird decisions made with Tears of the Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of weird decisions.
Why? What?
Ah!
The thing didn't bounce. What the fuck was that?
Oh yeah, that's a glitch from the original game. It's got preserved here.
Okay.
Sometimes it just gets
It's
stuck.
just hugged to the ground. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like, I am on the ground and headed towards you.
Yeah. I love that, like, this is so true to the original that even the original, some of the original glitches are still in here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, there's a lot of monsters. A lot of monsters in this room. I'm gonna protect. See ya. But yeah, the map is currently corrupted, so I need to, like, I might actually have to get pen and paper if I can't memorize shit. This is a complicated dungeon. I'll try and go off memory.
Yeah, so like, I get the lore shit not being fun to go into, especially if there's basically retconning it all away.
Mm-hmm.
But like, this is what you need to happen to make cool lore in the next game. And like, there's supposed to be 2 games that did this, right? It was supposed to be 1.
Well, it's just the Zonai stuff was perfectly fine as just an unanswered mystery. And when you actually show them and show, like, oh, this is what the Zonai are.
So I don't think they showed nearly enough to make it not mystery. Like how many Zonai did we meet? Wasn't it just
2?
So like, there's
Maybe more if you count the dragons.
like,
But...
yeah, I guess the dragons, but like, nah, it's you can't say, oh, they've completely explored all the zone. It's like, no.
No, but I still... I don't know.
We don't even know where they went. They left, but we don't know where to. Right?
There's been better. There's people more qualified than me to make this argument, basically. I don't know. Oops, I shouldn't have broken that one. I feel like I watched a really good video about Tears of the Kingdom the other day. Ugh. Wish I could remember. I think they're simultaneously, like, overexposited and underutilized, the Zonai. It's weird, but...
I would agree. Like I'm not,
It's a bit of a Star Wars midichlorians situation.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But at the same time, that doesn't mean you have to hate midichlorians, right? It is a demystification in a bad way, but it isn't without...
Yeah. Demystification is the good word to describe it. I really should have got pen and paper. I'm gonna get lost. So funny watching Wario just punch birds out of the sky. Oh. Ow.
Sometimes you just punch birds.
True. Okay, is this the room with the secret exit? Invisible wall? I mean, intangible wall? No, it's not. It's below me. Wait, that was a pea bag, wasn't it? I should keep track of that. Yeah, it was. I wonder if I'll finish this tonight. I mean, I've been going for a while. It's, what? 6 hours almost. Fuck. I should probably consider stopping and getting dinner at some point, but I am having fun. I don't know what time it's like there for your sleep cycle.
It's 1 a.m. and it's fine. I don't have a reason to be awake at any particular time.
Okay.
So I realized just now that we've actually done the ADHD tangent thing.
We always do.
Yeah, it is great. I love it. But where we started was talking about Jujutsu Kaisen. Ooh, Hoverbat.
Damn Hoverbat.
Are you nocturnal like I am?
We haven't bored you to death with our random anime talk and shit. Thanks for sticking around though. I'm gonna keep going right. Treat it like a maze.
But yeah, honestly, the thing I'm most excited about Jujutsu Kaisen is whatever this director does after Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah. I was
like,
too.
I like, they definitely elevated Jujutsu Kaisen, and I want to see, like, I'm not saying Jujutsu Kaisen is badly written, but I'm not saying it's perfect either. There's been a couple moments where I was like, really? But mostly good. So,
How'd you feel about the one episode that was a giant, like, Evangelion reference for no reason?
I thought there was more than one episode that did that.
Might be two. But just like it
it
turned into a Beck anime for no reason. It's so weird.
Yeah. With Mekamaru.
Mekamaru, he really lived up to his name. Just the most bizarre anime shit I've ever seen. It's like, sure, we could have mechas in this universe, why not?
The whole scene was just so weird to me too, because of who's voicing Mekamaru.
Yeah?
It's Yoshitsugu Matsuoka. That's Kirito.
Right.
That's what's his name in Index? That I somehow magically predicted.
Oh yeah, Kamisato.
Yeah, I was like,
it's like a perfect character voice for him.
Yeah, just be the protagonist voice. Yep, that's the correct voice. But yeah, so having him do Mekamaru is just so. I don't hate it. Like, Yoshitsugu Matsuoka is an excellent voice actor. I love him, but like, some of his roles I can't unhear him as.
But yeah, I do think I forget what's the author's name? Is it Gege? Is that Jujutsu Kaisen? I think that's Jujutsu Kaisen. Gege something.
I'm googling it. Yeah, Gege Akutami.
Akutami, that's the one. Yeah, I feel like he's a huge weeb. Like, he really does love anime, and like, you can tell because there's like so many references to like other series just in Jujutsu Kaisen. Even like
I just wanted I was like full PogChamp when I forget who it was, but they were saying, oh, so we need to stop the Greymon from digivolving to Skull Greymon, but he can evolve to Metal Greymon, and that's fine. And I was just like, I get that reference. But I doubt anybody does anymore.
yeah,
but
Digimon.
Like hell yeah, Digimon.
Even like, you know, fucking Itadori even does the whole like Gon Janken move thing when he's like powering up one of his attacks. I mean, I think this dude fucking loves Hunter x Hunter because the whole Shibuya arc feels like Chimera Ant arc. Sure, but I reckon he really likes Hunter x Hunter. How about you wish they'd revive... Oh, Kerpeder, hello. Kerpeder is one of the people who actually did the music that I'm listening to right now. Well, the person, I think.
And you were just saying how much you loved it.
Yeah, this is. I think I like this one a lot. The alt set. They were asking me like, tell me which one's your favorite, and I think I've said on the alt set. I like this one a lot. But yeah, 80s anime art style. Yeah, like we can never really go back, but they really like had something special going on with some of those anime back then. It's just the industry's just so different now.
Yeah.
The way people make anime is so different.
I was gonna say it's healthier now, but like...
No, it's not. It's not.
I mean, it's healthier in some ways and worse in others.
Worse than most, I'd say. But yeah, it's... But yeah, like, I mean, like, back then you could just have, like, passion projects that just exist. And they just, like, put their all into animating, like, 3 episodes of anime, and they'd be the best 3 episodes you've ever seen. Like, fucking... I mean, even Fully Cooley was like that, and that's like a 90s anime. Late 90s.
What? No, this is 2000s.
Oh, is it 2000? No, it might be 2000. Early 2000s. Ah, it's early 2000s. But yeah, like that.
Oh, I'm wrong. No, you're right. 2000 to 2001.
Yeah. Definitely not mid 2000s. I'm not giving that.
I watched it in the mid 2000s.
Yeah.
Shit was weird. Had a South Park reference.
Okay. But yeah, the run's going alright. Did you just wake up, Cooper? I know you were going to bed, like, before I started. Oh, good morning.
Hope you slept well.
I hope you slept well, yeah. That's good. We've had a bit of an interesting run. I've been, like, spending most of the game just trying to get jump, and I finally got it, and my up and down stab. Everything was locked behind down stab. What's that? The flower, which required me to go to Valley of Death, which I was avoiding the whole game because fuck that. But yeah, once I went there, I got the flower, and the game really opened up. Yeah, because so much of the game is locked behind jump. It's crazy. Oh, is there nothing in this room? Normal ST has a unique track for Valley of Death. Interesting. It's nice that like we've been able to get all these original tracks for different areas in this game. It's one of the cooler parts of this project. I already did that. But yeah, there's been lots of little updates to this game since I last played. I didn't even know about the what was it? The flute that lets you warp places. I didn't know that was a thing until Hoverbet told me. What's the oldest anime you like, Lobo?
That I like?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's the same answer for watched, and it's a Trigun.
Okay. I've never finished Trigun, but I liked what I watched. Apparently the new one's really good too.
I thought about watching it, but I don't know.
Is that the same studio that did Girls Band Cry?
I don't think so.
Hmm. Either way.
Girls Band Cry is like its own thing. I think it's okay, I'm looking up.
You better look it up.
If I had to guess, it's Studio Orange, but I'm not certain.
I mean, my oldest that I really like would probably be Legend of the Galactic Heroes.
Survey says it is Studio Orange.
It is the same studio.
I was. No, Girls Band Cry is Studio Orange.
Oh.
Because Girls Band Cry is, like I said, its own thing. Orange is Beastars.
Right.
And other recent Land of the Illustrious. That's another.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Initial D, yeah, that's a classic.
I would watch an Initial D by Orange in CG.
Yeah. I mean, didn't Initial D use CG back then as well? I guess one of the...
Yeah, but that's why you have to get, like, the best CG studio.
Yeah. One of the oldest CG anime, I guess. Yeah, it makes sense. And I'm glad that CG is finally starting to, like, look really good. Girls Band Cry was such a, like, eye-opener. It's like, oh, wow, this is the strength of 3D animation. Yeah, I watched the whole thing.
Nice.
It was really good.
It very much is. I liked it a lot. And it taught me stuff about myself that it's good to know, but uh-oh.
Yeah, I remember that conversation.
Yeah, I still have been meaning to go into Ember's DMs and talk to them about it.
Mm.
But, like, have not talked to the psychiatrist yet. That's important first.
Yeah. If you have Reflector Shield level 2, those fire mages are really good and easy. I really should use Reflect more. Do you think in 10 years we'll look back and cringe on 2024 graphics? You mean for, like, video games? I don't think so. What do you think, Lobo?
Graphics have kind of...
They're kind of plateaued, right?
Yeah, so there's only two directions it can go. One is the CG is done so well that it looks real. Like, it's literally just real. But even then, stuff like The Last of Us, I think, gets really close to that already.
Yeah.
So there's that, and then, like...
We might, like... I have an alternative take. My alternative take is we'll cringe because all games made at the moment look the same. So, like, the style is dated. And, like, maybe games will get more stylized. Maybe that's the future.
Yeah. Well, they have been already. There's been a couple recent games that have been, like, super duper stylized.
Yeah.
They got studios shut down for it.
And, like, I gotta look at stuff like...
Hi-Fi Rush is what I was thinking.
Yeah. But I think style does sell. I mean, you gotta look at, like... Compare, like, Fortnite to PUBG. Like, Fortnite blew it out of the water because it had, like, that more like appealing art style.
I mean, I think it was sellable to children.
I mean, yeah, that's part of it, but yeah, like
PUBG is like a gritty gun game, even if it's got the goofiness in it. It's like,
yeah,
but you can't convince a mother of a 10-year-old to let them play PUBG.
Yeah.
It's very clearly got real guns in it. They're gonna be like, nope.
Yeah.
But like I mean, Fortnite has real guns in it too, but it's also goofy looking that like a parent can look at it and think it's for kids, even if they don't actually know that it isn't.
Yeah. So maybe a bad example, sure, but I still think, yeah, style, like games with any sort of like stylized art are going to age much more gracefully than something that's trying to look realistic. And I think that might just be true at any age at this point.
Yep.
I think people are getting fatigued of realistic graphics. I really do.
I agree, and a great example we were actually talking about earlier was the Tales series.
Mm.
So, the most recent good art style.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Sorry, I was just reading what
Outdoor, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. What was I saying?
You're talking about a game with good art style, Tales.
Right. So, when you get into Tales of Vesperia, because you were saying you wanted to, and I hope that
honestly, that's a good spoiler for me. I'm like, oh, that's juicy. I want to play that.
Yeah, and I'm hoping it's your gateway to the Tales series, and then you also play Tales of Symphonia.
Mm.
But like, it has exactly that kind of like when you go play Tales of Vesperia, you're gonna look at it and go, "Wow, this still looks good." Even if you're playing like the Steam release, high def, remaster, blah blah blah. Like it's still like the same character models. It's just like the textures were slightly made better. It's not even that different.
Yeah.
So I think when you do that.
Ow. No, Wario, no. Heal. Oh, just in time. Oh. Save myself. Ow. Ow. Oh, this is an intense route. Ah, it's just a pea bag. Ah! I do have fairy, as you have seen. Oh, unless you mean the fairy spell. I have that too. There is a secret in the forest southwest of Naburu. You have to remind me which town Naburu is, because I am terrible at remembering the town names in this game. Oh, come on! Jump. Oh, okay, I'm through. After route before Durinia. Thank you. Yeah, okay, you're talking about the chicken secret. Alright, fuck it. Let's go check that out. I've always wanted to look into that, but I never did. But I remember when it first came to light, that was such a big day for the community. I was just talking to Hoverbat, and I was like, haha, wouldn't it be funny if you did like a secret ending where like Zelda kisses the chicken? And then like Hoverbat was like, hang on, I think I put that in the game and forgot about it until right now. Like literally that's how it happened, and then we're like, guys, there's a secret chicken ending we have to find. And then the whole community rallied around it. And I remember that, but I never like actually saw the solution. So yeah, let's check that out. I want the secret cock ending. Where Zelda kisses the cock. Hardy. Did I hit that? Nice. Oh, boss room. Okay. I do like this boss music remix. Oh.
Smack the bug.
This boss was so bad in the original game. I'm so glad they made him actually challenging and fun. Like, let me paint a picture for you. Imagine this room, imagine this boss, except he never shoots the beams up, like only down, and there's no, like, breaking platforms. So you literally just hide in the corner and hold down and win. It's so stupid. Yippee. Yeah, the rematch is a little bit harder. I'm like 600 away from level up. That's enough to grind.
Keep doing this.
And I'm right to do so.
But if you just didn't do it once, then the XP would line up, and then it wouldn't happen again.
I'm gonna kill some
It
Knuckles.
doesn't work like that.
Knock, knock, it's Knuckles. Ugh. Like 2 or 3 more? Yeah.
Punch him in the face.
Ah! I might have just discovered a glitch. It might be because of the shuffler and the boss randomizer. Maybe. The Iron Knuckle keeps respawning. Yeah.
Is it not supposed to?
Apparently not. According to Ardor. Yeah, the boss was because in a different area. Yep, thought so. Called it. Is level 8 the max level in this, or is it 9? I forget. No, it's 8 in the original. Okay, 9. Cool. You found a bug. Oh, 12 out of 12. That's full clear. That's what I love to see. Don't squash this bug, Deb. We like this bug. Yeah, I like that bug too, because it's only going to show up before a boss room. Like when you enter and leave a boss room. And that's right where you need the experience. You need the grind. So yeah, that's a good bug to keep, in my opinion.
I mean, it sounds like it's not a bug.
It is a bug. But it's a feature now. Like, that it only happened because I had boss randomizer on. Now. I need chicken, don't I? Yeah. Yippee. Oh.
Well, I guess that means that if the boss happens to be vanilla, and it did like it got randomized its own spot, then that wouldn't respond to dude.
Theoretically, yeah. If it shuffled into the vanilla location, then that shouldn't respawn. Alright, I want to see the secret. You should become a fan of Wario. Play Wario Land. Like, 3 and 4 are the best ones. Anyway, I'm searching the forest. You got a 100% on Pizza Tower, yeah, what the hell? Oh, Lobo's audio is low? Okay. I can turn you up. Can you say something, Lobo?
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Talking. Hello.
Yeah, I guess he was kind of quiet. I'll put you back to 100 on Discord. Something. Testing.
Hello. Beep boop.
Yeah,
Talking,
that's probably a bit better. Go to Fairy, then Hammer. Thanks for letting me know. Streamers always appreciate when you tell them when audio is not perfect.
Well, that isn't always true.
I think it's true. At least for small streamers, it's true. Every small streamer I know. Leave, don't move, hammer. Whoa! Haha! I remember the screenshots of this room. God. Yay! Cuckoo. Oh. So now it's perma chicken. I'm guessing that's the only difference? Like, it just doesn't leave when you leave a room, or is there something else? Oh, I can like up stab and down stab now. Okay. Alright, yeah, soybeans, of course. Oh, that's awesome. Did the black cuckoo ever end up getting used for anything? Out of curiosity? I'll get a blue one now. Huh? What? The cock can break blocks. The black cuckoo. Like, we had like an emote for it on the Discord for a while. I don't know if we still have it. Yeah, it's still there. I can't remember if that was ever like used in game or not. Or if it's just something you mocked up. Or
Okay.
do I like fight Dark Link and it turns into a dark chicken? Is that what's gonna happen? Is that what's gonna happen? If so, holy shit.
If not, then you have to do that.
Yeah, oh my god.
Hoverbat, make it real.
Not a character in the game though. Aww. I think we need Dark Link chicken. That'd be amazing.
The true final boss.
think I need to turn my game audio up a bit. I need to get my audio levels right. That should be better. So I really like this options menu. It just looks really sleek and cool.
It looks better than the original menu.
Yeah, it kind of does. Alright, so... what am I missing now? I didn't finish this palace. I have 2 more keys for it. And I have the cock, so... oh yeah, Maze Island. I don't think I've finished that palace yet. But now that I got all my, like, main abilities, I think, like... except for keys. Keys are the main thing, like, in my progression at the moment. Oh, no shield, but what if I get reflect? Get reflect? No, I get 1 weakness of the chicken. Can I use jump though? I can. Oh, you parry, that's right. You can peck them. That's awesome. They thought of everything. The Side Knuckle doesn't know what's coming. Oh god, oh god! You skip the key to down and control. Yeah, I know about that one. I already skipped it. Really good tactic super cooker. Sure. I guess Kaku is the correct pronunciation or whatever. Yeah, this room was what I was getting stuck on before. Boss works pretty well against a lot of enemies. Okay. Oh, it's you again. I don't think I've actually saw you before yet in this run. Yeah, I'm gonna try and push through. I mean, it seems like I'm getting close to the end. I'm also getting tired and hungry, but I don't know, I'll try and push through. But it might be a part 2, I'm not sure.
I'm pretty tired and hungry too.
Yeah. Maybe we should stop. Plus, I forget where to go.
So interesting, not exactly a food story, but just a thing that happened to me recently. So for like 4 or so months now, no, even more than that, like a really long time, I have been needing a new can opener because my old can opener, I was like struggling to get cans open with the can opener, and it was really
that's a mood. I hate can openers.
So I recently got a new can opener, and I didn't realize how bad my can opener was until I used a new can opener, and it was like, oh my god, there was like no resistance with the can opener at all. Versus like, it felt like I was grinding rocks with the spinning wheel on my old can opener. It was just like, oh my god, how did this can open? I felt no resistance. What? So yeah.
That's awesome.
I'm just happy to have a good can opener now.
Congratulations. Wish that were me.
I mean, they're not expensive. You can probably find a can opener that's decent.
Chat, how do I finish this dungeon? I'm feeling lost.
You get to the boss and defeat them.
Thank you. You've saved me.
Don't mention it.
Left at the starting elevator. I thought I went right. I thought I had to go right. Oh. Everything's different. My memory from Zelda 2 is mixing up with this. I think I did. I think I got those already. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely went this way. Unless it required the key or anything that it blocked me, I think I got everything. Oh, there's a pea bag.
Well, you did come here, but
I
you
couldn't get the pea
didn't
bags.
have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shame they're only pea bags. I don't want to exit Kuko. Cuckoo.
Chicken.
Cop. Yeah, I see. I've noticed that. It has less jump height. Get out of here, whiz robes. It really does work well. This pit?
The chicken emotes so well.
It does. Oh no. What the hell? I'm guessing it's this way, is it? Yeah, no, it lips. There we go. I definitely came here earlier. I think I got blocked by an area that needed the cock. Oh, missed opportunity. We could replace the sprites for the chicken for the sprites for Wario's hen from Wario Land 2. There's an opportunity.
Customize your chicken.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the room that locked me. Okay, we're back on progress again. Thank you. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, God. Chicken in the dark. Gotcha. Sword! He was here all along. Level 2 peck. I'll have to look at your sprite at some point. I can get the shield now. I saw that in a dungeon, but I couldn't get it because I didn't have jump. I forget which dungeon it was, but I'm sure it'll come up sooner or later. Going up. Not this fucker. I wonder if I can up-tech this guy. Am I going for all slimes? I don't know. Probably not. But I've been grabbing them where I can. Yeah, it's not working. Yeah. Oh, this is tricky actually. Jump makes it so much harder. Yeah. Get it. Yeah. Let's go. I wonder what boss will be at the end of this. Here we go. It's you! It's the weaker one! No.
He's back for revenge.
I just fought like all of his stronger siblings. Now the weaker one is the final boss.
He's doing his best, okay?
He's fucking dead. 3 members
He
in
did
one.
his best, okay?
Okay, I'm not going back to grind this time.
It's only 4,000. You can grind 4,000 real quick.
But I might go back anyway. Yep. Oh, no, I'll have 99 stats by the end. Let's see if there's anything down here. I think there will be an item. With a pea bag. You never have enough pea.
Ironically, that is the opposite of how it works.
You need something to drink when you're out in the wilderness.
You know, survival guys literally say, do not do that, right?
But when do we access the secret hoverbat boss?
After you defeat the Dark Link chicken. Then Thunderbird shows up, except it's Hoverbat.
Yeah! Yes! The perfect spot. You have to at least buy me dinner first. I'm going
Put
to...
the buy Hoverbat dinner side quest into the game. Actually links a PayPal.
Wait, wasn't there a bat in the game, like, as an NPC? Am I? Yeah, I think it's, like, in the Monster Village, isn't it? Forgot about that. Oh, 16 out of 17. Well, I'm just gonna leave it for now. Missed one. Now, I guess I need to make a decision. Do I keep going or do I stop?
I think it's a good time to stop.
Sounds like you want to stop. Gosh, y'all.
And I'm with you to the end, but
You think it's a good time to stop Hoverbat? Alright. If the dev says so, then it must be true. Alright. I'll stop here. I mean, like, I don't know. There's not a lot left. Like, it's about 2 hours of gameplay left, maybe. Maybe it's enough for a stream, I don't know. But yeah. Alright, we'll finish up here. That's a pretty good run. Just took me ages to get my jump power. That really locked me out a lot of the game. Alright. In that case, we'll finish up. Yeah. Thank you for joining, folks. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And I will stream again maybe tomorrow? Probably tomorrow. My situation is really, like, confusing and unknown. I don't know if I still have a job or not. I guess I'm still waiting for information about that. So my schedule's all up in the air. But otherwise I'll probably stream tomorrow. But yeah, thank you for hanging out, folks. It's really good to get back into this game again after so long and see all the like updates and stuff. It's really cool. This is such a good way to play Zelda 2, and I could easily recommend it to my friends. It's like, yeah, well, if you found the original NES game a bit old, try this instead. It's a lot of fun. It eases off. It polishes out a lot of the rough edges of the original game. Yeah. It does start harder, I guess, but if you can get over that hump, it's a lot more comfortable. All right. Well, thanks for watching, everybody, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
The end.
The end.